In today's digital first world, web development skills are essential. Whether you're looking to create personal projects, freelance, or pursue a tech career, understanding HTML and CSS, the building blocks of the web, is crucial. These skills help you design, develop, and understand how websites work. This crash course provides a solid foundation in both HTML and CSS, serving as an invaluable resource for anyone exploring web development. The video offers over 8 hours of detailed explanation, starting with the basics like HTML's structure and processing to elements, attributes, and advanced topics such as forms and tables. It then transitions into CSS, covering its history, types, selectors, and key features like the box model, pseudo-classes, and more. You will also get a hands-on project and a portfolio website demo that ties everything together. But that's not all. This course also introduces generative AI with ChatGPT 4.0, comparing it with earlier versions like ChatGPT 3.5. Learn about exciting features like enhanced conversations, plugins, and DALL-E's image to text capabilities. From foundational concepts to advanced applications, this course equips you to confidently begin your web development journey.
Coming to the agenda of this particular session, of this particular tutorial, we are going to first talk about what is HTML and why is it used for. Next, we are going to see the basic concepts used in HTML. That means the basic tags, what is element, what is attribute, how we can actually write a code, which ID to use, which ID we have to download, and how to download those ID. These all things we are going to see in the second topic, which is HTML basic concepts. Next one, in advanced tags, we are going to look upon how to create a list, how to create a table, how to create a form. Yes, we are talking about the registration form and the login forms. We are going to see one of the examples, not only one, but actually many examples for registration forms, and we are going to observe how to write a code to create those particular pages. Then we are going to jump on CSS and we will see what is the difference between HTML and CSS. Why do we actually need CSS when we already have HTML? What is actually the difference? The next we are going to see how many different types of CSS is there and how we can write all these different types of CSS in a very detailed manner. Next we are going to observe what is types of selectors in CSS. What is the meaning of selector? And why do we have so many different types of selectors in CSS? Is it useful? Or if it is useful, then why is it useful? Next, we will see some CSS basic concepts like padding, margin, and all of these things. We are going to understand some of the property and different values of those property, and we are going to see how we can use those basic concepts in our CSS coding. Next, we are going to talk about how we can give or provide a border to our HTML document. That means in our website, how we can provide a border. Next, we are going to talk about the box model. So we are going to see how we can use padding, margin, and giving some spaces around the content in this particular topic. At last, we are going to talk about the project. So we are going to do a particular 1 to 2 hours of project. We are going to combine HTML and CSS together and we are going to create a website. We are going to create a web page where you will be using HTML and CSS code, and I will be explaining you each line of the code, what does it mean, and how you can create your own first web page. So let's begin with the first topic in our agenda, which is what is HTML. What is HTML? So you must be knowing, like whenever you are a fresher or a beginner and maybe you are in 10th class or 12th class or you are in starting stage of your engineering, you must be knowing what is HTML. It's hypertext markup language. But what is the definition? Hypertext markup language is just the full form, right? But what is it used for? Why do we use it? So basically, hypertext markup language, this word is having a meaning, right? So we need to understand first what is these single words meaning are. Okay. First of all, HTML is used for the designing and structure of the web page. If you take an example of a Facebook login page, if I go to Google and I just write here, facebook.com. Okay, I think my profile will open. I need to log out from here. So when I log out from here, you can see here this particular page, which is the Facebook login, right? Now you can see here these Facebook, this email address or phone number, password, these all are content, right? These are the design and structure. So this is basically the HTML part. Okay, this is what is HTML. One more thing I'll tell you, if you go to any web page and you right click and you click on view page source, okay, you have to right click and you click on view page source, you'll be able to see the whole HTML code for that web page. So I don't know if you can see it. I'll zoom it for you so that you can see. You can see here it starts with an HTML, right? And if I scroll down, it also ends with an HTML. I don't know if you can see it or not, but if I scroll down, this is a very big coding. So let's not scroll. So you can see it's this whole thing is an HTML document, right? That means every web page in the internet, most of the web pages in the internet are developed using this particular HTML, right? This HTML is so much bigger and such an important language. One more thing, let's see something about Facebook Wiki. Let's open this Facebook Wikipedia. Do you remember I told you the full form of HTML? Hypertext Markup Language. There are three words here: hypertext, markup, and language, right? Let's first understand what is this hypertext, right? Let's first understand the first word, which is hypertext. Hypertext means, if you look here in this particular web page, there are several links here. Can you see these blue color links? These are nothing but hyperlinks, right? These are called as hyperlinks. If you click on any of these links, it will open up that particular web page, right? So these hyperlinks are in text format, right? That is why the name hypertext came. This web page is designed using HTML. Because of these hyperlinks, it is called as hypertext, right? So now we know the meaning of the word hypertext. Okay, let's go back to my slide and let's see what is the next point. So it stands for hypertext markup language. Hypertext means link between web pages, which I just showed you. Markup, what is the meaning of marking up? Okay, let's take an example. So when you want to cook something, you go for a recipe book, right? And in recipe book, what you can see? You can see the ingredients, you can see all the steps, what you want to cook, right? All these things are written. Okay, so it is mentioning that what all ingredients you want, and it's written heading as ingredients, right? The heading as ingredients, and then after that all the ingredients are present. So you are basically marking up that these things are ingredients, and the another things are the steps. Also in HTML, we do the same thing. When you write a paragraph, we mention that we are writing a paragraph. When we write a heading, we mention that we are writing a heading. So everything we need to mark up when you are writing an HTML code. That is why the word markup we use. Okay. For better explanation, when we will move into the coding part, I'll explain you what is markup. Language, it's a programming language. That is why it is language. It is a language to create web pages. HTML defines how the web page looks and how to display content with the help of elements. There is some word written here, elements, which you know that I'll be covering in the last portion of this session. So HTML forms or defines the structure of a web page, and it has to be saved in the extension of .html. This is very important, guys. Whenever you're saving a file of HTML, it should be saved with .html extension. Like in PPTs, we are saving it with .ppt. When you work with Word doc file, we save it as .doc, right? In the same way, when you're writing an HTML code, the file should be saved in .html. Let's move to the next topic, which is features of HTML. Features of HTML, see, this is all theoretical topics, okay? I know that we are here for practical. After reading this, I'm directly jumping to coding, and we will do some codings and we'll design some web pages, okay? So let's quickly finish this 6 points and let's quickly move to the editor. So in features, learning curve is very easy. That means even a 6th class student or 8th class students can learn HTML and can design web pages. Creating effective presentations. So yes, when you work with HTML, you can design and you can show your creativity around the web page, whatever colors, which thing you want where. These all things can be managed using HTML. Adding links wherein we can add references. Just like I showed you the Wikipedia page, that we can add many links wherever we want. So that we can do using HTML. Can display documents on platforms like Mac, Windows, Linux. So it can perform in, or it can work in any of the operating system. Let it be Windows, Mac, Linux, Unix, anything. Adding videos, graphics, and audios, making it more attractive. You must have seen some web pages where videos are there, audios are there, images are there, GIFs are there, right? So you can add these all things in HTML. There's no problem. How to do that? I'll show you. Very important topic which is written at the last. It's a case insensitive language. Case insensitive language means that you can write even the code in lowercase or uppercase. It doesn't matter. It's not a programming language. It's a markup language. Okay. So when you talk about markup languages or some other kind of languages, they are case insensitive. So even if you write the tag HTML in capital, doesn't matter. It will not be like, there's an error. No, there's no error. Okay. HTML editors, we can use a lot of editors. So we have these 4 basic editors. You can use Notepad. You can use Notepad++. Notepad is already there in all of your systems. This is by default. Notepad++ you can download. It's a very easy download and installation steps for Notepad++. Atom and best editor is Sublime Text, which we'll be using in this session. And I'll be showing you how to download and from where. Let's first see how these editors look like. Notepad, you all must be knowing. So when you're using a Notepad for HTML coding, this is how it looks like. Okay. But if you look here, you can see everything is black in color. The whole code is black in color. So you are not understanding that which particular thing is a tag or an element or an attribute or whatever is there in this HTML coding. We are not understanding that in a very good manner, right? So we have Notepad++. In this, you can see several colors are there to identify what is tag and what is class, what is ID, what is attribute. These all things can be identified from here. Don't look at the coding. You will not understand any of it. It is just that I'm showing how these editors look like. Atom. You can see Atom is also a very cool looking, because when you do coding, you don't want the background to be white in color because it sometimes become boring. Some people like it, but some people keep, for some people it's very boring. So Atom gives you a feature where black background can be there and the codes can be in colored. So it is very good to code in this kind of platforms. Same goes to Sublime. Now in Sublime, you can see how cool is this looking. And it is very clear that what is a tag, what is an attribute. So that's why we are going to use Sublime. Okay, now is the time that we should start the coding now. Okay, right now, let's move to Google and let's see how to, first of all, I'll show you how to download Notepad++. It's very easy. You have to just write here Notepad++ download. The very first link which you can see, you can click there and you can see the latest versions are released here, okay? I suggest don't go with the latest one because there can be some complications when you're downloading and installing the Notepad latest version. So do download these kind of versions, which is in the 4th and 5th. Okay. It will be the same thing. There'll be some changes, but that's okay. So download this one. You just click here and your Notepad++ will be downloaded. Talking about Sublime, so you have to write here Sublime Text Editor download. Once you do that, you have to click on download Sublime Text, and you can see here 4 things are there. I'll just zoom in so that you can see. OS X, Windows, Windows 64-bit and Linux. So whatever your system is, check your requirements and download this. I am having Windows 64-bit. Just click on it and it will be downloaded. I have already downloaded it, so I'll pause it. Okay. Now quickly let's close this and open Sublime so that I can show you how this particular thing works. So I've already built some files here. Let me close that. And let's open a new file. So here you can see when you go to file, click on new file, this file will be opened. This file is not saved, right? And if you start writing some codes here, you can see the colors are not coming. So when you start writing some codes here, the colors will not come here. For that, you need to first save it. So go to file and click on save. When you click on save, you can just save it in desktop. I'm just saving it in desktop. Let me name it as session1.html. Do you remember I told you that always whenever you're working with HTML file, save your file with .html extension. So that's what I am doing here, and I'm clicking on save. Once you do that, now let's see what is the HTML skeleton and what is markup. Okay, let's do that. So first of all, you have to write here the very important thing, which is doc type HTML. This is the most important thing, the very first thing to write when you're starting with HTML coding. Why is it most important? Because this particular command will tell the browser, the web browser, whether you're using Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, whatever, it tells the browser that user is writing an HTML5 code. User is writing an HTML5 code. So now browser will understand that user is writing HTML5 version code. So basically, doctype HTML tells the browser that you are using which version of HTML. Fine. Now, yes, you can see this is coming in color because I've already saved the file. Now, what is this angular bracket? Whenever you will see this kind of angular brackets, right? This kind of angular brackets, these are called as tags. These are called as tags. Whenever you will see these, whenever, so these are called as tags. Next, I'm going to close this HTML. When I'm saying closing, see, this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. What is the difference? The difference is there's a slash. So when there's a slash, that means you're closing the tag. It is just simple as it is. Like when you open a door, you need to close it also, right? When you switch on the bulb, you need to switch it off also, right? Same thing happens here. Whenever you're opening a tag, you have to close it also. Fine. Yes, there is an exception that this tag doesn't get closed. Okay. This tag will not get closed anytime. So now let's see what is the skeleton of this HTML code. Basically, first we write the HTML tag. Now in a human body, what do we have? We have the head part and the body part, right? After the head part, the body comes, right? So we have to do the same thing. The head part, we will close the head part because after the head, the body comes, right? So we are going to write here now body. After that, again, we need to close it. For closing, you don't have to write full thing. You have to just put the slash, done. Okay. So you can see I have written an HTML tag inside the HTML. Let me give a tab so that you'll understand in a better way. So inside the HTML tag, you have the head portion and the body portion, right? Inside the head, let's write something else. So I'm going to put here title. Do you remember I told you that I'll be explaining what is markup, right? What is the meaning of markup? Now see, In my web page, I want a title to my web page. Title generally means this thing. Can you see here in it's written download Sublime text? This is the title. In my web page, I also want that there should be something, this kind of title. Okay. So that is why in Sublime, I'm mentioning here title. So when you're writing a title, you are mentioning a tag out of it that I am going to write here the title. That is what is called as you're marking up things. You are marking the thing. So one title I will give, let's say that my web page. This is my title which I want to give. Okay. And I will be closing the tag because every tag which you're opening, you need to close that. So I am closing it. My web page is my title now, right? Let's have a look whether it is working or not, right? What you have to do for that? You have to go to file, you have to click on save. Once it is saved, right click here, go to copy file path. Okay, so it will copy your file path wherever your file is there. Once it is copied, open another tab and put it down here. When you paste that, hit enter, you can see the title. Can you see the title, my web page? Why is it coming there? Because in the title tag, I am writing my web page. I'm mentioning that this is a title. So this is called as markup. Anything you write, you need to mark up. Okay. So you can see the title, I have written it inside head tag, right? The head portion is basically this portion. Okay. This portion is something but head, and this is the title. So we are writing the title. Now you will say, sir, this whole thing is blank. Why this white thing is there? Because I have not written anything there. This is whole the body part. This whole thing is the body part, this white color thing. Now, if I write anything inside the body, let's say, what about a paragraph? So for paragraph, to write a paragraph, I have to mark it up. Like for title, I have marked it up as title. So for paragraph, I have to again mark it up. So I'll be using P tag. We don't write it as paragraph tag, we write it as P tag. This is the format of writing the commands. Okay. Let me quickly write the paragraph and then I'll jump to the comments. I'll answer some of the questions and I'll again come back. So let me write that this is a demo web page for HTML. I have closed the paragraph tag. Let me save it. Control S I am doing. I'm not going from here, it takes time. So Control S will save your file. Once you do that, what you have to do, you don't have to again right click copy file path. No, you have to go to your browser, reload your page. Once you reload your page, you can see the paragraph is coming. Paragraph must be looking very small for you. So I'm going to zoom it. You can see I have zoomed in. Okay, this is not the real size of the paragraph. So I have zoomed in. This is what is coming in the body part. You can see that, right? Let me come back to the normal zoom. So I hope you understood what is markup, right? Everything we are marking up here. Okay, I'll show you some more examples. We have understood the basic skeleton of it. One thing I want to show you here, when you're using Sublime, you must be thinking that this is the basic thing, right? Why for again and again for a new file, I have to write this again and again, same thing, right? Suppose if I create a new file and I save it in the name of session2.html. Then I have to again write here, right? Doc type, HTML. This will take much time, right? What you can do, I'll show you a short way of doing it. You put a angular bracket, you write HTML. Okay. After this, you hit enter. Once you hit enter, you can find out what is happening. This whole thing is coming at once. The whole skeleton is there for you. You don't have to write it. So now you can start directly writing the title and the body, right? So that's how you can save time. For different text editors, there are different ways. Like one person told me how to do it in Visual Studio Code. For Visual Studio Code, how you can do it, you can just put an exclamation mark and hit enter. Once you do that, the whole thing will come. But here in Sublime, we have to do this. Angular bracket HTML, hit enter, everything will come. Fine. Let's quickly go to the slide and let's see, is the same skeleton there in my PPT? Yes, it is the same. You can see doc type HTML, head, body, HTML. So in head, what do we write? We write the upper portion of my web page. Whatever will come in the tab portion. In the body, we write the actual web page content. Whatever I want in the content of my web page, I write it in body. This is just a normal description, so you can read it once. But in simple and layman terms, I have already explained what is it. Doc type HTML is the instruction to the browser about the HTML version. HTML tag is the root element and head tag is the everything written here will never be displayed in the browser. It will be displayed in the tab bar, right? The body will contain everything written here will be as a content which will be displayed in the browser. It can be text, image, links, videos, audios, anything. You have to put it here. Now, in this particular point, you can see there are some examples which is given. One is for paragraph. One is something called as AHREF. We don't know what is it. Let's see what is it. And the next one is IMG, which is image. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly go to this particular page and let me show you one particular basic thing, like how to give a hyperlink. Because when you are creating a web page, this is very important to know how we can actually go from one web page to another web page, right? Like I showed you in Wikipedia, one web page was having so many links, and when you click on one link, it goes to another web page. Let's see how we can do that. So we have to write a tag. A tag means anchor. Anchor is ANCHOR. Okay, anchor tag. And then you will write HREF. HREF is hyperlink reference. Okay, hyperlink reference. I will be writing all those things in this, so don't worry. A is anchor tag, href is hyperlink reference. I'll be writing here the hyperlink whatever I want. So let's write something like this. This is my link which I want to open. www.youtube.com. This is the link which I want to open. And now I can write here, click here to open YouTube. So when you click on this particular text, it will open youtube.com. Obviously, we are missing something. We have to close the tag because every tag should be closed. Let's save the file. I've saved it. One thing more I want to show you here. See, when you don't know that whether my file is saved or not, if you don't know, then how to find it? Can you see here in this file? Here there's a small circle coming here. I don't know if you can see it. There's a small circle here. When this circle is coming, the gray circle, that means your file is not saved. Once you save it, it will become a cross. It's becoming a cross here, right? Let me show you again. So if I say, I have changed some item and now my file is not saved. So you can see here this circle here, right? When I save this, it will become a cross. That means now your file is saved. You can go to the browser and you can reload the page. Can you see this link here? I'll zoom it for you. So click here to open YouTube. You can click on this link and it will take you to youtube.com. You can see directly it is opening my youtube.com. Right? Like that, I can do more links. So you have to I'll show you one more. So you can copy this and let's say I'm pasting it here, www.facebook.com. And here I will be writing, click here to open Facebook. You must be thinking that how sir is remembering these links, these hyperlinks, HTTPS. It's a very easy thing. You just have to go and check it out. So you can see here, it's coming here, right? Click here to open Facebook. When I click on it, Facebook login page is opening. Now, yes, it can be very hard to remember these links, right? So what you have to do, suppose I want to go to google.com, or let's say I want to go to amazon.com, right? I want to go to amazon.com. What I have to do, this is the Amazon website. You have to just click here, copy this and paste it here, right? You can directly do that. I'll do something. If you can see here, whenever I'm doing this, whenever I am actually providing a link, the links are always coming in a very different manner. It's coming here, right? In the same line. How can I do it in the next line? What I have to do, if I want click here to open YouTube and I want here click here to open Amazon, what can we do for that? So for that, what you have to do, you have to basically put another tag here, which is BR. BR means break. Okay, BR means break. So it will break that line. So once you reload your page, you can see it is breaking that line. Another doubt can come in your mind, sir, what if I put here 2 breaks? Once you put 2 breaks, one more line will break here. Now it is looking quite a good web page, right? Okay. What about I want a separation here? I want a line here which will separate these 2 links. What we can do for that? So we can put a HR. Can you see this HR? This HR is for horizontal line. It will draw a horizontal line wherever you have given it. You can see the horizontal line. Okay. Now there's a lot of space here. So let me remove this BR so that that space will go off. I hope you are understanding how I'm writing the code and I'm shifting to web page and I'm showing it to you. Right? So HR and BR, you have understood. Okay, now let me show you some basic things also. Before that, let's learn what are comments. These are very important. That's why I don't want to skip it. So what is comment? Comments are not codings. Okay, these are not codings. These are normal text which you write in text editors. These are the normal text which you write in text editors. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. Now imagine that I have written a very long code and I have given it to any fresher who doesn't know what is HTML. Will he be able to understand what I have written? No, right? Because he doesn't know anything about that HTML. So how is gonna understand what I've written? So I'll be adding some comments which will make him analyze what I'm writing here. For an example, if you see here, I'm writing this paragraph, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here that it's a paragraph. So I'll write here, it's a paragraph. Now, how to make it a comment? So select this thing, this sentence, select it and then control slash. When you do control slash, I don't know if you can see it. This is the comment. It has become a comment now. It's not a code. It is not a code, but when I will send it to you, you'll be able to understand that, okay, sir has written a paragraph. Same thing I can do here. A is anchor tag. Href is hyperlink reference. I want to put this as a comment because I don't want it to be a code, right? Control and slash together. It become a comment. Now I'll be able to understand, okay, anchor A is an anchor tag and href is an hyperlink reference. The same thing I can do with this BR and HR. I can just put it somewhere here that BR is break and HR is a horizontal line. Select this, control slash, become a comment. Right? It will not affect in your browser. You can see I've saved the file, I've reloaded it. Does not affect anything, right? Okay, one more thing I want to show. If you right click here and you go to view page source, you can see this code here. Right? The same code is coming here, but you can't edit this. Obviously, you can't edit it here. If you could have done it, then you can actually edit all the web pages in the market, right? So this particular file you can't edit. If you have your original file in the editor, then only you can edit it. I hope you understood what is comments, right? If you want to comment this whole thing, like the whole thing, if you want to comment the whole thing, select everything, control slash. You can see everything is commented. Okay. And let's discuss what is tag, element, and attribute, which I said is a very important topic. So let's understand what is tag, element, and attribute. Let me close this. Okay, now look here, guys. These are three things which are very important: tags, elements, and attributes. So first understand what is a tag. I've already told you tags are something where you can find these Anglo brackets. Wherever you will find these Anglo brackets, these are nothing but called as tags. Fine. Now, when you talk about elements, elements are the things which is written inside the angular brackets. Like body is an element, head is an element. See, when I'm saying body is an element, I'm saying like this: body is an element. When I write like this, then this is body is a tag. Easy, understood? So body, then HTML, head, these all are elements. And when you talk about tags, so body tag, HTML tag, these all are tags. What is an attribute? Attributes are nothing but extra features provided to a tag. Extra features provided to a tag. So understanding this line, if this is a tag, you can say this attribute here. This is an attribute because this is an extra feature provided to this particular a tag, right? This is an extra feature. If you look at this href, this is also an extra feature, right? Okay, let me show you one more thing. Somebody asked me how to increase the font size or font of the text, right? Let's do that. If this is a paragraph and I have to write here style, then I have to mention here color. This is for text color. So if I'm putting text color as let's say red, if I save this file, you can see in the paragraph I'm changing the color to red. So when I go to my web page and I reload, can you see this particular thing? This paragraph is becoming red in color, right? Okay. Now what if I write here background color as black? What will happen when I do that? So when I reload my page, the paragraph background color is black. I hope you can see that. I'll again show you how I have written it. Style color equal to red. Color means the text color, it will become red, and the background color for that will become black. Now you will ask me, sir, what if I do this in the body? Let's do it. So if I write here style, then same thing, equal to background color. Let's say if I'm giving here purple, right? If I'm giving, now body is the whole web page, remember, the whole content. So if I go there and if I reload my page, the whole page is becoming purple, right? And these links are blue in color. You can't see, basically even I can't see because color combinations are bad. Okay, so never use such a bright color. Always use some colors which is very light in color and is having a faded quality. Something like that you can use. Let's say lime. So if I write lime here, this color will become lime. Right? I know these colors are very bright, so don't use it anytime in your particular web page. Okay. Why I have not closed BR or HR tag? Now look here, guys. So if you talk about this paragraph, when you talk about this paragraph is having some content, right? Which is written in the white part. It's written in the white part, right? This is a paragraph. When you talk about anchor tag, this is also having a content which is in white part. But when you talk about BR or HR, is it having any content? Do we need to write any content for it? Because a single tag of BR will do the work. It will provide a space. A single tag of HR will provide its horizontal line. So basically in these kind of tags, we don't have to write any content, right? We don't have to write any content for these. These tags are called as empty tags. Okay, so I'll just write it here. BR and HR tags are empty tags because they do not have any content. They do not have any content. That is why these are called as empty tags. There are so many more tags such like that, which is, img, then which is for image, right? There are so many tags like this. Now let's move to the another HTML document and let me explain you what are div and span. Okay, let's quickly move to the slides and you can see here elements. I've already told you. So elements are nothing but the names, okay, which I have explained here. If you can see, elements are the names. Also, elements is also having one more meaning. If you look at this particular whole thing, right, this whole sentence, the whole sentence is one element. The whole sentence is one element. What is containing in that whole sentence? The tag name, the style, the attributes, the tags, everything is there in that particular line. That is also an element. I'll comment this whole portion. You have to select everything, Control/. It's all commented. Okay, one second. I missed out this portion. Okay, everything is commented. Now let's move to the session2.html. Let's move to the slide. Written some things about elements. We have already seen the whole thing. You can see P color red. This is our first paragraph. This whole thing is also a element, right? Start tag, end tag, attribute. I've already told you these things. Div tags are block level elements. Paragraphs, div, these all are block level elements. So what is block level? Let's say if I'm putting a div here and if I'm writing style and I'm giving a color here, let's say I'm giving the background color as red. And here I'm going to write this is div 1. Okay, going to close the div. I'm going to create one more div and I'm going to write here div style background color. I'll be writing here yellow and this is div 2. And now I'll be writing one paragraph and this particular paragraph also I'll be giving one style. I'll be putting one color. Let's say background color black. Let's say black. And I'll be writing this is the paragraph. Okay, when I do that, what happens? When I save the file and if I copy file path and I go to my browser, have a look what happens. So let me zoom it. Okay, the black color paragraph is not coming because the text color is also black. So let me change the color of the text. I'm writing color red. So the text color is changed to red now. If you can see here, can you see divs? Both the divs are very close to each other. But when you talk about the paragraph, it is containing this whole thing. So divs are the containers. This is one container, this is two container. Second one. And when you talk about paragraph, this paragraph is taking this white part also. Okay. So paragraphs takes an extra space, but divs doesn't take an extra space. Okay. That is why these kind of things are called as block level element. See, this is whole block, right? I didn't tell it to take the whole web page. I just said that this much it should take, but it is taking the whole block. That is why it is called as block level. So paragraph, div, tag, these all are block level. One full block will be taken. H1, H6, OL, UL, these all things will take the whole block. Okay. Let's see what is inline level. Block level, we have seen that it will take the whole block. Let's see what is inline level. In inline level, we will talk about span and all. So this inline level will not take the whole thing, the whole block. It will just take the how much ever space you want to take it. Let's take an example that will be better to explain. So if I write a paragraph here, let's say I'm not giving any styles. Let's write here that my eye color is blue. Okay. Or I can write mom is having blue color eyes. Okay. Something like this I have written, some random paragraph. Now, if you can see here, when I reload the page and I see, you can see here what is happening. The same thing is coming. My mom is having blue color eyes, right? If what I'll do here, in this blue, I only want this blue should be coming in blue color. So see what we were doing. When I want a text color to be colored, I was putting style in the first tag itself. But I don't want the whole thing to be blue color. I want only this one text to be blue color. So I'll be writing here span. In this, I will put the style and I'll put here color. Okay, let's take equal to and color. I'll put here blue. Once you write like this, what will happen? Okay. So I have to put the double quote here, not there. Okay, and then I'll close this span here only because I want only this much to be blue in color, right? So I'll be closing it here. Once you do that and reload your page, let's see what happens. Can you see this? This blue, only this text is coming blue, right? That is what is span, inline, in one line. It's not a block, it's not anything bigger than that. It's one line, right? That is what is span. Okay, I hope you understood. So that is why the span is called as inline level, because in the same line you are doing something. So it's span. If I go here and if I write here mom, for mom, if I'm writing strong is a tag. So if I'm writing here mom in a strong tag and I save this and I reload my page, so you can see here this mom becomes bold. These are the inline lines, right? So now let's see how we can actually store our HTML applications or our web applications files and folders in our system. Yes, so there is a particular way how you need to store all your documents in a folder. Okay, so this topic will mostly talk about how you can structure your files and folders in your system. Now, let's suppose that I have taken an example of this kind of documents folder, inside which I have many folders of mine. My personal documents are there and some all other stuffs are there. Okay. Now, if you can see here, we have the root folder. Inside the root folder, I will keep all my files of my web application, the project which I'm working on. Okay. So let's zoom into that root folder and let's see what we are going to keep inside this root folder. Okay. You can ignore this default.rdp and zoom. Just focus on this root folder. So you have created a root folder and now inside that what all things should be there. So there are mostly 4 things which should be there, 3 folders and some files. Let's see what are those files and folders. So the first folder will be CSS folder. The second folder will be the image folder. And the third folder will be the JS folder. It's not important that you have to name the folders like this only. No, you can just rename it like CSS, image and JS. That's it. Okay. And then what is sam.html? I'll tell you right now. So some of you must have understood what is this happening here. I'll tell you in more elaborated way what is happening. all the .html files will go here in the top level of the folder. That means all your HTML files, index.html or aboutus.html, contactus.html, these all things will go here in the root folder. That means just in this top level. Those files will not be inside any of these folders. Okay. So one HTML file which I have created is sam.html and I have kept it here. Now, all the CSS files, that means all the styling sheet files, will go in the CSS folder. Now, what is CSS? We will see in the later part. But right now, just understand that how HTML language is there. We have one more language which is CSS, and that will go inside this CSS folder. The next is the image folder inside which all our images will go. That means in your web application, obviously you will keep some images, right? So all those images you need to store somewhere, and those images we store it in the image folder. Okay. Now what is this JS folder? JS means JavaScript. Okay. This is also a programming language. So how you keep all your HTML files in the top thing, like here, and how you keep all your CSS files inside the CSS folder, we keep all our JavaScript files in the JS folder. So all the .js files will go inside this folder. Now why we are doing this? Why there is a file and folder structure for a web application project? Because you can see it is very well defined that where are your files. Let's suppose that you are creating a web application and you found some errors in the styling of the web page. So you know where to go. You have to open CSS folder and you have to open the .css file, because you know that a styling error will only come in the CSS part. If you have an issue with behavior means when your web page behaves, like suppose we'll take an example, Facebook login page. So when you click on the login button, your profile comes up, right? That means your web page behaves, right? Now, how it is happening? Because of JavaScript. Okay, because of JavaScript, your web page is behaving, correct? So those codes, those programming language codes will put it here. Now, if you find out that there is any problem in the login button or submit button, that the button is not working, it is not responding, it is not behaving, so then you know where you have to go. You have to open the JS folder and you have to correct your code there, right? Similarly, when you have a problem with the design of the web page or the structure of the web page, alignment is not proper, those things, then you have to go with the HTML files. So everything is very properly managed and well structured, right? That is why whenever you're working with a project, you should keep all your files and folders like this. It's a more better and efficient way whenever you're working with a project or a web application, right? Now, don't worry about JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is totally a different programming language. So in this particular tutorial, we are going to only see the HTML and CSS part, right? Now, project root folder, which was the main folder, right? So this main folder is for the project and contains all other files and folders. On the web, it is called the root folder. Okay, because that is our main folder here, inside which all my files are there. If this main folder is deleted, then all your web application files will be gone, correct? Now, HTML files, these are all of those files that end with .html. Okay, this should be directly in the project root folder. You don't have to keep it inside any other folder, okay, because these are .html and not in any subfolders. You must have understood this. Now, CSS folder. So all the cascading style sheets, that means all your styling file, right? Those who are ending with .css, you can name the folder as CSS and you can put all your style sheet files inside this folder. Images folder, all the images like .jpg, any format, .png, .gif, and many more are there. You can name the folder images or img, and you can keep all the images inside that folder. Naming of the folders are totally depend on you. So you can give any names, whatever you want to give. It's just that you should understand what that folder is containing. So if you're writing CSS, it will contain style sheet files. If you're naming the folder as img, you know that it will contain all the images. Similarly, JavaScript folder, all JavaScript files will go here. They end with .js. Okay, you can name the folder JavaScript or JS, depends on you. Okay, so I hope the file and folder structure, how it should be in your system, that is properly described. Now, let's see what is the anatomy of HTML tags. That means if you're writing an HTML tag, then what all things should be there and what do we call those things as, right? What is the anatomy? Let's have a look. So suppose you have written one particular line, which is this anchor tag, in which you are giving a hyperlink reference of facebook.com. So in the hyperlink reference, I have given https www.facebook.com, and in the text I have written welcome to Facebook, so that when you click on welcome to Facebook, it will directly take you to the Facebook login page, right? And if your profile is open, then directly your profile will open. Okay, now if I look into this tag, then what are the anatomy of these tags? Let's see. Obviously, first you will have your opening tag. This is called as the opening tag. Okay. Now, if it is having an opening tag, I have already told you that it will be having a closing tag also. So that's our closing tag. Now, whenever you have a closing tag, that means in between opening and closing tag, you have written something, and that is what is called as content, right? So we have opening tag, we have the closing tag, and inside those tags, we have the content, right? Now, what next? So the whole thing, if you talk about the opening, the content, and the closing, this whole thing is called as element. Okay, so the total line, the total one line which you're writing in an HTML document, that's an element. Okay, the next one, this part where it is written as href equal to https://www.facebook.com/, this is what is your whole thing as attribute. Now, href is called as attribute name, and that particular www.facebook.com is the attribute value. Okay, so opening tag, closing tag, content, element, attribute, attribute name, and attribute value. These are nothing but the most basic terms, or you can say the terminologies which is used in an HTML tag. That is why the heading, anatomy of an HTML tag. I hope you have understood this. Now, from now on, you will not be taking the words which is not technical. Okay, so you will be taking the words which is technical now. That means here whatever words I have written, attribute, element, opening tag, this is how you need to talk whenever you are learning HTML. Okay, so from now on, remember that when you're using an A tag, say it as that you are opening the tag, you're closing the tag, you're writing the content, and now you'll be giving the attribute, right? So make that habit. Okay, let's quickly move to the next topic. So now we'll talk a little bit more about attributes, because we have not seen and much discussed about it, right? So let's see what are the other kinds of attributes for different tags, and what is it, right? Now, attributes, as I have already told you, that these are the extra information provided to a tag, right? Now, if I talk about the anchor tag, which was the hyperlink, we are providing an extra information to it as a href, hyperlink reference, right? When you talk about attributes, these are the properties associated with each tag. Let's talk about the image tag, right? img. When you talk about image tag, obviously what image you want in your application, you have to mention that file name, right? Where you will mention that file name, we have an attribute for that. Okay, now let's have a look what are those attributes and actually what it is, right? So if you can see, these are the properties associated with the each tag. Okay, so href, src, these are some properties. How do we write it? We write tag name, right? The tag like h1, p or a, whatever. And then we write the attribute name, and then we write the attribute value. That's it. This is the structure how you write a normal tag or an element, whatever you can say. Now, global attribute. There are some attributes which are global, okay? Now, what is global? Global means that for any HTML document, you will have these kind of attributes. One is the title, which is nothing but an add extra information. So in the title bar or in the tab bar, you get that title, right? So this is also an attribute because it is providing me an extra information. Title in the tab bar, it is providing me an extra information. What is the style? This also gives me an extra information, right? So this is also an attribute. Okay, I will show you how do we write this. Okay, let's move back to the Sublime and let's see what happens when we are writing the title or the style. Okay, so this is my Sublime. Okay, let me show you first how to create a folder. So if you see here in this, there's a folder which I'm creating. This folder, I'll just name it as, let's say, HTML and CSS tutorial, right? And now in this folder, I'll be creating one file, which will be HTML, right? So let's do one thing. In the Sublime, let's create a new file and save it in our folder here. And let's name it as session1.html. .html, I've told you it's very important to write, otherwise your browser will not understand which file you want to embed in your browser, right? He will not be able to understand what kind of file is this. So session1.html. Now I've also told you that when you write htm and you hit enter, you get the structural body of an HTML. That means the skeleton part, right? So I've got all this. In the title, let me write, let's say, Great Learning Tutorial, right? So this is the title which I've given. And in the body, let's say I'm writing h1 tag. And in the h1 tag, I'm writing welcome to my first web page. Okay, this is done. Let's save this and let's copy file path. I'll go to my browser. So let's open one of the browser. Microsoft Edge will be fine. Now here, let's run this. So here you can see my H1 is coming. My zoom is 100%. I hope you guys can see it. If you can't see it, then I'll just zoom it. Okay. This is how my H1 is looking. Very simple code. I have not done anything. There's a title which is written as Great Learning Tutorial. Okay. Now, for an attribute, it was said in the slide that we can use title and style as the global attribute. So what we will do is style we will use as an attribute, and let's see how we can write that. In H1, I'm writing style, and then I'm giving here, let's say color. Okay. And in the color, let's say I am giving here green. Okay. Just for a sample sake, I'm just writing green. Now, if I go to my browser and I reload my page, this is becoming green. Correct? Now you will say that what is this style? This is what is your attribute. This is your global attribute, because you can use this style in any of the tag. Any of the tag. Let's suppose I'm writing here P, and in this paragraph, I'm writing color as, let's say, okay, let's say red, right? And in this paragraph, I'm going to write, I hope you are enjoying this session or this tutorial, right? I have written this. Now, if I save it and if I reload my page, my paragraph will also become red. Again, I'm saying this screen is in zoom. That is why it is more closer to you. This is the normal page. This is how it will look like. Okay. Now, so you can see this is coming red in color. Why? Because I have used a global attribute which is a style in my paragraph also. Okay. Now see, in my A tag, I am using href because I want to give the hyperlinks, right? But in my paragraph, can I give href? No, right? I can't give because it is not necessary. Paragraph is not a link. Paragraph is just a paragraph. H1 we also can't give hyperlink reference because those are the headings. So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that there are some attributes which are meant for only one particular tag. But there are some attributes which are meant for all the tags. You can give this style attribute to any tag. That is why it is called as global attribute. Okay, that is why it is called as global attribute. href can't be used with any tag. href can only be used with a tag, right? Or with link, right? So I hope you understood what is global attribute. The same way we have the title attribute, which you can see here. If you want to give extra information to any tag, we write the title. Okay. In the coming particular examples, you will see the title attribute also. I'll be writing a program and you will see that I'll be using a title attribute in my program. Now, let's talk about instead of global attribute or except global attribute, what else do we have? So general attributes we have for each of the tags. You can see here. In image, we use the src or we also use the width. Now, if you look here, src is the attribute used in image tag to define the path, right? When you want to define paths to the image which you want to bring out in your application, we put it here in the src. Width is attribute used to define width in pixels. Okay, so how much width do you want? That you can define here in width. And these are also defined in pixels, percentage, okay, em. You can use these kind of measurements. Like generally we have centimeter and meter, right? But system won't understand what is centimeter and meter. So they understand pixels because in image, pixels is the measurement part. Percentage, em. We will discuss about what is em and percentage. What is the difference between these two? What is the difference between these two? We will discuss that, don't worry. But for now, just for, to see how the image comes in the web browser, I am saying this. Okay. Alt is also one of the attribute in the image. That is alternate text if image is not loaded. So if your image is creating a problem, like the image is not coming in the web browser for some reason, can be some mistakes, right? It can happen. You must have seen that some of the browsers when any web application you open, the image doesn't show up. But instead of that image, one text shows up, right? Now, what is that text? That is the alternate text. So that user will understand that there is some problem loading that image. Right? That is how your application will become user-friendly when you're connecting with the user. Okay. Now you will be thinking that when I will teach you this image tag and I'll show you in my browser that how this img is working. I will show you that when we will learn the basic tags. Okay. Let's move ahead and let's see this example. I have already explained you this example many a times, which is an anchor tag. I'll just write it for you. This is an anchor tag in which what is happening? We are giving the hyperlink reference. Here you will give the URL, right? And then you will give the name of the link. When you click on the link, your particular URL will get opened, right? This also I'll explain you in the basic tags. We'll be doing one example and I'll show you one more attribute of this, which is target. Okay, so let's move ahead so that we can directly jump to, or we can move to basic tags and understand how we can do this IMG and anchor. Now, so we are in the basic tags topic, and now we are going to see what are the basic tags which is very generally used in HTML, and we will see and we will use those tags, and I'll show you in an application. Okay, so let's quickly move to the basic tags and let's see what all pointers we have written here. So first of all, we have written that it is enclosed within the angular brackets, right? All the tags whichever you will work with, these are basically enclosed with the angular brackets. Different tags render different meaning. Obviously, like h1 tag is for heading, p is for paragraph. So different tags render different meaning. What about title tag? So you already know that title tag is whatever is written in this tag comes up in the web pages tab. In above, when you see the tab bar, there only the title comes in. It defines the title of the page, and the syntax is something like this. This we have written so many times, so I do not have to explain it in detail. The P tag is the paragraph tag which defines the paragraph. This also we have seen many times. So let's move to the new tags which we need to learn. Now, you must have understood that what is this h1 and h2, right? Not only h1 and h2, but this also goes till h1 to h6, right? There is no h7, there is no h8, okay? I'll tell you what is the reason. But before that, these 3 pointers are really very important to understand. See, search engines means Google or, all the other Yahoo, Bing. These search engines use the headings to index the structure and content of your web page. Whatever headings you will give in your web page, that will become the index of your web page. Okay, when people will search about anything, the search engines always look for the headings. When you search for any document or when you search for any keyword, it looks for the headings from our web pages. That is why these tags are really very important. User often skim a page by its headings. It is important to use headings to show the document structure. What users do, they don't write the headings. Okay, they don't use h1 and h2. What they do, they write a paragraph tag and they increase the font size. So it looks like a heading, right? But you should not do that. When you are writing a heading, when you know that that particular thing, that particular text will become a heading, you have to use h1 to h6, any of the tag, depending on what boldness or what strength of that text you want. So it is important to use headings to show the document structure. H1 heading should be used for main headings. The very main headings, the very first headings, followed by a H2 because H2 is little bit smaller than H1. And then the less important, which is H3, and so on. You should also consider this fact that you should not misuse the tags which is given by HTML. H1 is for main heading, so you have to use it for main heading. H2 is for subheading, so you can use it for subheading. H3 is something like subheading. Okay, so use it for that. When it is already given to you, then make use of it, right? Use HTML headings for headings only. Don't use headings to make text big or bold, right? I did not have to repeat this line again. You must have understood this. Now, let's move to the next and let's see what is this. This is something new which you are now seeing in the screen. This is called as pre-tag. Now, what is this pre-tag? Before learning all these things, whatever is written here, before reading that, let's move to our Sublime and let me show you some examples. Okay, moving to my Sublime. This is my Sublime and this is the code which we have written right till now. In the paragraph, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here a normal paragraph, okay, just a normal basic paragraph. So let's say that please visit Great Learning Academy for free courses, and after completion get a free certificate. So something like this paragraph I have written. Okay. Now I'm going to save this, and you know what will happen in the browser, right? One paragraph will come. Correct? Now listen to this carefully. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to break this paragraph in some portions. Okay. Or I'll give some extra spaces just randomly. By mistake, I have done it. Let's suppose by mistake, I have done this. When I save this, please guys understand that I'm saving it. It's not important that you have to go to file and then save it. I'm doing Control S. You should also keep a habit of, pressing Control S rather than going into the file and saving it. For beginners, you can do that for some time, but don't make it a habit. It really takes a lot of time. Go to file, click on save. Instead of that, just do Control S. Now, what do you think that what will happen in the paragraph? Will it come like this? Like all the spaces and all will be there? Or will the paragraph will come normally? Let's see. If I reload my page, nothing is happening. The spaces are not getting considered. Let me zoom it. Right? And the hitting enter, the extra spaces are also not getting considered. Why? HTML, what it does, in a paragraph, when you're mentioning that it's a paragraph, HTML knows that you're writing a paragraph. And what it does, it considers this spaces as user's mistake. Okay. And what it does, it actually ignores it. It actually ignores these things. Okay. Now, but suppose that I want these spaces. I really want that please visit grade should be in one line, then there should be one space, and then it should come like this. Then what I should use? I should use one tag which is called as pre-formatted tag. Okay. Pre-formatted tag means formatting is done, and that is how I want it in my web page. Okay. So this is how you write that pre-formatted tag. We write it as pre. Now, obviously, this pre tag is having a content. We need to close it. And what should we close before and after? Let's see. Paragraph is already getting closed. Before that, we should close the pre. This is also very important, guys. You can't close the pre tag after paragraph. Why? Because you are opening the paragraph and after that you have opened pre. So you have to first close the pre and then only you can close the paragraph, right? Because inside paragraph you're using pre tag, right? I hope you understood this. Now, let's save this. So remember that we have used the pre tag, right? Let's reload the page. What is happening? I am getting the same exact pattern how I have written my paragraph now, right? However, I have written it in my Sublime the same way it is coming, right? Also, you will observe that there is a slight change in the font style, right? The font style which was there back, like if I remove this pre for now and I refresh my page, look at the font style, right? It is different. Now, if I again go back to my Sublime and I do Control Y, which is nothing but redo, and if I again go back, just have a look in the font style of this paragraph, it is changing. This is what is a pre-tag, pre-formatted tag. Okay. So when you want your any text to be written in the same manner how you're writing in the Sublime, then you have to use the pre-tag. Now let's go to our slide and let's understand what pointers I've written here. The pre-tag defines pre-formatted text. Text in a pre-element is displayed in a fixed width font. So this is totally in a fixed width. That means how much width you are taking, only that much width it will take in the web browser also. And the text preserves both spaces and line breaks. So spaces, line breaks, these all things will be preserved when you are using a pre-tag. Sorry, when I'm using a pre-tag. Okay. Now, the text will be displayed exactly as written in the HTML source code. Okay. Two examples are written here. Now, if you look here in this example, there's a space here, right? So if you're using a pre-tag, this space will be maintained. It will be preserved. And look at this. This is like totally, random stuff, right? So this also will be preserved. It will be the same paragraph which will show up in the browser. Okay. The all spaces will be there. I've just showed you. Okay. Now, I hope you understood what is pre-tag. This is a new tag, right? Because we have right now only seen the HTML or the head, the title, the paragraph, the H1 to H6. But this is a new tag, right? Okay, let's move and let's see what all other new tags do we have. Now is the time when we will talk about the most of the new tags which are there in the HTML5, specifically HTML5 version. Okay, these are quotations, abbreviations, and citations. Okay, let's understand one by one what are these tags and how it will work. Okay, so now let's begin with the first tag from this particular section, which is the block quote. Now, what is this block quote? Let's understand in a theoretical manner and then we will do a practical. So to define a long quotation or block quotation, we use block quote. What is block quotation? See, many leaders have given some quotations, right? Where there's a will, there's a way, right? When one door open, another also opens, something like that. So those are the quotations. Now, in some of the web pages, what happens? The developer write the quotations in the beginning so that when a user is entering into his application, the user will read that quotation and then he will start looking into the whatever content it is having in the application or in the web page, right? So when he reads the quotes, he actually understands and feels very good. Yeah, some developers does that. Some web page developers does that. So if you want to put a quotation, we use this block quote. Block quote tag indents the quotation in browser. Now please understand what is this indent. Indent means, see, how I've written these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there is a space given here, right? I'm not starting to dot from here. I have not written it here, right? I have given some space here. This is called as indentation. Okay. I have given an indentation so that it will look nice. Imagine that if I have written this in the corner, so it will not look nice, right? But one small indentation will make your presentation or will make your web page very good looking, right? Now, so block quote gives the indentation for the quotations in the browsers. How do we write it? Right? That's our question. Let's move to our Sublime. Let's write a code for it. I'll keep this pre-tag as it is so that you can refer to that anytime while I am continuing with my tutorial. Here what I'll do, I will mention that block quote and here I'll write one basic kind of quotation, okay? A little bit bigger you should write. If you'll write in smaller one, I'll show you what will happen. Let me write the smaller one. Let me write the bigger one first, okay? So let me write this. Obviously, it's a quote, so we have to give the double quotations. Now, when one door closes, another opens. You can take any quotation. It's not important that what I am writing, you have to use it for your web page. No, you can write any quotations. Even your own will also work, right? But we often look so long and so regretfully. Also, this is just a sample thing. It's not important that in every web page there should be a block quote. It all depends on you. You want to put it, put it. You don't want to put it, don't put it. In an HTML document, the thing which is permanent is nothing but the skeleton. In this skeleton of an HTML document, whatever you're writing, the HTML tag, head tag, title tag, body tag, those things are very important. Those things you can't skip. Those are permanent, right? And these H1P pre-block code, these are temporary. If you want to write it, write it. If you don't want to mention, don't mention. So directed fully upon the closed door that we do not see the one which has opened for us. Now, I don't know if you have heard this quotation, but I have heard it. And it was a long one, so I took it out. And who told this? This is told by Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, this is done. Now I have to close the block quote. It is closed. You can see I just kept the slash, and Sublime already understood that I want to close the block quote. This is done. Save this and let's reload my page. What is happening? What is happening, right? So this is not even a paragraph. This is not even a heading. What is happening is, let me first show you in a normal size. So this is 100% zoom. If you can see, this whole block quote is coming in a center, right? And there is an indentation given, if you see here. That's what I told. That block quote will provide automatic indentation to your web page. Both the sides you have an indentation, right? So I didn't tell it that it has to be in center, but automatically it is in the center, correct? This is what is your block quote, right? And because my quotation was really big, it is looking very nice, right? It is looking in the center. Now imagine that I have written this block quote in the beginning of my web page. How cool it will be. It will look very nice because user will start looking into the web application or your web page from here, and he will read that. He will read that quotation when one door closes, another opens, and blah, 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 right? Okay, now let me show you what if your block code is really small. So I'll write it here only. Let's say I'm writing the block code tag and I'm writing here, where there is a will, there is a way. Very small quotation, right? Let me give some exclamation mark, and here spelling is wrong. Yeah, done. Save, reload the page. What is happening? Is it looking nice? Well, it is looking structured. The indentation is there, but still this is not coming in the center. Why? Because my quotation is not that long and is not looking like it is coming in the center. When a quotation is long, it looks like that it is in the center of the web page. But when a quotation is small, it just finishes there, right? So this is the difference between a long quote and a small quotation. So it depends on you. It is always better that you prefer a long quotation. Let's move to the next tag, which is the Q tag, right? Okay, let me remove these things so that you will not, get confused. Fine, this is done. Now, what is Q tag? So if you look here, the HTML Q tag defines a short quotation. I'll tell you what is this. Don't just think what about this short quotation. I'll tell you what is it. This is nothing but the double quote. Okay. So the Q tag will provide you a double quote. I'll tell you how. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. I'll show you how. Have a look. So here you can see in this where there's a will, there's a way. I have not given any quotation, right? I must have forgot it, right? Now I need to put it. I will not do this. What I'll do, instead of that, I'll put a Q tag. When I'm putting a Q tag and I'm saving the file, let's see what will happen. Let me zoom it if you're not being able to see it. You are getting a quotation here, right? You're getting a double quote here. I didn't give any double quote in my where there's a will, there's a way sentence. I've just written Q tag. I hope you understood what is Q tag. Q tag gives you the double quote. If I remove this and if I write here Q, and here also in the ending, if I remove this, if I just put a slash, if I refresh my page, same thing will happen because I was having that quotation. Okay, let me bring it back to 100%. And now let's go back to our slide because we have also understood this particular tag, right? Now this is done. Next one is ABBR. So let's see what is this ABBR tag. ABBR tag means the abbreviation tag, okay? Now what is this abbreviation tag? This ABBR tag, abbreviation tags means whatever short forms you have, right? Let's suppose for HTML, what is the short form? What is the full form? HTML full form is hypertext markup language. Like that CSS, then Mr., Doctor, all these terms we write it in a short form. Like as soon as possible, we write ASAP. Automatic teller machine, we write ATM, right? For all these kind of things, we use ABBR tag. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers. Whenever you're marking some text as an abbreviation, it gives the browser an useful information that what it is you are talking about. What it is, right? Let's suppose if I'm writing HTML and a beginner will not understand what is this word. So what will happen? I will put this inside the ABBR thing. And when a user will keep their mouse, let's say this is the mouse, when the user will keep their mouse in this particular thing, it will show them the full form. Interesting, right? Right now it is not interesting because I have not shown you in a practical manner. Let's jump back to Sublime and let's do a code for ABBR tag. So let's read this point first. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers, translation systems, and search engines. Okay, let's move back to Sublime. Here, let me write a paragraph after this. Right here, I'll write that we are learning HTML and CSS. Right now, this is just a normal paragraph, right? So when you will see into the browser, it will look very normal, just a normal paragraph, right? Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the ABBR and here I'm going to write the title attribute. Okay, inside the title attribute I'm going to write the full form of that HTML. So I'm going to write here hypertext markup language. Okay, now this particular ABBR is only for this HTML, not for and CSS. So I'm going to close it here. Right now, let's reload my page. Let's see what happens. Let me zoom in. If you can see in the HTML, I'm getting this kind of dots, right? And when you hover your mouse here, it is showing me the full form of HTML. How cool is it, right? So it's it is very efficient because any beginner who will see my web page will understand that what is that HTML. What is the full form of HTML? Okay, so when you hover your mouse, it is giving me the full form. Let's do it for CSS also. So it will be very good, guys, if you are writing this down in a notebook or somewhere you are just mentioning it, because later on you will forget all these things, right? And watching this video again and again will also give you don't have much time to again and again watch this video, right? So keep a notebook handy and keep on writing these tags because there are 100 of tags which we are going to discuss. So you will not remember all those tags, right? Keep a habit of writing it somewhere. Done. This is done. Now let's close this ABBR and let's see whether it is giving me the full form or not? Yes, it is giving me. Okay. We are learning HTML and CSS, and you're going to master it ASAP. Okay. So here I'm going to again give the ABBR, the title, and in the title I'm going to give here as soon as possible. It's not important to write in capital letters. I'm just writing in capital letters so that you can see it very clearly. You can write in whatever manner you want, in small also. Let me save this, reload my page, and the paragraph will increase, and in ASAP you're getting as soon as possible. I hope you got what is ABBR, right? It is one of the fun thing to do. Now, let's move to the next and let's see what is the address tag. Now, address tag is also fun because whenever in a web page you must have seen, like mostly in e-commerce websites, any startups or any business which is starting, people used to give their address below in the footer section, right? When you scroll down in the web page, below you can see the address written, right? Now, what is this address tags? Let's see. The HTML address tag defines the contact information of the author or the owner of the HTML document or that web page, right? The contact information can be an email address, URL, physical address, phone number, social media handle, anything. Okay, so let's quickly move to our Sublime and let me show you how we can write this. So suppose this is my web page, right? This is how my web page is looking like. Okay, now I want to end my web page. This is my web page. I want to end it. I want to give my address and all. I want to give my contact information basically. So I'll write here address tag, right? I'll write here written by, mention my name, Ritvik Raj. Here I'll give, okay, I'll give that later on. So now here I'll write here contact number. Okay, something, and then I'll give the location, or you can write whatever state or something. I'm writing just location. Let's say I'm writing a random 567 comma Church Street, let's say Bangalore. Okay, and then I'm going to give here the pin code. Okay, done. Let me close the address. Let's see what happens if I go to my web page, reload it. Okay, this is something italic. It is looking like an italic, but it is not looking very good, right? It is not looking like an address kind of thing. Let's make it look like an address kind of thing. Nothing to do. You just have to add a BR tag here so that all the things will come in separate lines and will look much nicer. Let me show you. So if I do that and I reload my page, you can see this is how it is looking like. Okay, and this is what is the address tag. You must have seen this kind of things in many of the web pages, right? In italic, it must be written. Correct? So this is what is your address tag. Okay, now let's move to our next tag and let's see what is that. So this is called as site tag. Okay, now let's understand what is this site tag. So this HTML site tag defines the title of a creative work. That means suppose if you're doing writing a book or a poem or a song or a movie or a painting or a sculpture, in those things we write the site tag. It defines the title of it. Okay, it's a very normal tag. So whenever you're creating a web page for your own book, or you're writing a poem, or you're writing a song, when you're writing a poem you must be writing the author's names, right? So when you're writing that author's name, you have to use the site tag. For a song, when you're writing an author's name or the composer, right? So we write the site tag. Let me show you how does it look like. It's a very basic tag. So let's suppose beside this, okay, I am writing a normal just a poem name, okay, just writing a poem name. Let's say I'm writing the unhealthy, okay, just a random, okay. So now what I have to do, site tag, and here I'll write Baya Pankaj Jan, something like this. Okay, let me save this. I've not used any paragraph tag or something, just normally I've written it. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, okay, this address and the unhealthy thing is coming together, right? Let me give a what tag? BR tag, so that it will give a space there, right? Now let's reload. You can see, okay, I think I've not saved the file. I have saved the file. Let me give one more BR tag. Let me fetch this. Yeah. So you got this space. Now you can see where I have given the site tag, I have given it in the by Pankaj Jain, and you can see it is looking like a author's name because this is the title and this is the author name, which is by Pankaj Jain. It is nothing but an italic. Now you will ask me, sir, why can't we write this site tag instead of site tag? Why can't we write address tag? Because address is also looking like the same. Site tag is also looking like the same, right? And you know what? There are many such tags which looks the same, which does the same task. Okay, like an I tag. If you mention any I tag, let's see. Let's say I'm writing here I tag, and in this I tag I'm writing some random thing. Let's say welcome to quotations, citations, and abbreviations tags. This I've written in which particular tag? I tag. I tag means italic. If you reload the page, can you see this welcome to quotations, citations? This is coming again in italic. So now the question is, what is the difference then? What is the difference between an I tag or a site tag or an address tag, right? Now see, the problem is browsers understand these tags in the same manner how we understand, okay? So suppose if you are giving this web page to a beginner or to a very unknown technical person, non-technical person, he will not understand what are you writing. He will not understand which tag have you used, but he will understand what content you're writing. He'll understand that this is a blog quote. I mean, this is a quotation. He will understand this is a heading. He'll understand that this is a paragraph. He will also understand that this is the poem name and this is the author name. Why? Because it looks like that, right? He will also understand that this is the address because it looks like that. For that purpose, we mention the tag names like that. Now suppose if the user is confused, what he will do, he will right click, he'll click on view page source, he will see the whole code and he will see here that I have used the address tag. He will see here that I've used the citation tag. He will see that I've used the I tag. So he knows that which tag is used to write this web page. And that is what is very important for a developer. For a developer, it is not that you just make a web page and it is done. No. You have to mention those tags and all the commands very carefully because those web page or those projects are going to your client. The client will see your code. The client or the user will actually use your web application in a daily basis. Correct? So that is why we have a number of tags, but all those tags do a similar task. Okay, I hope you understood what is site. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is video, and let's see what is this video. So many new tags, right? Let's see what is this video. Video is nothing but a bi-directional override. The full form of BDO is bidirectional override. Now what is this bidirectional override? The HTML BDO tag is used to override the current text direction. So it will change the direction of your current text. Yes. Now you will not understand how it is, but let me show you a program on it and let's see what it does. So let me go back to my site. Okay, let me first see how my web page is looking. Okay, so I think I have to give one more BR tag here so that there will be much more space and you can see the difference also. Yeah, this is now looking great. Where should I give the video now? Let me give it around this thing. Welcome to quotation citation. Around this thing only I'll give. So here I have to use the video tag with an attribute of dir. Dir is nothing but direction. Let me write here LTR. LTR means left to right. Okay. And because I have opened the video tag here, which is after the I tag, so I have to close it before. Direction I've given what? LTR. Let me refresh this. Anything is happening to this line? No, because left to right means left to right. That's correct. What if I write here RTL? That means right to left. If I reload my page, if you observe here, I know this is very crazy, but if you look here, my whole sentence is reversed. Welcome to quotations, what I wrote, okay, citations and abbreviations tags, right? So the whole thing is now reversed. This is what is your BDO, bidirectional override. Okay, perfect. So these are some tags which is very new and I hope you got it. What is the meaning of these tags, right? Now let's move to the next set of basic tags and let's see what are those. Okay, so now you can see there are so many tags which I've written here, and let me give you one by one an introductory to all these tags. These are very small tags but very efficient. B tag, it will make your text bold. I tag will make your text italic. U tag will make your text underlined. Now these all things you must be knowing because in MS Word, if you have worked on or if you have worked on any of your documents, you must have known these things. A small tag will make your text appear very smaller. Then you have DEL. DEL will delete your text. That means if suppose you're writing a text like, let's say I'm writing Abraham. Okay. Oh, my mistake. I did not wanted to write Abraham. I wanted to write Raj. So what I can do, I can use the delete tag around this Abraham. It will get deleted like this. Cool, right? I'll show you this. Don't worry. Now INS means insert tag. So when you want to insert something, you use INS. That means it basically is an underline. See, you remember in our school times, we used to have a fill in the blanks kind of thing in the examinations, right? Where one sentence will be there and there will be a fill in the blank where you insert your answer, right? Same thing happens here. So whatever you're writing, let's suppose I'm writing Ritvik, an underline will come in the insert. You will say, sir, you said U tag is also the same. Yes, U tag INS is the same. Is strong. Remember, I have already told you what is strong tag, right? In one of the example. This is for the bold, right? Again, emphasizing the text and making the text bold, it is not same. Making the text bold means that you're clearly saying that, highlighting that text. Emphasizing means that you're emphasizing on it. Okay. But bold and strong does the same thing. So bold and strong is the same tag. It does the same thing. Okay, I'm making these arrows so that you'll be able to understand the comparison between those alt tags. Okay, let me remove these tick marks so that you will not get confused, and I'll get some more space because later on I have some more tags which is very common. Okay, so I hope you have understood till strong. Sub means subscript. What is this subscript? Subscript means it will come down to the text. I'll show you what is it, but right now just understand this word down. Superscript is just the opposite of subscript, so it will be up. Okay, I'll show you that, don't worry. EM is for emphasized text. Now you will say strong is also emphasized, EM is also emphasized, but EM is emphasizing in an italic manner. So I tag and EM tag is similar. Okay. Now DFN. DFN is used for definition term when you want to specify any definition, okay, in your web browser. That time you use this DFN tag. This is also italic. Oh my god. So you will be thinking that there are so many tags with which we can actually make our text as italic, right? DFN, EM, address, site, I, correct? So I'll just join this also here so that you'll not get confused. Have a look for some time and then we will move into the Sublime and we'll use all these tags in our paragraph, okay? Right, so I hope you have understood what all tags are similar. Let's move to our Sublime, and now to use these all tags, we have to write a very big paragraph, right? Let me do one thing. What I can do here, let me give a BR tag. I give 2 BR tags, and here I'm going to write a paragraph, okay? Don't worry about these, just worry about the paragraph right now, okay? Okay, let me do one thing to make this work easy. Let me copy some paragraph from a random website, right? So let me go to Google and here I'm going to write, let's say Facebook wiki, right? This is the Wikipedia. And here, just taking a random text, only this much, right? Taking a random text, putting it in the Sublime as a paragraph. And here, let me remove these spaces. Well, I'm not using the pre-tag here, still. Now, closing the paragraph. One by one, let's use all these tags in our paragraph. Facebook is the most important term. I'll be using here B tag. Bold is done. It's an American online social media. So I'll use here I tag. Okay. And social networking service. So I'll use here U tag. Because I want to underline that. I want to make it, observe to the users. So this is done. So let's check how it is looking in the web browser. I have saved the file, reload the page, and here you can see Facebook is bold, American online social media is italic, social networking service is underlined. Why there is so much space? Have I given so much space? In the pre I have given. Okay, I've given 2 BR tags also, so that is why those many spaces are coming because of 2 BR tags. Let me remove this BR so that the paragraph goes a little bit above. Right? Now, what is the next? I actually forgot what was the next tag. Oh, we have small, we have delete and insert. So here what I'm going to do, Menlo Park, California, that I'm going to put it in small. Okay, so let's write here small, and after California, let me put it here, closing. This is done. And a flagship service of the namesake company Facebook Okay, so here what I'm going to do, it's a company Facebook incorporation. So in the flagship service, what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write here, delete. I don't want to write here the term flagship, but instead of that, what I want to write here is flagship. Okay, I don't want to write it in small letters. I want to write it in a capital letter. So I'm deleting that and then I'm writing it. So let me refresh my page. If you see here, this Menlo Park, California is little bit smaller than the normal text, and your flagship is getting deleted. That means getting cut it down, and then my capital letter flagship is written. Okay, let me show you the insert also. Company Facebook. So here I'll give the INS. Okay, sorry. Yep. This Facebook. Okay, till here I should give. Now I told you insert is nothing but a command which is nothing but the underline. So this is getting underlined. You can see there's no difference between U tag and the INS, but internally there is so many differences. So please use it specifically when you are using an insert tag or when you want to use an I tag. What is next? We have the strong. Okay. Strong, I think we should use it in Mark Zuckerberg. So let me write here strong, that I have already shown you. Still, because I want to use it, because I want to use all the tags in one paragraph, so I'm showing you. Strong is done. Let's move to sub and subscript and superscript, along with fellow Harvard College. So here I'm going to give sub, college, till college, and roommates. Okay, these names which is there, I'll make it sub. Right? So subscript and superscript. A strong I've given to Mark Zuckerberg. Let's see. Mark Zuckerberg is strong, bolder, right? And Harvard College was subscript. So you can see it is down. Remember in the slide I wrote down, right? For subscript I wrote down, but for superscript I wrote up. So you can see here, that is what is happening. For subscript it is down, and for superscript it is like a power, like a, power when you write 4 to the power 3, something like that. Right? Okay, what next? We have DFN left and EM, right? Let's do that. So namesake, this namesake, let's give EM here. EM, I have already told you that it is something like a italic, right? Have a look in the namesake. Where is it? This is now italic. Yes. And let's now write for the definition, DFN. That I'll keep a separate tag. So here I'm going to write HTML. HTML is the word, the term, but definition I'll write here, hypertext markup language. It is used to design or structure your web page. Okay, cool. The DFN tag I have closed. Let's see what happens. This will also give an italic. As I told you, you can see it is looking like a definition. Right? HTML is the word, the keyword, the term, and this is the definition. Okay, so I hope you understood these all basic tags and how do we incorporate these tags in our normal web page application using Sublime. Correct? Let's move to the next topic and let's see what is there. So now let's see the next thing, which is nothing but list of self-closing, or we also call it as empty tags. I've already told you some of the tags which is called as empty tags and what are those, but let's understand in a deeper manner. So what is it? Empty tags are those tags which are empty. That means it does not contain anything. Let's say, for an example, I write BR. When we write BR, it doesn't contain anything, right? We just write BR, that's it, right? Contain means, let's say I'm writing a paragraph tag, then it contains something. and then we close it. But for BR, does it contain anything? It doesn't contain anything, that is why we are not closing it. So the tags which does not contain anything and is not getting closed, those are called as empty tags. Okay, so any tag which doesn't have content or it is not closing, those are empty tags. For an example, HR is also one of the tag. HR is called as horizontal line. Okay, so what is horizontal line, that we will see right now. And one more tag for empty tag is image tag, because in image we don't want to write anything, right? We just want to give the image, that's it. So this is also an empty tag. Okay, now let's see the use of HR and img tag in our particular Sublime, because BR we have already used many a times. Let's see what is this HR. If I go to my Sublime back and let's save this first of all, and let's go to my web page. Let's see how does it look like in a 100% zoom. Okay, yeah, this is how it is looking like. Okay, now what we have to do here is we have to use the HR. Now if you look here, there's a block code, and after the block code I want to give a line here. I want to give the horizontal line. So what I'll do, I'll go to my Sublime, and after my block quotation, let's remove this, or let's comment it. What is a comment? You know it. Comment is control/. When you do that, it is commented. So the second quotation I have commented, and here I'm going to give HR so that a horizontal line will be provided. Let's reload the page, and you can see the horizontal line is provided. This is the HR. So this is an empty tag because it doesn't contain anything, right? Now let's see how we can include an image in our web page. Okay, first of all, let's find a location where I want to put my image. Suppose I want to put an image here, right, in this location after the pre-tag, the paragraph tag. Okay, let's do that. Now where is my pre-tag? This is my pre-tag. This is the BR. Let's put one more BR, and before that let's write the img. Let me give some spaces so that you can clearly see what I'm writing. Okay, img, here I'll write source. Okay, for source, let's say I'm giving a name download.jpg, just a random I'm given. There's no such file in my location. There's no such file I've downloaded. I'm just randomly giving. I'll tell you why I'm giving like this. And then alt is the attribute. Remember I told you that alternate is also one kind of an attribute of image tag. So let's see whether this is working or not. The image is not uploaded. This is what I have written in the alternate text. Close this. Now I do not have to close the image tag. You can close it also, but when you do it in Sublime, you can see that when you're putting a slash, it actually doesn't recognize img because img is an empty tag. Okay, so you do not have to close this. Now let's see what happens when I refresh my page. So what's happening? There is, okay, let me zoom it. There is some image crack is coming, and then it says image is not uploaded. That means there is some problem in my code, or there is some problem in the image that the image is not coming here, right? What is the problem? The problem is nothing but that in my folder, the image itself is not there. Right? In my folder, when I go to my folder where my web application project is there, you can see that there is no such image there. So let's go back to my folder and let's see whether there is an image or not. This is my folder, HTML and CSS tutorial, and you can see that this particular folder doesn't have any image here, right? So let's keep some images here. I'll go to my pictures, and in my pictures I have these two images which I've downloaded from Google. So, but the image name is very big. The file name is very big. Let's do one thing. Let's rename this and I'll write here download. Now download.jpg, I have one image. I'll copy this and I'll again go to my folder and I'll put it here. Once I put it here, now this is my HTML document. This is my image. The image name is download.jpg, and in the Sublime also I've written download.jpg. Save the file, reload the page, and you are getting the image here. Right, just after your paragraph, you are getting this image, correct? Now, when you are getting this image, this is very big, right? If you look here, this image is really very big. I don't want such a big image. I want to make it small. How can I do that? Again, one more attribute which I told you was width. So for width, we can give the percentage, pixel, or whatever you want to give. So let's say I'm giving 100, just 100. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, 100 is really very small, right? Okay. Now let's give 100 pixel, px. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Nothing is happening, it's the same. Now let's give percentage. And now let's see what happens when I reload my page. 100% is really very big. Okay. It is actually taking the whole web page, the whole width of your screen, the full width of your screen, right? That is what is 100%. Now you will understand that what is the meaning of pixel and percentage. Percentage always refers to your width of the screen. How much width of the screen you have? 100%. When you give 100%, the image is taking the whole 100%. That means if I give here 50%, so my web page will take only half of my screen. You can see my screen is this much big. It is taking only the half of it. So now you know how you can actually understand the difference between percentage and pixel. Let's work with pixel now. Pixel, you saw 100 pixel was very small. So let's give 300 pixel. When I give 300 pixel, it will be a little much bigger. And now it looks fine, right? For this kind of web page, now my web page is looking quite good, right? So I'll keep at this particular stage. I'll keep this particular pic in this stage. Fine. Now you know how to insert an image also, right? One more question. What if my image is not in the same folder? What if my image is not here? What if my image is somewhere else? Then what I have to do? Okay, let me show you. So suppose this is my next picture, and here I'll just rename it to, let's say, download1.jpg, right? Download1.jpg. In my Sublime, if I mention download1.jpg, obviously it will not come because my browser will search only in that particular local folder, right? So it will say the image is not uploaded. Correct? Now what I can do here? So what you have to do, you have to copy the path of your file. Wherever your image is there, you have to copy the path of that file. So I'll copy this path. I'll go to my Sublime, and here I'm going to paste this. Okay. Now what you have to do, listen carefully. Wherever your cursor is, give a slash. Okay. And whatever slashes you have here, just make it opposite. Okay. Just make this opposite. Because in a system, that slash means inside folder, and inside folder. But in HTML, this slash means inside folder. Okay. So when I save this, and now when I reload my page, I am getting that image. Because my browser knows that where he will get that image. He will get it inside C folder, inside users folder, inside Ritvik Raj, inside pictures, inside camera roll, download1.jpg. So I'm getting that image, right? But this is a quite lengthy process. That is why, what do? we keep our image in the same folder itself. So let me copy this, go back, here I'm going to keep it. Remember I told you about the file and folder structure. So what we can do, we can create a folder here and name it as images. And these two images, we can keep it in this folder. Now it looks really organized. Now what we can do, if I want that image, have a look. Because I have moved the image, this image will go now, right? Right now it will not go because in my picture already this image is there. So what I'll do, here, I'll remove these all things and I'll just write here images. That's it. Because my folder name is images and inside the images folder you have download one.jpg. I'm going to refresh my page. Am I getting that image? Yes, I'm getting it. What if I remove this one and write download.jpg? Am I getting that another image? Yes, I'm getting that another image. Perfect. I hope you understood how to insert an image in your file. Let's move and let's see what is next. So now we have some more tags, which is nothing but the div and the span. Div I have already explained in a very descriptive manner. Span also I've explained in a very descriptive manner, right? Both of these are used to group different tags, acts like a container. So inside div, you can actually write whatever tags you want and then you can close it. It works like a container, okay? It doesn't do anything. It's a block level element, or you can say block level tags. So what it does is just a container which actually occupies all your different tags here. Fine. It is effective while styling because, if you want to style all these tags which you have written together, just give the styling to this div. When you give the styling to this div, all these 4 tags will be styled automatically, right? You don't have to give styles to them separately. Now, whatever I am saying, this styling part you will not understand because we have not started with CSS. So stick to the session. You will be able to understand what is this I'm saying here. And when I will tell about CSS, come back and then again, run this particular video. You'll understand what I have said here. Difference, div is block level, span is inline level, that we have very clearly seen, right? Now, img tag, it is used to add images in a web page. Syntax is this much, it's a self-closing tag. A tag also we have seen, is used to add links in a web page. You put it like this. Okay. Now we will move into the next topic, which is nothing but list. So we'll see how we can work with list and how we can design list in a web page. Okay. So when you talk about list, it's nothing but a normal list which you prepare when you go for a shopping or, when you with a family, you go for you prepare for a ration list, right? So whenever we prepare a ration list, we name it accordingly. Like suppose this kind of thing we write it like this: wheat, and then second rice, right? And then third, like maybe Maggie. This is what is a list, right? Now, this list can be written in many forms, right? That means when you're writing 1, 2, 3, it can be written in Roman. It can be written in capital Roman. It can be written in ABC. It can be written in capital ABC also, right? This is one way. A list can also be written in bullet points, right? Or in any of such kind of thing like a square box, right? So now let's see what all ways can we write list in our web application project or in any HTML file, and which commands or which tags do we have to use to achieve this. So the very first tag which we need is OL tag. Okay. Now before starting with the list, there are two lists, which is one is OL and one is UL. Okay. Now OL means ordered and UL means unordered. Okay. Now ordered means that all the lists which are in order. Order means like 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, right? Those are in order. But unordered list means those bullet ones, which I have explained, right? Like when you write with the bullets thing. Now, when you're using an OL tag, it stands for ordered list to define series of events that takes place in some order, right? So if you want to, define a series of events, or you want to produce or you want to provide a list of items, which is, should be in some order, then we use ordered list. For example, making a T, like a flow chart, that this is the first step, then the second step, then the third step, then the fourth step. So making a T will require these steps. This is why we will use OL tag. Okay, so that is ordered list. When you talk about UL, it is unordered list. So here it is unordered. That means it will mostly like a bullet thing. So it is random. It is not a ordered one. To define series of events that take place where order is not important, right? So the pointers can be written in any order. It doesn't matter, right? Example, your hobbies. You can write your first hobby as drawing. Maybe you don't like much drawing, but then also you're giving the priority to it. You're writing first bullet point as drawing, right? And then maybe sketching, maybe music. So that is how you write the unordered list. Okay. Now, OL tag and UL tag is fine. But when you're writing the elements, these elements, we can't write it in a normal text. We have to use a normal tag. Okay. The tag name is li tag. So to write those elements, we need li tag to define that item. It defines this item used inside OL and UL both. Okay. And we use it like this. Right? Now, let's take an example and let me show you first theoretically how it will be done. Okay. So let's suppose that I'm working with, let's say OL tag. So I will write the OL tag and then let's say I'm writing li and here I will write wheat. This is my first item. For second item, again, I will make a list tag because for every item I have to write the li tag. Like this, I'll prepare for my third item. And then I will close the OL tag. This will give me what? This will give me in my browser this kind of output. Okay. Right? Now, when you copy this and paste it, okay, and you have to just change the OL to UL, that's it. Everything will be same. These three lines will be same. Your output will just change to this much. Okay. Now, why is it so? Because 1, 2, 3 is an ordered and unordered, we have the bullets. So this is the change. Now, please consider that this whatever is coming, it is default. Okay. The 1, 2, 3 and the dots are nothing but default way. Okay. But suppose if you want it to be ABC, right? Or you want it to be capital ABC, or you want it to be, lower Roman, or you want it to be capital Roman. Then what you're going to do, right? So for all of these, we have one type, okay, one style typing. I'll tell you that what it is. So if you want to have an ABC, you have to write lower alpha. If you want to have a capital ABC, you have to write upper alpha. Okay. If you want to have something like this, then you need obviously lower Roman. And if you want to have something like this, then you will need upper Roman. And by default, if you are not mentioning any of these, then it will be 1, 2, 3. But this also we call it as decimal. Okay. Now, this is all about oval tag. In oval tag, we have 5 things: decimal, lower alpha, upper alpha, lower Roman, upper Roman. Okay. Similarly, in UL tag, that means in unordered list, we'll have some things. That means this bullet points, we call it as disk. Okay. Then we have one more, which is nothing but a square. So it looks something like this. I will show you these all examples in the Sublime also, but right now, just for an example's sake, I am explaining this. And the other one is the circle. Okay, so it looks something like this. Now, you can see that in unordered list, we have 3 ways. Okay, we have one as disk, another as square, another as circle. And in ordered list, we have decimal, lower alpha, upper alpha, lower Roman, and upper Roman. We have more, but for now, for you as a beginner, this much is enough. Right? Now we know how to write the list tags, right? We know how to use the OL tag, LI tag, and UL tag. Now let's understand in Sublime that how can we actually use these terms: decimal, lower alpha, upper alpha, square, circle, disk, these all things, right? So let's quickly jump to our Sublime and let's write a code. Now this particular session 1.html is totally filled up. So if I do a coding here again, it will mess up, right? So let's create a new file. And in the new file, let me save it in the same folder as session2.html, right? Now in this session2.html, I'm just writing a normal skeleton. And here I will write list tags, right? Because I'm going to teach you here list tags. Now, first of all, OL, and here I have to write LI tag, right? Let's write here wheat. Let me close this. Then rice. I'm taking a very easy example, whatever I have shown you, so that you will not get confused. Later on, I will take some bigger examples also. Now after this, I will write here Maggie, and let's close this. Now let's close the OL tag. Once you do that, let's see what happens in the browser. So if you can see, I'll zoom in. This is how it is coming. The default is 1, 2, 3. So it's coming like that, right? Right? Okay. Now, after this, let me give a HR tag so that one horizontal line will come. And let's copy this and paste it here. Right now, we want to write the unordered list. So I'll change this to unordered list. Let's save this. And now when I reload my page, I'm getting an HR, which is horizontal line, and you can see that list also, right? The bulleted one, the unordered one. Okay. Now, these were the default ones. So it was very easy. But now what we'll do, we want lower alpha, upper alpha, lower Roman, upper Roman, such kind of thing. So what we can do here, you have to take an attribute which is a style. In this style, you have to write list style type. Okay. Inside list style type, you have to write, once you write lower, you will get so many options: Armenian, Greek, hexadecimal, Latin, Norwegian, Roman. I want to use lower alpha. Let's save this. Let's go to my browser, reload. It becomes lower alpha. The same way, I can make it as lower Roman, and it becomes lower Roman. Same way I can do upper Roman and upper alpha also. No need to show it to you because I want you guys to do it on your own so that you can see how it works. The same way in UL also I can do the same thing. I can write here list style type. Okay, and here I can write. So the next one was circle. Once you write circle, you will get the circle thing. Can you see this? This is how the circle looks like. And when you give square, save this and you will see the square also. Correct? So this is how it works. Now, do we need to remember this code? Yes, we need to remember this code. Style equal to list style type. List style type, even if you're not remembering, Sublime will give you an option or the corrected autocorrect option that what you should choose. So you can select from there. Right? Now, this is done. One more way of doing this is very easy. What you can do, you don't have to write the whole style thing. You have to just write type. Here you have to give equal to and then A. Type A means that you want it to be lowercase, so it will be lowercase. If you write here I, it will be lower Roman. So yes, this is much more easier as respect to your style equal to list style type, correct? So you can use in this way also or in that way also, it will work fine. Okay, now, so list we have understood. We have understood the ordered list. We have understood the unordered list, right? Now, there is one more list which I want to tell you, which is the definition list. Okay, so let's go back to here, and what I'm going to do is, let me erase this and let me show you what is the definition list. Okay, I'm not going to remove all the things, just making some space so that I can show you what is definition list. I hope you understood this all commands or the types of list which we have. Use it in your Sublime and check out is it working or not, right? Okay, we have lots of space now. So let's understand what is this definition list. Okay. Now, when you talk about definition list, this is the tag which we need to use, right? Definition list is nothing but when you are writing a definition line by line, you have so many definitions to write, then you will use this kind of definition list. Okay, now there are three tags which we use. One is definition list, which is DL tag. The other one is DT, okay, which is nothing but definition term, and the other one is DD. DD is nothing but definition data, or you can say description, right? Okay, these are the tags which we need to use. 1, 2, 3. Remember these three tags. Now, how do we write it? So, first write the DL tag and then we write the DT tag because this is the term. So, let's say I'm writing the term HTML because I want to define this term. Then I have to write the description of that term. So, I'll write the definition here. I'll close this DT. Done. Next DT, that means next term is CSS. I'm going to close this. And now I'm going to write the definition of CSS. So I'm going to write it here and then I'm closing the DD. At last, I'll close my DL. This is how you will write your definition list. Okay. So what will happen here? Why I'm writing like this and how it will appear in the browser? Let's look in our Sublime. Okay. So let's move to our Sublime. Here, the same thing I will do. What I'm going to do here is, let's put a DL, then let's put a DT, and here I'm going to write my definition term, which is nothing but HTML, and here I'm going to mention my definition data. That means my whatever description I have for HTML, whatever definition I have for HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is used to design and structure our web page, right? This is why we use HTML. Now let's close this. And now what we are going to do, we are going to write the second term, which is CSS. And now we will write the definition for this particular term. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, and this is used to style our web page. Correct? Let's close this and let's close my DL. Done. Let's see how it appears in my web page. Let me minimize this. You can see how it is appearing. So the definition term is written in the corner and the definition data is having some indent so that it looks like that HTML definition is written below it. CSS definition is written below it. So this is one kind of definition list which we can write. It looks very good, and in any of the web page you can use it to define anything. Correct? You must have seen in many of the tutorials web pages this kind of stuff will be there, right? This happened from definition list. I'll give a HR here so that all the list will be separated. So you can see this is my ordered list, this is my unordered list, and this is my definition list. Perfect. Let's move ahead and let's see what is we have next. So we have nested list. Now what is this nested list? Because we have seen a normal list how to create. But what is this nested list? If you look here, American breakfast delicacies. This is what bullet, and this is also UL. UL means unordered list. And if you look here in this whole image or whatever screenshot we can say, this is whole unordered, right? There is no list which is ordered. Everything is unordered, but with different types. Like this is a disk, this is circle, this is square. How can we do that? Because inside this disk we have circle, inside circle we have square, and inside this American hot dog we have two more squares. How is it possible? How can we write such a thing? Right? So let's see how we can do this and how we can write a code for this. Okay, I will explain you this particular example, and in the next slide I'll be giving you one more example. I'll just show the screenshot, but I'll not write the code for that. You have to yourself write the code for example 2. So for example 1, let's go ahead and Sublime and let's see how do we write this or how do we create this. Okay, now let's move to our Sublime. Here I've written all these things. Now after the DL, let's give an HR tag. That's a horizontal line, and let's start our list. Now the very first thing, let's see what all things we have in our screenshot, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep it like this, and I'm going to keep my page like this so that I'll be able to see everything. Okay, let me arrange it a little bit so that I can see my list also and my Sublime also, and I'll be able to show you also that how to write this. Correct? So my both the screens are kept now. Let me just make it more smaller because I actually don't need this, right? I only need the list to be seen, right? Okay, I hope you can see now. Now here, if you can see, it's written American breakfast delicacies. If you can't see, then let me make it much more bigger. So here what I'm going to do, First of all, we are going to start with the unordered list. So unordered list I have written. In the unordered list, we have to create the li because this is nothing but the li. So I'm going to write here American breakfast delicacies, right? This is now closed. So we have prepared that particular one thing. Okay. Now, if you notice inside this, there is one more UL, right? There is one more unordered list. So I have to create one more ordered list here. One more unordered list we have created. Now inside that, we have to make li, and here we have to write takeaway dishes. Okay. When you're writing the takeaway dishes, after this, what do we have? We have here inside again the next UL. So I'm not going to close that because this UL is repeating again. Can you see that circle? Take away dishes and dine in dishes. There are two lists in this UL. In this UL, we have two lists. One is take away dishes and one is dine in dishes, right? So I can't close it. That means I have to start one more UL. Right? I have to start one more UL. I'll expand that so that you can see the whole code. So now I have to write American sausage and American hot dog. Okay, that's very easy. Let me write that. So here American sausage will come. Closed. One more. One more is what? American hot dog. So American hot dog. Right? This is done. Inside American hot dog, you have again one more unordered list. So here itself, let's create one more unordered list. And here what I'm going to write? I'm going to write about the dark sauce. So one is your dark sauce. One more list we have. So we will write that also. We have country special sauce. So let's write that. Done. Right? These are done. Now if you can see, we are completed with this UL, right? This two dark sauce, country special sauce, this UL is completed. So close that. Now if you see American sausage, American hot dog, and in the same line we have one more which is American toast. That means here I have to write one more li with American toast. Right? Okay, this is done. After that, is it over? Yeah, that UL is also over. So let's close that UL. Okay, now what about takeaway dishes? Okay, there is another list here. So I have to create another list, and in this I have to write dine-in dishes. Right? Now inside this list we have one UL. So we have to create one more UL. The motto here is only that you go line by line. Don't jump and don't do like this, that first you created takeaway dishes and after that you are creating dining dishes. No, don't do that. You first create takeaway dishes, complete these American sausage, American hot dog, complete dark sauce, country special sauce. Do it line by line, then it will be more structured. Now I started one UL and I have to write here again three LIs. If you see, we have three LIs. Let's see what all items we have. We have bacon and fries. Okay, all food items is there. Okay, li, and now fish and chips, right? And then the last one, which is American avocado burger. So American avocado. Perfect. So this is done. Now I can close the UL because this UL is completed, and the American breakfast delicacies UL is also over. So I can close that also. Right? Now For me, this list is completed. I have done all the things. Step by step, I have written everything. Let's recheck. How we can recheck? If you see here, this URL is starting here, right? So this, you can see that this dark line here, the gray line, that URL should close there. Okay. This URL is starting here, so that URL should close there. This URL is starting here. Let me see. This URL is closing here. This URL is closing here, and you have this URL which is closing here. So we have to close this here and this URL. So see, now we got to know that one URL is not closed and we need to close it. Once you put that, this is done. Okay, let me show you the whole list. This is how it looks like. Okay, now let me show you the result first, and then I will explain it again once more. Now if you see here, this is my list which is coming. Let's compare it with my PPT, whether the slide is same or not. If you look here, you can see the same thing is coming. There is nothing which is wrong. It's the same thing, right? Now, if you have not understood how it happened, then let me make you understand this. So what I'll do, I'm going to keep my PPT this side, and this is my code which you can see, right, in Sublime. So let's now compare. If you see the very UL tag, the very first UL tag is here, right? And then you have the li, in which we have written American breakfast delicacies, and that's all. This particular UL is not having any other list. So that's all, right? Inside that we have one more UL in which takeaway dishes are there. Inside that we have one more UL which is American sausage, American hot dog. Inside American hot dog we have two more LIs, and that's it. So we are closing it. After that we have one more list for this UL which is American toast. So we wrote that. After that, do we have in more list? No, we don't have more list for this UL. So closing that UL. After that, we have one list for this UL. So we are writing dining dishes. Inside that dining dishes, we have three lists, which is unordered. We have written that and we have closed it. And then we have closed rest all of the UL tags, whatever was opened. Right? This is what is called as nested list. And these type of questions can be asked in your interview also. So please understand and write the code. So now you can see this is how it's looking. So this one is your ordered list. This is your unordered list. This is your definition list. And this is your one example of nested list. Let's go back to my slide. And now let's see what example of nested list I am giving you to do. This is the example 2, and this example you need to practice. Okay, so you can take a screenshot or you can just stop the video here and go to your Sublime and start creating this particular nested list. Right? It's a very easy nested list. If you can see, the only change is I have used here OL and UL both. Okay, so that is why it's a challenge for you. Check out how you will do it. Okay, and then you can just keep that answer with you so that you can just recheck in your browser that what is the answer coming, is it the same or not, and just be happy that you have done it. You know how nested list works, right? Okay, here one more thing I need to tell, that if you can see in this one we have the lower Roman and here we have the lower alpha, then again here we have the decimal, right? How you will do that? It's really very easy, guys. Just one example I'll show you. So in the Sublime, let me go back and here I'll put one HR. If you can see in the PPT what was there, it is nothing but something like history and then Mughal Empire, British Empire, Mongol Empire, Russian Empire, right? This is like inside history we have these two, and inside British we have these two, right? I'll just show you this much, how it will be done, correct? Let me keep it like this and let me keep my Sublime like this. Okay, now I'm going to do only the half part, not the whole thing, because it's more like a homework for you. So not going to completely do it. Now, first of all, we need OL because it's an ordered list. Next, here, let's write the list. See, I'm not writing the style list style type right now because I don't want to use that right now. I just want to first structure my list, right? So I'm going to write here Mughal Empire and closing it. After that, I'm going to write again which one. So it is British Empire, right? I'm going to close it. Next, we have one more UL or OL. Okay, one second. This was OL. Okay, we have not written here the LI for history. We have to write that. Inside this, we have to write the UL, right? My mistake. Now, let's keep it a little bit inside. And this is done. So we can close it. No, we can't. Because inside this, we have one more OL. Inside which we have Mongol Empire. And here we have Russian Empire. Perfect. Now we are going to close the UL tag. And now we are going to close the which one? The UL tag. And the OL will not get closed because there is one more history which is nothing but mathematics. Like history we have mathematics also. I'm not going to close that. Now let's see what happens in my browser. If you see here, down you can see it's written 1 and then circle and then 1, 2. Where is the problem? The problem is only in the ordered list that it is giving me a decimal, the default one. So I need to change that. What I will do, I'll just go to my OL, this OL. This OL is what? This OL is lower Roman. So what I'll do, type equal to I. Or you can write style equal to list style type equal to lower Roman, right? Let's see what happens if I reload. Okay, this is becoming 1, that's fine. But this should not be 1, 2, this should be AB. Fine. So here in this OL, what I'll do, I'll write here type, I'll write here 1, sorry, A, because it's lowercase. Okay, this is done. Now let's reload my page. Is it happening? Yes, it is happening. And the rest of the things you need to do. Okay, perfect. I hope you are very fine with this explanation and you have understood how this nested list is working. So now let's move to the next topic and let's understand what is there. So now we are going to look upon the most important tags, which is table tags. Now most of the people say that it is very hard to understand, but it is not. So it is very easy and I'll use many examples to explain you how to work with table tags. Okay, so let's begin and let's understand how we can actually create some tables in an HTML file. Okay, now talking about the table tags, table always look like with rows and columns, right? Table always have some rows and columns. So consider that this is one table which I am creating. So it is looking something like this. I'll make some columns. When I'm saying I'm making some columns, that means these are the columns. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 columns, right? Now I'll make some rows. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is 1, 2, 3 and 4. These are the 4 rows, correct? Now in any table, something like this, you have rows and columns. So this is the rows and this is nothing but your columns. Okay, this much is clear. Now in these things, whatever we will write, this will be in bold because these are the headings. Let's suppose I'm writing here S number, that means serial number, and then the name, right, and then the age, right, and then let's suppose gender, okay, and then let's suppose marks. So these will be in bold, correct? And then we will write the data here. Whatever data you want to write, you will write in these boxes, right? These small boxes are called as cell, okay? These are called as cell. Fine. Now, if I want to write it in my HTML, then how will I write this? First of all, you will use a tag which is table tag, okay? Inside this table tag, we will first have a look on the row. That means how many rows do we have? We have 4 rows, right? 1, 2, I'll just tick mark it, 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? So for rows, we use a tag which is a tr tag, okay? Tr means table row. Fine. So let's create that. This is the first row. Now understand, when I'm writing the first row, I should close it also, right? Because inside this row, I will be writing some content. What will be the content? The content will be in this row, in this first row. What are the contents? Serial number, name, age, gender, marks. These are the contents. And inside this only, it will be there. So it has to get closed. So we will close it. But first, let's write the content. So we can't write the content just like that, right? We will use one more tag. Like in list, when we are creating a list, we are writing the tag li to write all the elements, right? We write the element and then we close the li tag. Here also we have to use one tag. Now, remember that these are the headings, right? That means these headings, S number, name, age, gender, marks, these all should be different. It should look different from rest of them. Whatever you will write here, these should look different from these upper rows, right? Why? Because those are headings. So we will use th tag. Th tag means table head. Fine. This is the second tag which we are learning. So we have to put the th tag. And in this, the first one is S number. So this is done. This is one content. Second one is again th, name. The third one is age. Right? And like that, you will write for gender. And you will also write for marks. Correct? You will close the th tag. Now, when it is done, you will close the row. Why you will close the row? Because this row is completed. This row, every item I have written here. So it is done. I'll mention this also because I don't want that you guys get confused. So this is how it is done. Now my table is not completed because I have more 3 rows to be done, right? To be completed. So this is only one row. Can you see? From here till here, this is one row. Now we will jump to another row. When we are jumping to another row, obviously we have to again start the tr. So we will again start the tr. Right? In this tr, we are talking about this row, the second row. We have to put the data here, right? Those data which we'll put here, these are not to be bold because these are not headings now. These are normal data. For that, we use the third tag which is table data, td. So we use td tag now. What we have to use? Same thing we have to do. The only change is instead of th, we have to use td. Now in this td, what we have to do? We have to write the whatever content is there. S number will be 1 for the first row. After that, what is their name? So let's write the name. Let's write my name itself. Right? And then what is next? you have age, right? So let's write any random age, and then you have the gender, correct? And then the last one is marks. Let's say I got 86. And then we will close the row because this row is now completed. Like that you have to do for this row, and then you have to close your table tag. Once you close your table tag, your table is created. Okay. Now, whatever I have told here, let's first do it in our Sublime, and then let's see whether in our web page we are getting this table or not, right? So let's quickly do that. So moving back to our Sublime, what we will do, we will not create any table in this file. We'll create a new file, and this new file we will save it in the name of session3.html. Right? Now let's start writing the program. Okay, so here I will write table tags so that it will be easy for you to understand. And in the body, let's start writing the table tag. Table tag, first row. Inside the first row, we were using th. In the th, we were having serial number. The next, we were having name. The next, we were having age, gender, and marks, right? Let's put that. So age, gender, and marks. Perfect. This is done. Our first row is completed. Do you want to see the table? So let's save this, copy file path, or let's open in browser directly. Once you do that, this is what is coming. Okay, but this is not looking like a table. If I zoom in for you, this is not looking like a table. It is looking like a heading, right? What happened? Okay, the thing here is we have to give a border. We have not specified the border in our table. So what we have to do, in the table tag, we have to write an attribute, that means extra information, that I want a border here. So the border size I'm giving here 2. Once you do that, save the file, go to your browser, reload. Now it is looking like a table in which the headings are there, right? Okay, now let's move and create another row. Now what I'll do, here I have to write td because I can't use th. Th was for table heading. Td is for table data because I want to write the data now. This is done. Now we will write the name. The next we will write the age. So let's say 26. Next is gender. So let's say male. And the next one is marks. So let's say marks 87. Okay, done. Let's close the row. Do not forget to close the row. Otherwise it will not give you the expected output. Let's see whether I'm getting my details. Yes, I am getting my details. And also if you can see how th tag is looking and how your td is looking. So it is looking like that the upper row is a header kind of thing, right? Okay, let's fill this up, right? Only one data we don't want. We want some more data. So you don't have to do anything. You have to just copy this, right? And you have to paste it. Let's paste it again. And then we can just change the data. That's it, right? So here, let me write Mohan. Let it be 25. Let it be male. Let it be 89. Right? I'm just changing the data. Other things will be same only, right? Here I'll be writing something like Rohan, 28, male, let's say 84. Done. We have not closed the table, so let's close that. Okay, let's recheck my table. Okay, table is created, right? Table is created now. But here, I want to show you some more things, okay? So just have a look. Now what I'm going to do, in this table border, I'm going to use some of the attributes which is provided by HTML. So we have cell padding, okay? What is this cell padding? Remember I told you that one block is called a cell. Padding is nothing but the space provided. So suppose if I give here 7. What is cell padding? Let's see. So when I go back to my browser and I reload, you can see some spaces came in the cell itself, right? Inside the cell, some spaces came, right? Some padding came. Padding means spaces, okay? So I have given 7, so that is why that much space came, right? Now if I increase that, so the space will also increase. Let's have a look. So if I go to my browser, it is increasing, correct? Now, there is one more thing which is called as cell spacing. Now, what is the difference between cell padding and cell spacing? You will understand it right away. So, suppose if I'm giving here 5 and I go to my browser, just have a look what will happen. The space is coming in the cell, outside the cell, right? Padding was the spaces inside the cell. But when you're writing cell spacing, that means spaces will be provided around the cell, right? The number is not very much large, so let me explain you like this. Now you see, you will understand what is happening. So all the cells are now going away from each other. That means a space is provided in between these cells, right? So space is coming outside the cells. But in cell padding, what happens? Space is provided inside the cell. I hope you understood this. Now it is not looking that much nice. So I'm going to reduce this. I'm going to give only 4, let's say 3, right? And let's see. Okay, this looks perfect. The table is also looking nice, right? But the question is, why there is a 2 border here? One for cell and one is the outer one. Why? Why is it not looking like a normal table which I have written in this diagram? There's only one line, that's it, right? Here we can see double lines are there. Okay, let's correct that. Now here what we have to do, here we have to write style, and inside this style we will give border collapse. Okay, in border collapse you will write collapse. So it will collapse all the borders. That means all the borders, whatever is there, it will collapse all the borders. Let's see what happens. So if I reload my page, it collapsed all the borders and now my table is looking perfect, right? Just the way I've created in my PPT, in my slide, right? It is looking the same, right? I hope you understood how we create the table, right? And what is this border, what is this cell padding, what is cell spacing, and what is this border collapse. These are the most important attributes, so I have explained you this, right? Now you know how to create a table and what all tags is needed to create a table. We need tr for table row, th for table head, and td for table data. Let's move ahead and let's see what is next in table tags. So now we are going to talk about the call span. Now what is this call span? This is an attribute which is provided to the table tags. Okay, actually there are two, which is call span and row span, but right now we are going to discuss only about call span. Now, why do we use call span? To create something like this. Now what is happening in this table? If you look here, we have one row, we have the second row, we have the third row, we have the fourth, and we have the fifth row, right? We have one column, the second column, and the third column, right? Name, age, and marks. But the name column is divided into again 2 columns. The age column is not divided, but the marks column is again divided into 4 columns. How this is happening? We have not learned this in our table tags, right? That we can divide our columns, right? one column we can't divide it, right? But using call span attribute, we can do that. Okay. So now we'll understand how we can actually divide the columns. Okay. Before going to the Sublime, let me make you understand from here itself that what we are going to do. So first of all, if you look here, the row, right? Obviously in table tags, we have to write the tables or the tags with the row. So let me tell you what you will do in the first row. In the first row, what is happening? There is a th of name, right? So I'm going to write here th. I have to put name here, right? But name is divided into how many columns? 2 columns, right? Name is divided into 2 columns. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here call span equal to 2, and then I'm going to write here name, and then I'm going to close the th. Why am I doing this? Because my name is divided into 2 columns, I've written call span 2. Now what is next? My next is age, but age is not getting divided, so I'm simply writing it. When I come to marks, again I'm going to write call span. And this time, how many columns the marks is getting divided? 4. So I'm going to write here 4. And here I'm going to write marks. I hope this much is clear. So my first row is completed. Right? Our first row is completed. Now, when I'll go to my next row, you have how many data? One is first name, second is last name, third is empty, fourth is math, fifth is English, sixth is social, and seventh is science. That means total 7 th will be there in the next row. Yes or no? Right? There will be 7 th. How come this 7 th came? Have a look here. 2 column here, then 3, and then more 4. Total is how much? 7. This is how you will do some mathematics, and you will be able to understand that in my next rows, how many th I have to write. Let's see in this one, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again you have 7. So in the next row also, you must be having 7 tds, not th. So sorry. This is not th, this is td, because the text are not bold, right? Those are only the data. Those are not heading. And in the next row also 7, right? So I hope you understood how to do this. How much column you are dividing, you have to add all those columns, and then you have to put it inside the rows, right? So let's move to our Sublime and create this table, right? Okay, moving to our Sublime, we have created this table already. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put here one HR tag, going to start another table. Okay, in this table, I'm just going to give here border 2. No cell spacing, no cell padding. That we will see later on. Right now, we have to first create our table, right? That is the most important task here. So let's do that. What we are going to do, first we are going to make our tr. Inside the tr, we will do the td. Now, what we can do here is, we can keep our Sublime like this, right? Let us keep like this itself. Okay, here we have our td, and we can see the table also down, right? Okay, so we have the table here. Now see, have a look here what is happening. tr is the first row. td, which I have explained here also, will not write td, sorry, th. In th, we are going to give the call span. How much call span I have to give? I have to give 2, because name column is divided into 2 columns, first name, last name, right? what I'm going to write here? I'm going to write here name, and I'm going to write here th closing. The next one is not getting divided into any column, so I'm going to just close this. The next is getting divided into how many? It is getting divided into 4. So I'm going to write here 4, and here I'm going to mention marks. This is also done, and I'm going to close the data. So my first row is completed. Now I'm going to do for the second row, and let me scroll down. Now we have to work in the second row, and I told you in the second row how many th you have to use? 7, right? So first th, what we will write? First name. Done. The second one will have last name. Done. The next one is empty, so you keep it empty, no problem. The next one, maths. So let's write here maths. The next one, English. So we'll write here English. Like that we will do for more 2, and it will become 7. So here I'm going to write social. Always try to copy and paste, because you will not waste time like that. So the tables can be very bigger, so you can just write it as it is. So you can copy and paste the codes which are very similar. It is not like you are doing something wrong. So now here we can close the tr. This is done. We can save this. Let's not see the result right away. Let's do one more row, and then we will see the result. So we are going to create the another row. Here also we will have 7 TDs. Can you see here? Right, the 7 TDs. So what are the TDs which we have to write? The table datas are, first is Krishna, and then we have the Raj, and then we have some numbers, right? So what I'm going to do, to copy this, same thing is there. Let me give any number here. They have given 25. Let's take that only. And now I'm going to just paste it. How many times? 4 times, because we have 4 subject. Now 85, I'm putting the same numbers because I don't want you guys to get confused. We have 89 and we have 56. Perfect. This row is completed. So we will close the row, and we will also close the table. Remember that we have only done 3 rows. 2 more rows are left, and I don't think I have to show those 2 more rows, because if this much you have understood, then you will be able to do the next 2 rows also. This is how your program is looking right now. Okay, let's see what it is giving me. Let's go to my browser. Let's reload this page. Okay, I am getting the same thing which was there in the PPT, except that there are 2 more rows which is not here, because I have not written the program for it. Right? So this is how it works. This is how the call span is working. I hope you guys got this. So whenever a column is getting divided into 2 or 3 or 4 columns, we have to mention in our program that this particular column is getting divided into how many. And then you have to add these all, and in the next row you have to have those many columns. Okay, I hope this explanation was easy and you understood what is call span. Perfect. Let's move to the next one and let's see what is row span. This is also an attribute. Okay, and what happens here is just the opposite of call span. Okay, in this the rows are getting divided. If you can see, the column is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. But when you talk about the rows, see, the column is not getting divided anywhere. None of the columns are getting divided, if you can see, right? The rows are getting divided. See, name is getting divided into 2 rows. Then we have 1 more row. Then this row is also there, which is getting divided into again 4 rows, right? Okay, that means we have 3 rows, right? Okay, but that is not the case because rows are not 3, rows are getting divided also. So if you see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows. We have in total 7 rows. So don't get confused. We don't have 3 rows. We have 7 rows. Okay, in total we have 7 rows. Now the question is how you will write this. You guys know that we always make the table in HTML with starting with a row tag, right? So we'll write the tr, which is the first row, this name thing, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here th, and this name is getting divided into 2 rows. So I'm going to mention here row span equal to 2 because the name row is getting divided into 2 rows. That is done. I'm going to write here name and I will close the th. Done. Now this row is nothing but the whole thing. Can you see what I'm doing? This is actually one row, right? This is the second row. This is the third row. This is the fourth row. This is the fifth. This is the sixth. And this is the seventh. So you can see after dividing the rows, the first row which is coming, it will take this name also. You can see the marks. With marks, you have to mention maths 85, 67, 78. Okay, so I think this indication is helping you out that what you have to consider in those 7 rows, what you have to write there. Okay, now I'm not going to actually remove that. I'm going to just remove these arrows because this will get you confused. Okay, now you'll be able to see that what are the rows and what all things we have to write in our code. So here what I'm going to do, in this first row I told with name, first name will also come, Krishna will also come, Mohan will also come, and Shubham will also come. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another th. This th I'm going to write first name. I'm going to close that th. After that we have Krishna, and that is not in bold, so I'm going to write it td tag. In the td tag I'm going to write Krishna. I'm going to close this td. Then we have Mohan. I'm going to write that. And then the last one we have Shubham. And I'm going to close that. Okay, this is my first row. Check out how many columns do you have. 1, 2, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5. Do we have 5 columns? We have 5 columns. This is how you check that your code is correct or not. Okay, now we'll move to the next row. In the next row, what all things will be there? See, in the next row, name is already taken, right? Name is already taken. So we have last name. So we are going to write here th. We are going to write last name. And then what? Raj, Kumar and Garg. Those all things will come here. And then we are going to close the, like that we are going to do for all the rest of the 5 rows. These are the 2 rows which we have written. Rest of the 5 rows also we have to write like this. Okay, I hope you understood this. Please do not get confused when you are working with row span. This doesn't work like call span. Okay, in row span you have to focus on one thing, that whichever row is getting divided, I'll use another color to explain you. This particular row is getting divided, right? So it will take the first divided row with him itself. You can see name, it is taking with first name Krishna, Mohan, Shubham. And the next row will be last name Raj, Kumar and Garg. The next row will take age, empty, 25, 26, 25. The next row will take marks. With marks, it will take the first divided row, which is maths, 85, 67 and 78. The next row will take English, 45, 78 and 76. Like that it will go on. So this you need to take care about, okay? Now, I'm going to remove these lines from here because when I am writing the code, I will repeat this. I want you to concentrate on the table, okay? So let me remove these dots also. And then I'm going to open my Sublime and we will code this. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do, let's open my Sublime. And this particular table was completed. So I'm going to again give an HR tag here. Going to create another table tag with the border 2. And here I'm going to start with the first row. Keeping like this, okay? And what is in the first row, what I have written here, 5 columns I have to create, right? 5 columns is starting with th, row span. How much is the row span? If you see in the table, where is the table? Once. Yes, so in the table, my row span is getting to, let me keep it here. Yeah. So the row span, first row span is divided into 2 rows. I'm going to write here 2. And here I'm going to mention name. Perfect. Now what? So here I'm going to close this because this is done. Next, we will write the first name because that is my next cell. Going to close this. And the same thing is there, Krishna, Mohan and Shubham. So I'm going to just copy paste this and change the data. Oh, sorry, this was TD. Okay, so I have to make it TD and then I have to make these also as TD. Perfect. So these are TD now and just 2 more names we need to. I will only do it for 2 to 3 rows. The rest you guys have to understand, you guys have to practice, right? Now, this one row is completed. We have 5 columns in our hand, right? So let's move and let's do the next one. For the next one, what I'll do, I don't want to write the whole thing again. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to just create here the another row. I'm going to paste that. TR, close the TR, hit enter, paste it. This I'm going to change it to last name and these names only will get changed. So let me write Raj, let me write Kumar, and then the next one is Garg. Okay, perfect. So this row is also completed. What is the next row? Let me keep it above so that we can see the next row. The next row is the age thing. Let me copy this and let me create the next row. Here we have to write the age, right? So I'm going to write age. The next is empty. You write TD or you write TH, content is nothing. So it doesn't matter, right? Now here we are going to give the age. So 25, 26 and 25. This is done, right? And now let's go to the browser and let's reload my page. Once you do that, you can see this is how it looks like. This is what is row span. My name is divided into 2 rows. My name row is divided into 2 rows. And the age, the second column is empty. Let's do the third one also so that you will not have any confusion. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open my Sublime also here. Okay, now let's move to the next row and complete that also. Have a look what I'm going to write in the next row. If you have understood the coding for this, you must be knowing what I'm going to write. So this is the next row, and here th, and then row span. Why? Because marks row is divided into 4 rows, right? So I'm going to give here 4. This is for marks, so I'm going to write marks and then done. Next, we have element. We have which element? We have this one. Maths 85, 67, 78. So I'm going to write here th. I'm going to write here maths. And then we are going to write the td because numbers are not in, marks are not in bold, right? Okay, this is done. Let's copy this. Paste, 85, 67 and 78. 67 and 78, done. Let's close the tr tag and let's close the table. Let's move ahead in the browser and let's see whether it is coming or not. So it's coming. Marks, math, right? Similarly, you have to do for all of them. Okay, but now you will not, in the next row, you will not write the marks thing. You will only write 4 columns, which is these kind of thing. Let me copy this and we are going to write it here. Here we are just going to remove this. We are going to write here English. We are going to write here the marks, which is 45, 78 and 76. I hope you guys have understood this. Let's again recheck my browser. Is it happening or not? Yes, it is happening. The rest 2 rows you guys can complete. So I hope you got to understand how this row span works. Now let's move to the next topic and let's see what is there. So next we have the mixture of row span and col span. So we have a table here which is nothing but a mixture of both col span and row span together. Now how we can create this, right? Let's understand. It's not hard. I'm just going to show you. So let me, okay. You can see this is the first row. Very clearly this is the first row. And this first row is only having one data, which is timetable. And this timetable is one column, correct? This is one column, a whole one column. But this one column is divided into how many columns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So this one column is divided into 7 columns. Our first row is done. We know what we have to write in our first row. tr, we are going to write th. We are going to give here col span. In the col span, we are going to write 7. And here we are going to write timetable. Then we are going to close the th. And here we are going to close the row. Because in that one row, only that much is done. What is there in the second row? In the second row, the row is getting divided into one row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row, and sixth row. So this row is getting divided into 6 rows. Okay. Now how do we write this? So again, we will create a tr tag because that's my another row. And here in the td, what we will write in the th? We will write row span. Right? And in the row span, what we are going to write? In the row span, we are going to write that it is getting divided into 6 rows. Here we are going to mention hours. And this is getting closed. But this row is not only having hours, right? This row is very big. I show you. If you can see here, this hours will take what else? it will take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That is one row, correct? So what we have to do? We have to actually mention after this TH Monday, TH Tuesday, TH Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Right? And then we are going to have this as another row. Then this as another row. And again, the lunch is taking the call span. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So let's do it till here, and then we will see how we can do this project and half day. Correct? So let's bring back our Sublime. And this Sublime, after the table, what we are going to do? The same thing, we are going to put an HR tag, and here we are going to put the table. In the table, let's give the border. The border will give 2. And here I'm going to continue with our row. First row we already know, it's a very easy part. So we have to give the call span in which the value is 7, and we have to write here timetable. Done. Now after this, what we have to do, we have to close the tr tag because that's the only one thing which is written in that row. You can see. Now let's move ahead and let's move to the next row. What is there in the next row? As I've already mentioned, in the next row, what do we have? We have the hours, and that hour is divided into 6 rows. So let's mention that, and here I'm going to write hours. Here I'm going to give the closing th tag, and now we are going to take upon the th, and in this th we will enter Monday because hours will take it through Monday. You can see the green line, right? So here I'm going to write Monday and close that. Like that we have to give it for all the other days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Let's write that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the last one is Saturday. So my row is completed. So I'm going to close this row. Correct? Now the next row, what is there? The next row we have all the TDs, the table data, right? So I'm going to make the TD, and here I'm going to write social science. Then what do we have? We have maths. How many do we have? We have 5 more. These questions will be asked in the interview, guys, if you're going for a front-end developer position, because row span, call span is one such topic which confuses any beginner in the starting stage. Okay, so you can prefer this particular explanation and you can understand like this. So after social science we have maths, then we have physics, and then we have biology. So let me write that. Next is arts. Okay, we have one more. So we have physical education. Perfect, this is done. This row is also done, so I'm going to close this. The next row is also the same thing, so let's copy and let's paste it here. Okay, let's change the data. So we have here chemistry, we have here history. I hope you can see the table, that I am seeing the table and I'm doing the same things. English, then maths, and then we have sports, and then we have environmental science. Perfect, this is done. Now we will move to our next row, which is the lunch. Let's see what we are going to do here. So understand it very carefully. This was already closed. Let's understand this row very carefully. So in this row, what is happening? this row is actually divided into 5 columns, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to first put the th, then I'm going to put call span, I'm going to write 5, and I'm going to write here lunch. That's it. Done. Do we have anything else? Yes, we have. If you look here, one second. So if you look here, we have here half day. And if you look, this half day is actually touching this particular lunch also, right? So this half day is a part of this row. So if I show you which particular row is it, you can see this lunch is actually taking this whole thing. Okay, so half day will also come in that row. When you talk about maths, biology, physics, social science, project will come in that row. And these 4 will be alone. Okay, I hope you understood this. Now let's bring out our subline, and because with lunch we have the half day, and if you look here, the half day is divided into some rows, right? This half day is also divided into some rows. With a green pen, if you can see what I'm doing, this is the one row, this is the second row, and this is the third row. This one and this one. So we have 1, 2, and 3. Project is only divided into 2 rows, but half day is divided into 3 rows, right? So let me not confuse you. Let's remove these things from. Let's remove this line, let's remove this line, let's remove this line. And let's remove this red part also. Let's remove this red part also. Perfect. So this is one row, this is second, this is third. For project, we have only 2 rows, social science one and the physics one, correct? So let's bring back our sublime, and here we are going to write TD. For the TD, how much row span I have to give? I have to give 3 row span for half day. So I'm going to write here half day. Now I'm going to close the TR tag. Let's see whether in my browser those things are coming or not. Can you see this? Exact same thing is coming. The half day is having the row span 3, but it is not visible because we have not written the rest of the rows, right? That is why it is not visible. So let's go back to our sublime. Let's complete this. This row is done. Now let's write the next row, which is nothing but having these 5 subjects. So I'm going to write here maths. Let me copy this so that I can save some time. And here I'm going to mention biology. Here I'm going to mention physics. And here I'm going to mention social science. This is done. We have one more left, which is the project. But project, as I said, is divided into 2 rows. So what I have to do? I have to give here 2. And then we have to write here project. Once it is done, we can close our row, because half day we have already written in the previous row, right? So now again, you did not have to mention the half day. This is done. Now let's have a look what we have to do in the last row. So only 4 data is there in the last row. So I'm going to write here those 4 data. Going to just change the subject names: chemistry, maths, sports, and physics. So I'm going to cut this from here. Going to write here sports, and I'm going to just paste this physics here. Done. Close the TR tag, close the table tag. Done. Let's save this and let's see whether I'm getting the same output or not. If you look here, you are getting the half day as 3 rows and the project as 2 rows, which is divided. Let me show you the code in a bigger manner so that you'll be able to see what we have done. Okay, so with the lunch, which was having the 5 call span, with that we have written the half day, which is dividing the rows into 3. And in the next row, we are dividing the project into 2. And in the last row, project was not written because we have already written project. Right? This is how you will be doing the code for tables, which is having row span and call span together. Okay, so you can see here in this example, it was a little bit tough, but with practice, you will never feel any table designing as tough. Okay, so here the timetable was divided into many columns and the hours was divided into many rows. So we had the call span and row span both in this particular example. I hope you understood these topics, these small topics of table, which was row span and call span, and also the attributes such as cell spacing, cell padding, and border, right? Also the border collapse. Let's move ahead and let's see what we are going to discuss next. So in the next topic, we are going to discuss about how to design forms or how to work with forms in HTML. Now, what is the meaning of form? It's a very easy thing. You must have seen in many of the web pages or websites where you fill some details about you, right? Let it be a login form or let it be a registration form. We get some text boxes and we have to fill our names or our details in those boxes. So how can we create those kind of forms in our web page? Let's see how we can do that. So there are some simple tags which we have to use to do this particular thing. Those simple tags are nothing but form tag, input tag, and label tag. Now, before understanding and doing the practical aspect of these 3 tags, let's understand what are these. Just like in table tag, we have the table tag, which is the main tag, right? So if you want to create a table, you have to use this table tag. Similarly, if you want to work with any list, you have to write the main tag, which is UL or OL. In the same way, if you want to work with forms, the very main important tag we have to use is form tag. Now, inside the form tag, what we have to do? Inside the form tag, you have to write all those things, whatever you want in a registration form. Let it be your first name, last name, phone number, mobile number, address, anything. Those all things should be inside these form opening tag and closing tag. Now let's see what is this label. Label is nothing but when you want to label something. Let's say I want to label first name. So I'll write here first name in this label. So in the label tag, I have written the first name. So it is just a normal labeling. Labeling means just marking up things. Like suppose I'm writing first name, then I'm giving a colon, and here is a text box. So this text box is separate, and this first name which is written here, this is nothing but the label. So this label is nothing but labeling that what you have to write here in the text box, right? That is what is called as label. Another doubt which can come to your mind is that what if I don't write the label tag? What if I simply write first name? No problem, that will also work. So without label tag also, if you're writing first name, it will give you the same thing, which I have ticked here. But what is the reason that we have to use label tag? The reason why we have to use label tag is nothing but about this for attribute. So we use one attribute which is for in our label. Now what is this for? We will see just in 2 minutes. Before that, let's understand what is this input tag. Input tag is basically providing the text box. So whatever text box you can see here, a very decent size text box will appear when you are writing input tag. The size can differ or can be manipulated by you, but we will see that later on. Now it is written type text. That means inside this particular text box, you can write any text. That is why we have written type equal to text. Another question, do we have any other value except text? Can we write any other value here? Yes, you can write, and I'll show you what are other things we can write. If you can see, I have created a table something like this. So instead of text, you can write radio, checkbox, submit button. We will see what are these things. But right now, let's stick to type equal to text. Then we have written some ID. And then we have written some name. And then we have another attribute which is value. Now let's understand first what is this value. Value is nothing but what value you want to be there in this text box by default. So by default, I want Ritvik should be there in this particular text box. So by default, this is there in my text box. What is this name and what is this ID? Now have a look. In any registration form, when you fill that particular form, you'll get a submit button. And when you click on that submit button, what happens? Those all data gets saved into the server. Those all data gets saved into the server. Now, when it is getting saved into the server, it will be saved in a very organized manner. Something like this. So, it will be saved like fname equal to Ritvik. Why it is looking like this or why it is saving it like this? Because we have mentioned here name equal to fname. So why we are assigning name equal to fname? Because in the server, how it has to get saved, that we are writing here. So we are basically telling our browser that if the user is clicking on submit, inside the server, it has to save it like this. Okay, where the name of that particular component will be fname and the value will be Ritvik. This is how it has to save. Same thing will go here. Name equal to lname, value Raj. That means it will be saved like lname equal to Raj. This is how it will be getting saved inside the server. Now, the last thing is, what is this ID? Now, do you remember I told you that in the label, we are using the for? This for and this ID should match. That means the for of the label tag and the ID of the input tag should match, so that the browser can understand that this label is for this text box. Similarly, you can see in this label, we have used the for as lname, and in the input, we have used the ID as lname. So now the browser knows that this label is for this input box. Right? So it is just an indication for the browsers that it is basically something like a roll number. In your school time or in your college time, you must be having a registration number or a roll number, right? Same thing happens here. So whenever in school your roll number is called out, then you stand up, right? Same thing happens here. One roll number I have given to label, one roll number I have given to input. Okay, so it is matching. That means these two are connected. Similarly, these two are connected. So it is very easy for the browser to understand basically what are you writing in the code. So browser can understand the code in a very descriptive manner. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Before understanding this table, let's complete this code and write it in our Sublime so that we can see how this particular thing is working. So let's go back to my PPT. Let's copy this particular code. And in my Sublime, let's create another file. So I'll create a new file and name it as session4.html. This is created. Now let's have the skeleton and let's write here HTML forms. Now inside the body, let me paste this. Now inside the body, what all things I have pasted? I have pasted the form tag, I have pasted the label, the for, the first name, then there is a BR tag. Let me correct this. And then there is the input tag in which type equal to text, ID fname, name fname, value Ritvik. Now, remember that we are not writing any submit button, and also inside the form, we have not written that where this page should get saved. If you want to save this particular or you want to submit this particular form, then you have to use an action attribute, and here you have to write the particular file name where you want to save all the data. But right now I don't want to confuse you, so I'm not writing that. So just consider that there is no submit button. Okay. Now when I refresh it and I go to open in browser, you can see that my label is written, my text box is there. Inside the text box, I have the value Ritvik. The same thing is happening in the last name also. Let's do some changes and let's see how it is affecting my web page. So suppose if I am not writing this particular whole label, I'm just commenting that, and I am simply writing here first name. When I do that, let's see what happens. See, if I go back to my browser and if I reload, if you can see, nothing happened. It's just that the difference is coming because of the BR tag. Let me give the BR tag. Once I give the BR tag and I again refresh my web page, it's the same. There's no change which you can see which label is making, right? But label is making some changes when you're writing the for attribute. So for attribute is matching with this particular ID, and that is how it works. Okay. That difference you can only see when you will use the submit button. Right now I'm not using any submit button, so this is not important to write. Okay, perfect. Now this first name and last name we have seen. Let me remove this from here also so that you will not get confused. Now in this particular value, if I write anything else, that particular text will be coming in my browser. Okay, and yes, we can change this. So we can change to Ritvik and we can change this to anything else, and we can submit that, and that will get submitted in my server or in my any of the other files. Now what else? So I told you that now we will be looking into this table, that what all other forms or other types we have. We have seen the text where we can put in only the text, like any names or something. What is this radio? What is this checkbox? What is this submit? And what is this button? Let's see one by one what are these things. But before going into the practical aspect, let's understand what is this thing. Radio button is something like when you get a circle. So suppose if I want to, I'm creating a registration form where anybody can choose which gender you are. So anybody can select that. Suppose I am, male. So here I'll be selecting that. This is what is radio button. Checkbox, you must have understood. It is kind of a square box where you can check mark it. Submit is nothing but this submit button, which I've already shown you like this. You'll get a submit button. And button is nothing but just a normal button. You can write anything here. Try it or, clear. Any such thing you can write in this particular button. Now let's one by one, let's see how this particular coding will be done. And let's make you understand how we can create it. So here is one proper code which is written here about the radio, right? So because we are not using submit button, we are not putting a submit button. Let's write it in a very simple manner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this particular whole code and let's go to my Sublime. And here inside the form, I'm going to give a BR tag so that there'll be a space and then paste it. Now see, inside this label you have for, inside this also you have ID, but we don't need that because right now we are not actually submitting our registration page or registration form, right? So we don't need these things. So we can remove it. Why I'm removing it? Because it is of no use right now. Now after removing, let's see what all things we have written. and why here we have written label in the beginning, but here we have written label at the last after the input, right? Why we have done that? Let's first show you what is happening in the browser. So if you can see, we are getting some circles and we can choose these circles basically, and these are nothing but stating what particular gender are you, correct? So you can choose any one of these, whatever you are. Now, what is happening in the code? Basically what we have done, we have written here an input. Okay, let me remove this form tag. We have written this input tag in which type is equal to radio and name is gender and value is male. Okay, now when the value is male, that means you are choosing the male radio button. Okay, now I hope you can understand why I have written here value male, because once you submit your registration form, when it goes to the server, in the server it will be stored in a very structured manner, something like value equal to male. If you will choose male, if you will choose female, then it will be saving value equal to female. That means gender equal to female, gender equal to male, because name is gender, right? So gender equal to male or gender equal to female. Something like this it will save in your server or in any other web page where you are submitting your form. Same thing happens to this other part. Okay. Now, because you have written here radio, that is why it is showing a radio button, which you can, either one of these you can select, right? Now, let's suppose if I have not written this particular part. Let's suppose if I have not written this particular part, only this much I have written, and I reload my page. If you can see, still it is working, but when you are choosing any of the data, it is not selecting any one data, but it is selecting all of them. Why is it selecting all of them? Because we have removed the code of name and value. That means my browser is understanding that what I want, but my browser is not understanding that after submitting of this registration form, which one it has to go and put it in the server, male, female or other. So he's not giving any options. He's saying you can select any of them or all of them, right? That is why it is really very important that you mention these three things in your commands, in your forms, so that browser will have all the related information. Actually, what do you want? Now see, it is working fine. That is the reason that it is important to write name and value in any of the form tags, whether it can be input type text, input type radio or anything. Now, what I'll do, I am going to copy this particular whole thing and I'm going to type now about the checkbox. So let's write here radio and here I'm going to put checkbox. Other than that, nothing I'm going to change, because right now I just want to see whether my checkbox is working or not. So I'm going to just write here checkbox and let's go to my browser. You can see you are getting the checkbox. Once you click on it, you are getting the tick mark. Right? Now you will say, sir, you have written name and value. Still, this checkbox you can select all of them. How come? Checkboxes are used to select multiple items, right? So that is why here you are not getting an option of selecting one of them. No, you are getting an option of selecting multiple items or all of them, because checkboxes are used for that purpose. So we are going to change this particular thing. I'm going to write here that I am having a government job or a private job or which kind of job. Okay. Let's say I'm a businessman. People can do part-time, right? So business job we can write. Now here what I can write, here I can give a label kind of thing. So I can write here, select your profession. Okay, and also the same thing I'll do here also. Select your gender. Obviously, let's give a BR because there'll be a separate line after this. Let's see how it appears. So you can see, select your gender, male, select a profession. I'm doing a private job and a business job, or maybe a government job, all of them. So I've selected all of them, right? This is how you create the radio buttons and the checkbox buttons. Fine. Now let's move ahead and let's see how we can create the submit button. So for this, it is a very simple thing. You give a BR and you give input, then type, you give submit. Name we don't need here because it is just a submit button. And now when you just go to your browser, refresh, you can get a submit button. That's it. So you're just writing input, type, submit. That's it. Suppose if you want to get a button, so input, type, button, and here I'll remove the name. I'll just write value. In the value, I'm going to write here, let's say try it. Okay, let's save this, refresh my page. You're getting a button again, but this time it is not saying a submit, but it is saying a custom button which is saying try it because I have written try it. This is how you can create a button, and this is how you can create a submit button purposely for the forms. Okay, now we have seen all the attributes of the input. Let's see what is there in the next part of this particular forms. So talking about the tags, we have understood what is input, what is label. Now we have several other tags which we want to look upon when we are working with forms. So these are nothing but select, text area, button, field set, legend, data list, and option. So now let's see one by one what are these tags and how we can work with it. So let's first start with the select tag, and let's see how we can use this select tag in our Sublime Text or in our web page application. So let's move to our Sublime and let's see how we'll be using this select command. Now in this particular form tag, we have written till here. So what are we going to do? We're going to write here the select tag, and inside the select tag, we are going to write the option tag. Now why we are writing the option? Because we want to provide the options here. Now suppose some options, if I want to say, let's say I'm writing Audi here, okay, and the next options we will create line by line. So here I'm going to write something else. Let's say here I'm writing Lambo, here I'm writing McLaren, and let's write here BMW. Right, to all these options we will have the values also. So I'm going to write here the values name, which will be nothing but the same name which is given in the white part, right? So let's write that. Now when this will be done, we have to just change these values for each of them. And now what we are going to do, we are going to just save this. Let's see what happens when we go to our web page. So if you can see, before the submit button, there is a Audi box coming and there's an arrow here. When I click on this arrow, I'm getting all the 4 options, right? Let me make it more clear to you. So what I'll do, I'll bring up all the BR tags one by one once again, so that there will be much more spaces provided after every tag. Okay, so that will become much more clear to you that what is happening basically in this particular web page. So if you can see now, you can easily understand that you can select any of it, whatever you want. Right? Now you can select only one of them, right? And in the beginning, when I reload the page, it is coming as Audi, correct? Now how we can make it like, suppose I want Not this Audi should come in as the first, but the McLaren should come as the first. So I'm going to write here selected. Once I write selected, what will happen? Let's see. So once you write selected and you reload the page, McLaren will be selected first. Okay, so that will be selected first. Now, if we have written selected here, let's do one thing. Let's give here select size equal to 3. If I give size equal to 3 in the select tag, let's see what happens. So you're getting 3 options here. The size of that particular select tag has become 3. You can drag down and you can see the 4th one. Right? Like that, you can drag it. These arrows are coming automatically. I'm not designing these arrows, right? So it is coming automatically. Now, we can select multiple items also once you write multiple here. Okay. So let me not first reload the page. I'm not going to reload the page. Let's first show you that whether it is selecting multiple items or not. So in computer or in system, you must be knowing that how you can select multiple items. You have to hit control button, and while pressing the control button, you have to select multiple items. But if you can see right now, I'm not being able to do it. Well, I have pressed the control button, but still I can't do it. But now when I reload my page and multiple keyword I have written here, now let's see what happens. So I can select multiple items, right? So when you want to select multiple items from a list of elements, you can use this multiple in your select tag, right? So I hope you understood what is select and option. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is our next tag. So if you look here, we have the select and option which we have done. So now we are with text area. Let's see what happens in this text area. So let's go to our Sublime, and after this, let's write here text area. Now in text area, you can write whatever text you want to write. This is an area where you can write whatever text you want to write. Suppose I want to write here, let's say, welcome to great learning. This is what I wanted to print in my text area. Okay, but let's see what happens. Only this much. If I execute, if I reload, what is happening? So you can see a text area is provided, okay, which is draggable. That means how much bigger you want to do it, you can do it. It all depends on you, right? Let me make this submit button go down a little bit. And then here what I'm going to do in the text area, I'm going to write here rows. Rows I'm going to give, let's say, 5. And columns I'm going to give, let's say, 5. Now understand, if you are working with the rows and a column, what will happen? So if you are working with the rows and column, that means rows is these and columns are these, right? So 5 rows and 5 columns means what? 5 rows and 5 columns means something like this will become, right? So you have this much space to write your text. You can write whatever text you want to write here. So 5 rows and 5 columns space is there. That is what is the meaning of text area. I'm providing a text area with 5 rows and 5 columns. That much space. How much I've given? I've given 5 rows, 5 columns. Let's go to our browser. Let's reload the page and you can see this is what is 5 rows and 5. One second. Did I save my file? I have not saved my file. I have to save my file and then we need to reload. So you can see this is your 5 rows and 5 columns. Now you can see it is very small, right? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to increase my column. Let's say I increase my column to 20. Have a look what happens in my browser. So the column got increased to 20. What if I increase my row to 20? So my rows will get increased to 20. Right? And this is also draggable. So whenever you want, you can drag this and you can write whatever you want in this particular text. This is nothing but your text area. Okay, let's move ahead and let's see what is next. I hope you understood what is text area. The next, if you can see, we have the button tag. That means you can use the button tag to create the button. We have already used in one of the type equal to button, but instead of using type equal to button, you can actually use the button tag also. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a button tag, and I'm going to just write here, let's say clear everything, right? This is a button which I have created. Now if I go to my browser, if I reload, if you see here, there's at last there's a button which is clear everything, right? So a normal button, if you want to create, you can use this button tag. It will work similarly as input type equal to button. The next one, if you can see, is field set and legend. So let's understand what is this field set and legend. Coming back to my code, what I'm going to do, after this BR tag, I'm going to write here field set. Now what does this field set do? I'm going to copy this BR here so that there will be a space, and in this field set I am going to write legend tag. Inside the legend tag I am going to write, let's say, personal information. So all the personal information related stuff will be inside this. Okay, and now what I can do, all the personal information related things means these all things I want it in my field. So I'm going to copy this and here I'm going to paste it. So if you can see what I've done, field set, to the field set I've given a legend, and inside that legend inside that particular field set I've given all these labels and inputs. Let's see what happens in my browser. So if I scroll, you can see there's a border here. Inside that border it is written personal information, and inside that box, inside that border box, we have the first name and last name, that particular command which I have written here. So you must have seen this kind of registration form page in your college websites or school websites where they want your degree details, personal information, graduation details, school information, those all things. So such kind of boxes are prepared, and whatever details you want, they will put it inside this box. This is what is your field set and legend. Legend is this part and field set is nothing but the everything, the whole thing, right? Okay. Data list, which is the last one, is very similar to what is your select an option. Okay. So how your select an option works, the same way your data list also works. Let me give you an example. So I'll just copy this select an option thing and I will put it after this. Okay. I'm going to remove this command because we don't want to show you how to use select. Actually, we want to show data list. I'm going to use that. I'm going to cut this particular portion from here because I don't want it. And I'm going to delete this also from here. So now you check out how this will come up. So if I go to my browser and if I reload my page, okay, data list. So my output is not coming, which is expected. So what we have done is we have just written the data list. But when you're using the data list, you should be knowing that we have to use here one more thing, which is input. And then we have to mention here which kind of list do we want. So we want here cars list. So I'll write here cars. And in the data list also, you have to mention which particular list are you referring to. So I'm referring to cars list. So this input is a text box, okay, in which the list is cars, and this data list ID is referring to it. So these two are connected to each other. Okay, now let's refresh my page and let's see whether I'm getting that or not. So if you look here, I am getting a text box. Can you see why I'm getting a text box? Because I've written input here. But this input should show me which list. It should show me cars list. Where is the cars list? The cars list is here in the data list. Okay. So when you want to show up a list of items, then you have to use this kind of data list. In the earlier, when I wrote the code, why it was not showing anything? Because I did not write this line. See, when I comment this line and save the file, you will see you will not be able to see anything because that input text box is not there. Now, once I write that input text box, you will see the text box, plus when you click here, you will get all your data, right? So this is how your data list and option you can use in your form. So now you can see overall, this is looking like a registration form. I know it is not in the center and all CSS styling and all is not there. I mean, it is not looking attractive. So we will do that. But I have already created one registration form, which I want you to do it as an homework. Okay. So let me show you how this particular registration form looks like. So I'm going to open that particular file for you. This is the HTML registration form. Now this is how I have created this, okay? And let me open it in the browser so that you can see how it is looking. So you can see an H1 tag is given, the HR line is given, and then first name, middle name, last name, okay? Then department, you can select whatever. This is what? This is select option, right? And then you have the radio button, you have the phone number, you have the current address, you have your, drop your resume, so you can choose file from here, from your desktop or from your system. Enter email, enter password and retype password. Now, there are so many things here which we have not seen, right? Let's see some of them. First of all, let's start with this particular thing. If you see in this text box, there's a light gray color written first name here, and I can overwrite that. I mean, I can write in that particular thing itself. What is this? This is called as a placeholder. Okay, it's a placeholder. If you look here, in the label first name, I have written here placeholder equal to first name. See, if I want, I can write here my name, Ritvik. Once I save this and reload my page, so here Ritvik is coming. Okay, same thing I can do for all of them, right? Now, the next one is for department. We have already know select an option we have to use. So you can see they have used select an option, right? All the values are given. So if you choose management, BCA is the value which will go to the server. If you choose human resource, BBA is the option which will go. Something like that I've written. The next is the phone number. Now in phone number also some interesting facts I'll tell you. Now have a look here. So in the phone number, what I have written here is I have given the placeholder country code. So if you look here, the placeholder country code. Okay, 1 second. Which one is this? The phone label is here. And then there's the input type text. That input type text is not visible. Is it visible? Yes, it is visible. Here is it. The value is already there. That is why the placeholder is not coming. See, either you can give the value or you give the placeholder. Let's suppose I am not writing this, the value. Only the placeholder is written. Can you see country code is coming here? Right? So because the value is also written, that is why it was not showing the country code placeholder. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this particular file. It is not saved. And let's reload my page. You can see a 9.1. Let's see what is this placeholder. Let's understand it in a very easy way. What is this? So if you look here in the telephone, when you want to give a telephone number, you write type equal to tel. You don't write type equal to text. Okay. Type equal to tel means you are actually in that text box will be writing a telephone number. Size is 25. That means 25 values or 25 width is the size of that text box. After that, the pattern is this pattern. What is it? I'll tell you. Now, in India, we have a pattern, right? Which we can follow to give a mobile number. That we have 10-digit mobile number. 4 digits of the first will be a service provider number and the other 6 is a random digit number. So 4 digits can be from 0 to 9 anything. And after that you have to provide a dash. And after that 6 digits can be randomly 0 to 9 anything. This is the pattern how you have to write the phone number. And for an example, in the placeholder, I have attached an sample that this is how it should look. 4 numbers random, then dash, then 6 numbers random. Right? Now have a look here in this particular portion. Suppose if I have written, or let's say I have not filled anything. Let's say I'm going to click on register, and when I click on register, you can see it says first name, please fill out this field. Right? Why it is saying please fill out this field? The reason is in all of these tags I have written one particular keyword which is required. That means these files are required. You can't skip that. You have to fill these things. You can see in every one of them I have written required. So it is mandatory to fill those particular text boxes. So I have to write here something. Okay. Let's write some random things. Let's choose any random thing, male. Now in the number, what I'm going to write, I'm going to write some random thing. Let's say I'm putting something like this, okay? As soon as I click on register, what is it saying? It is saying please match the requested format. That means my mobile number is written in a wrong way. It is not actually matching the requested format. Let's write it in the matching format. This is my matching format. 4 number in the starting random, dash 6 numbers random. If I click on register, it is not giving any error here. It is giving error here because my email ID is not provided. So now it is accepted. These are the things which you need to know when you're working with a registration form or a login form. Okay. Moving to the next code. If you see, we have written the text area with column 80, rows 5. This we have already seen. Now, the most important thing, which is the resume thing. In resume, we can click on choose file button and you can choose any file from your system. How we can do that? It's a very simple thing. You have to write input and then type equal to file. That's it. When you write type equal to file, one button will come and it will let you attach a file from a system. The same way how we can write the email ID. If you see here, in the email ID, I just can't simply write something, some other text. Okay, I can't do that. It will give me an error. Okay, you can see here, one second. So here label email is there, but the input text, yeah, here we need to write type email. When you write type equal to email, see right now it was not giving any error, right? It was giving the error in password. Now have a look. If I reload my page, I need to fill it again. Okay, I'm filling just random stuffs here. This I can't fill random. So yeah. Okay, enter email. Now if I put anything, it is telling please include an @ in the email address. So you have to put it like a email ID, an original email ID. You can't put anything whatever you want. Even if you put an @ here, then also it will give you an error. It will say please enter the part following @. That means after @ what do you write? You write something like this, right? If you go to register, then it is not giving me any error. So it totally depends on which type you are writing. If you're writing type equal to file, it will create a button and it will let you attach any file from the system. If you're writing a type equal to email, it will accept only email IDs from you with the @ symbol and .com, right? The same way we have type equal to password. Now I hope you must be understanding what is the password thing. So if you look here, passwords are protected, right? So if you write anything, it is protected. You can't see it. When you click on this I thing, then only you can see that particular password. The same goes here, right? So this thing, how it is happening? It is happening because of this type equal to password. Because we are not writing here type equal to text, we are writing here type equal to password. Okay, so this is all about your forms. We have seen a lot of things. We have seen about select, option, form tag, label tag, input tag. Then we have also seen about text area tag. input type equal to tell, type equal to file, type equal to email, type equal to password, right? And then type equal to text, and then some more tags we have seen, which is nothing but your data list, option. Then what else? You have also seen field set and legend, right? So I hope you understood what is this form and how we can create registration forms and login forms using HTML tags. Now let's move ahead and let's understand how we can actually style our web pages. Now that we have seen and learned most of the things about HTML, we have seen what are the basic tags used in HTML and how we can use list or how we can prepare table and how we can prepare the registration forms using HTML tags. Now is the time that we should learn how we can actually style our web pages. That means how we can totally make our web page attractive, right? Because we have already seen how we can design and give a structure to the web page, but our web page is not looking that attractive. It is just building or giving a structure to my web page, right? Now let's start and see what is this CSS and how we can give style to my web page. So let's first understand what is CSS. CSS full form is Cascading Style Sheet. Now, what is the meaning of cascading? What is the meaning of style and what is the meaning of sheet? That we will see right here. But before that, let's cover all these pointers. So, if HTML is the structure of the house, then CSS is the look and feel of the house. That means the structure is something like just the structure, just the building block, that's it. But styling is nothing but when you color them or when you make it attractive, right? There'll be a window here or what there will be in this particular portion, right? How can you make this house attractive? Those are the things which is nothing but your CSS. The structure is your HTML. It is the language to make our web pages presentable. How we can make our home or house presentable? In the same way, if you want to make your web page presentable, we have to use CSS. It is designed to make style sheets for web. So we actually design style sheets for our web pages. Okay. Now what is the meaning of style sheets? We'll see. Now, if we try to break the acronym, then cascading means falling of styles. That means all the styles cascaded together. So suppose this one is color, this one is border, and this one is padding. All these three things I am applying it to paragraph. So we are cascading all the styles to paragraph tag. That is why the name cascading. Style means adding designs, styling our HTML tags. That means we are giving these styles, color, then border, then padding, these all things to my paragraph. That is what is called as styling. Sheets are nothing but a CSS file can be externally made. That means we can create a CSS file separate, an HTML file separate, and one more CSS file separate. So these are nothing but the sheets. So this is one CSS sheet and this is another CSS sheet, right? So writing our style in different documents, that is what is nothing but your sheets. We can write our or we can specify our styling in different documents, right? Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is next. So now let's understand what is the history of CSS, because this is most important when you're learning about any language. When you're learning about any coding language, you should know who is the developer of that language or who actually built it, right? Starting with 1994, it was first proposed by Hakon Guillaume Lee on 10th October. Okay, so he came up with an idea of styling our web pages using CSS. Then in 1996, CSS was published on 17 November. That means it became public with the influencer Bert Boss, and then CSS was in use. Later, he became the co-author of CSS. That means CSS language was written again by a Bert Boss. Okay. Now, in 1996 again, CSS became official with the language named CSS, which was published in December in 1996 year itself. 1997 created CSS level 2 on 4th November, and then in 1998 it was published on 12th May. So these were the actual scheduling, or you can say how things got updated in CSS. What was happening around 1994 till 1998 when people came up with this idea of styling our web pages, which is known as CSS, or which is done by a CSS. Now after this, all the people who are using or creating web pages and putting it in the internet, they are using CSS widely to style their web page. Now this is all about the history of CSS. Now it's not important to have all these informations, but yes, you should know the first year and the developer name, right? These two informations are very important when you are a fresher or a beginner. You should know this information because you will become a front-end developer or a full-stack developer, and you have to pass the interviews, right? You have to crack the interviews. Now, in the interviews, they can ask this type of questions. Moving to the next slide, which is CSS editors. What all editors we can use to write our CSS code? Obviously, you will say that whatever HTML we are writing in Sublime, we can use the same editor to write the CSS. Perfect, you are right. But instead of all those editors, we have some more editors where we can write our CSS, such as Atom. This is also like Sublime. Then brackets, Espresso. So all the Apple Mac users, you can use Espresso for writing the CSS commands. Notepad++, you guys are very familiar with this. This is an updated version of Notepad where you can actually write the codes and you can see it in colors. So all the tags, elements and attributes will be in different colors, so that will be easy for you to understand and write the code. Komodo Edit, this is also very simple particular editor which you can use, but instead of using this, the best one to use is Sublime Text Editor, which we are going to use in this particular tutorial. So we are going to use Sublime Text Editor, which we have already used while writing the HTML codes. It's just that we have to create another file and we have to save it in .css file format. Now you must have understood that we were saving the HTML file with an extension of .html. When you work with CSS, you have to save your file with .css. Okay, don't worry, we will see this in a practical aspect also, and we will see how we can actually style our web page using CSS files. Okay, next let's see what is the basic structure of the CSS and how we can actually write the CSS commands in our Sublime Text Editor. Before going into the practical demonstration, I want to first show you theoretically how we can actually write the CSS. Now there are three things which you have to mainly focus on. The first one is selector, the second one is property, and the third one is value. Now let me take an example and first show you how this particular thing works. So suppose if you have an H1 where I have written the word welcome. Only this is the particular HTML tag which I have used, H1 tag, in which welcome I have written. Now if I have to provide styling to this tag, how I will write the CSS? You have to choose which particular selector you want to provide the CSS. So I want to provide it in the H1 tag. So that will be my selector. So H1 is my selector. I have selected in which particular tag I want the styling. I'll put a curly bracket and here I'll specify the property and value. What is this property and value? That means what actually do you want with this H1? What actually you want it to do? So suppose I want the H1 to have the text color of red. So I'll write here color : red. So this welcome will become red in color in my web page. Suppose I want that the H1 should be text aligned to center. That means this H1 should actually come into the center of the web page. So it will come to the center of the web page. Now this is what is your property and this is what is your value. This is as easy as it is. Right? Now if you want to work with the paragraph tag, then you have to just type another CSS with paragraph selector, and whatever you want to give here, you can give that. Let's suppose I want to give here blue. This is a colon, not a semicolon. This is a semicolon. Like this, you can give the CSS to all your selectors. Right now in your mind, there will be many questions that how we can give same particular styles to all my tags, or can we give different styles to different tags, right? Those things we will cover it in the next topic, but let's see what are these pointers written here, and let's do one practical example of our CSS command. Now a selector means it selects the element you want to target. I wanted to target H1, so I have taken the selector as H1. I wanted to target paragraph, so I have taken the element as paragraph. There are few basic selectors like tags, IDs and classes. Don't worry about this if you're confused with this line. This is just saying that there are basic selectors, like this one is nothing but type selector. We call it as type selector. We have some more like ID and classes. We will discuss it in the next particular topic when we will jump into types of selectors. But right now, information of only this much is enough for you guys. Okay. Now, so we will skip this particular point. We will understand this in our next topic. All forms this key and value pair. So this property and value which you can see, this is also called as key and value pair. That means you have a key and you have a value to it. So all CSS will have a key and value pair. Keys are nothing but the properties, attributes like color, font size, background, width, height, text align, anything such like that. So if you want to change the color, if you want to change the font size, if you want to change the background color, the width, the height, anything you can do, and that is what is called as properties, the keys. The value is nothing but the values associated with these properties. Something like red, center, 400 pixel, 500 pixel, those are nothing but my values. Last point, it always remains same whether we apply it internal or external styling. Again, this particular line you will not understand now, but we will see it in the topic of types of CSS, which is our next topic. We'll be seeing what is this internal styling or external styling meant. Okay. So right now we have these two lines which we need to understand, and keep it in your mind, these lines, that what we are going to do or what we are going to understand with these lines, and we will see it in our next topic. So let's quickly move to our Sublime Text Editor and let's see what we are going to do with CSS and how we are going to write the CSS. So I have some files open here which we have already worked with, right? And let's go to our most first one, which is nothing but the basic tags one. And here I'm going to write our styling. So how I'm going to write that? I'll first of all write here inside the head tag the style tag, because CSS, when you're writing, you have to use the tag which is style tag. So if I have opened it, I have to also close that. Now this particular thing, inside this I'll be writing my selector, property and value. So let's first check what all things do we have. If you can see, we have the H1, we have the paragraph, we have some more paragraphs, and we have many things here, address and everything, right? So what we are going to do here, let's select one of the selector and let's give it some color. So let's say if I'm choosing this address. Okay. Now what I want to do, I'll remove this extra address, and here what I want to do, I will give an address selector. To this address selector, I want to give some color. So let's say I want to give a color of red. Let me save this. I have saved it, and you can see I have only given one property and value to this particular one selector, which is address. Let's see what happens. If I go to my browser, if I go to this particular page, you can see right now I have not reloaded the page. That is why my address is black in color. If I reload my page, my address becomes red in color. If you can't see it, I'm just zooming in, and you can see it is red in color. Now you will tell me that, sir, the same thing was happening when you did it here. So in H1 and paragraph, we wrote style equal to color green, and this particular H1 becomes green. If you can see here, the same goes to that paragraph, it becomes red. Then why are we creating this kind of a style tag and we are writing it here? Correct? That's a very good question if you have it in your mind. Now let me tell you what and why do we require this. Understand that this is also CSS and this is also CSS. There's no difference in that. Obviously, the difference is in the writing. So in the writing, you can see that this CSS is written in a different manner and this CSS is written in a different manner. Now, why is it so? Let's talk about it. When you're writing style in your particular tag itself, we call it as inline CSS. Okay, so we call it as inline CSS. Let me comment this. So this is called as inline CSS. Why? Because you're writing the CSS in the same line. You're writing the CSS in the same line where you want it. Right? That's the same thing you're doing in the paragraph also. You're writing the same CSS or whatever CSS you want to give, you're writing it in the same line where you want it. Right? What is happening here? We are not writing the CSS in the same line. This is called as internal CSS, right? This is called as internal CSS. Now, why is it called as internal CSS? Because in the same HTML document file, internally, we are writing the CSS. Internally, in the same HTML document, we are writing the CSS. So that is what is called as internal CSS. Now, I hope you remember in this slide also we have seen one liner, which was the last point. It says it's always remains same whether we apply internal or external styling. This is what is internal means. Okay, that is why we have written this internal word here. So when you write internal, internal means that we are writing this particular CSS in our HTML document, right? Inside it. It is not in the same line. Okay. Now that we know that there are two ways to write it, right? We can either write CSS inline or we can either write CSS internally. It all depends on you. There are one more way which is called as external CSS, which you have seen in the slide also. Here we have written external. We will see this later on. Okay, not right now. We'll see what is external. But the main point to handle here is, or to understand here is, that why we have 2 or 3 types of CSS. Why we have inline, why we have internal. Whether internal is not sufficient, can't we just write here H1 color green or P color red? That will also work, right? Then why do we need these? That is the question. Now understand, suppose if you have so many things, you have so many CSS to give to the H1, right? Suppose you have here only, I'm writing color green. Now let's say I'm going to give here the background color. Let's say I'm going to give the background color as black. And then I have the font size. So let's say I'm giving the font size as 50 pixel. And then I have many things. I have text align, let's say centered. Now you can see how complex is it looking. To understand this particular one-liner code, you have to first go line by line. Color green, background color black, font size 50 pixel, text align center. And I don't know if we can increase this also, right? Maybe it can take more, 2-3 more lines. So writing all the CSS in one line is really very tough and it is very difficult to understand what you are writing in this particular one line and how many CSS are you writing in this particular one line. So when you are using inline CSS, it is most recommended that you are using only one or two properties and values. You are giving only one or two property and values in your style. That is the purpose why we use inline CSS. We use inline CSS to just give one or two property values so that it doesn't look much, descriptive, or it doesn't look much crowded, right? So suppose, imagine that if I'm writing here background color, that's it, black, that's it. Only color red, background black. This is much more understandable than this H1, right? Now, what we can do, if we can't write these all things in our inline, we can write it in our internal, because in internal, it is much more descriptive and good looking when you write these things here. How? Let me show you. So you can see here, now it is looking much more better than the inline CSS, right? Because we have all the commands also here, and it is line by line, right? So it is much more descriptive, and it is not looking like a chaos, because we can see color, background color, this is in separate lines, right? So the whole motto of designing different types of CSS is nothing but you have different views or perspective to write the CSS. If you have more number of CSS to write, please use internal. If you have less number of CSS to give to one selector, then use inline. Okay, let's see how it is looking in our web page. For H1, we have given color green, background color black, and font size 50 pixel, text align center. And for paragraph, we have given the color red and background color black. So right now it is looking like this, but once I reload my page, it is looking something like this. So for H1, my text align is center, font size is also increased, it has come to the center, and the background color is black. Same goes to the paragraph. The paragraph background color is black and the color is red. That's what we have given in our CSS. So this is how you totally work with CSS. This is just the beginning of CSS. We have one more type of CSS which is pending. We have not understood. So that is external CSS. We will look into it in our next topic. But this is how we use CSS and write it in our HTML code. I hope you understood this particular topic. Let's move to our next topic and understand what is it. So our next topic is talking about CSS comments. Now HTML comments we have already seen, and we have seen how we can actually write we can actually make any statement as a comment, right? What are these comments? These comments don't render on the browser. That means these are not a code. These are just basic information, or you can say descriptive information about our coding. So if any beginner or a fresher or any developer is looking into it, he can totally understand by reading our comments that what code we have written there. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. It helps for debugging the code. That means debugging is nothing but when you want to understand the codes line by line, you want to understand each line, what is it saying, right? So after this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? That is what is called as debugging. There are two ways to comment, a single line and a multiple line. We will see these two things right now in our Sublime, but you must be confused that how we are commenting in our HTML isn't the same way we are commenting the CSS also. Yes, it is the same way. Then where is the difference? Let's see. So we know that this is our paragraph and this is our HTML, right? There is no CSS. If you see here, whatever text I've selected, there is no CSS. So if I hit Control/, what is happening? This is getting totally commented. How? Just with this angular bracket, exclamation mark, double dash, and ending with double dash and angular bracket. This is how HTML is getting commented. Let's come to our CSS. This is our CSS. Let's select this and let's comment it. When we comment it, is it the same way is it getting commented? No. The way of putting the comment is different, right? I am pressing Ctrl/. That is the same thing. In any programming language or in most of HTML CSS programming languages, not programming languages, but yes, in working with HTML and CSS, if you are, working with comments, if you want to give comments, you hit Ctrl/, right? Here also I did the same thing, but when I did that, there's a different kind of comment which is coming here. If you see / and then //, it is not giving me this kind of comment. Why? Because both HTML and CSS is having different kinds of comments. Okay, that is the reason I told you that if a question is coming in your mind, that what is the difference in the comments of HTML and CSS, this is the difference. Now suppose these we have done it for multiple lines. What if I select only one line to comment, that is single line? So if I comment this, you can see it is doing it in the same way how it has done for the multiple line, right? Let me uncomment this. And now let's move ahead. Let's uncomment all these things because we want these in our codes. So let's uncomment these all things. So I hope you understood how different is it looking when you're commenting it in HTML and when you're commenting it in CSS. You can see here when I commented internal CSS, the same kind of CSS comment is coming. But when I commented inline CSS, you can see a different HTML comment is coming here. So I hope you understood what is the different types of comments which is given in HTML and CSS. The meaning of comment is actually same. It's just that it is not a code and it doesn't render on the browser. It is just an information or description for the user. That's it. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic we are going to talk about. So now we are going to see and talk about the different types of CSS. We are going to understand that how many different types of CSS are there and in how many different ways we can write it. We have already seen two of the ways, but we are going to discuss that in more deeper way, and let's understand what are the different types of CSS. So there are three ways to write CSS in our HTML file. The three ways are inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Now, when you talk about inline CSS, it's nothing but when you write the CSS in the same line. That means if you have an h1 tag, then you write the style there itself with an equal to, and then you give the property and value whatever you want to give here. Well, this is what is nothing but your inline CSS. So we can write the heading to be anything. And now talking about internal CSS is nothing but when you are writing the CSS tags or CSS commands in your HTML document itself using the style tag. So inside the head you write the style tag and then you mention the selector, and then inside that you write the whatever property and value you want to mention. This is what is about your internal CSS. Then what is external CSS? We will have a look right now. Okay. So before going to the Sublime and do a practical on all of these, let's understand what is the priority order of it. Priority order means that suppose that you have written inline also and internal also for the same selector, then which will be followed? Obviously the inline one will be followed because priority order for this particular types of CSS is inline is greater than internal, which is greater than external. So for h1 tag, if you are giving an inline CSS and an internal CSS, inline one will be followed. We will see it in a practical way also, that what I'm saying. So let's move to a Sublime and let's see what here I'm talking about. Now in Sublime, we have already created so many files. So I don't want to work with these files. So let's close these files and create a new one. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to save it. So here I'm going to write session. Okay. Now, so let's write some basic HTML code first and then implement some CSS into it. And let's see how it works out. So title, we will write types of CSS. And in the body, let's write some commands. So let's give some heading. Okay. And let's give some paragraphs. Or let's say a subheading. Now let's write a paragraph. So in paragraph, we can write any random thing. So I'm just writing my name is Ritik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS. Just a normal paragraph, that's it. Okay, now let's understand one by one what is this inline, internal and external CSS. Right now we have not given any kind of CSS in this particular file. So we have saved this and let's see in the browser how it looks like. We are going to close these all because we don't need these. Now here you can see we have a heading H1 and then H2 and then a paragraph, right? Now there's no color, no style, nothing. It's very normal looking, right? And let me just keep it in 100%. So it looks like this. Now let's go to a Sublime and start giving some commands to it. Let's first start giving the inline CSS. Now see, how do we give the inline CSS? We write the style and then we give the equal to sign and then we give the color. Now it can be anything. It's not important that you have to give color only. You can give whatever is particular CSS you want to give, whatever property you want to give. So in the color, I'm going to write here, let's say red. When I'm writing red and suppose I want to add some other property also, then I'm going to give a semicolon here to separate one property from another. Now I'm going to write a second property. Let's say I'm going to write text align and here I'm going to give center. Okay. Now you must be remembering that while writing an inline CSS, the CSS should be small. That means it can have properties like 1 or 2. So I've written only 1 or 2. Okay, I'm not writing much more because if I'm writing much more, then I should go for internal CSS, right? So I've written this much CSS for H1 tag. Now let's reload the page and yes, it is working. Okay, now for H2, I want to give some more properties for CSS. So I'm going to use internal. What I'm going to do here is style tag and here I'm going to write H2 and for H2 I want some things. So let's say color, I'm going to use here green. Text align, let's say center. And let's say font size, I'm giving 50px, or let's say 30px, and some random other kind of CSS I'm giving. So let's say padding top 5 pixel. You must not be knowing what is this padding top, but don't worry, I'm going to teach you in just maybe next 5 minutes what is this padding top. So now this much CSS I've given for H2. Let's see what happens to my web page. Okay, 1 second. So we have not closed the style tag. Let's close that and then reload my page. So you can see my particular H2 tag is green in color. It's in the center, and what else we have written? Font size is 30 pixel and padding top. From top there is some space. If you're not understanding padding top, don't worry. Specifically, I will explain about it in the next topic. So here you can see the CSS is working, internal CSS. So let me write it here that this is nothing but your internal CSS and this is nothing but your inline CSS. Okay. Now let's talk about what is external CSS, because we have seen many examples of inline and internal. Now let's see what is this external CSS. When internal means that you have to write the CSS in the same HTML file, external means that you have to write this particular thing in a different file. So what you have to do is you have to create a new file, okay, and you have to save it. You have to keep it in the same folder. So what I'm going to write here is I'm going to write, let's say, style.css. The name of the file I'm giving is style.css. You can give any name, but yes, .css is mandatory because this file is specifically a cascading style sheet file. So I'm going to save this. Now this is my style.css which is saved. Now understand, when you're working with external, you don't use any tag here. Why? Because this is not HTML that it will understand a tag. This is a CSS. This is a different language other than HTML, right? So in HTML, when we are working, we write style tag. But when you are a separate CSS file, then you don't write any tag. You just write the whole CSS part. Okay, so it will look something like this. Now let's save this file and let me remove this style from here, or let's comment this. Okay, so right now here I don't have internal CSS. I only have this file. Now in this HTML, let's save this and reload my page. Whether my H2 CSS is working? My H2 CSS is not working. Why? Because I have removed it from this file and I've kept it in a separate file. But this HTML file doesn't know that I have created a style.css and I want it to link to HTML. Right? Because of no linking, that means no connection between these two files, this HTML file is not understanding that where is the CSS written for H2. Okay, so this HTML file is not understanding where is the CSS. For that, what we have to do, we have to link this particular CSS file to this HTML. How we can do that? Very simple. We have to use link tag. Once you write li, you will be getting some options. So you will be getting link tag as an option in Sublime. Just click on that. You will get some things automatically. Now let's see what are these attributes. REL means relation. That means the file which you want to link with this HTML file, what is the relation of that file? The relation is that it is a style sheet file. What is the type of that file? The type of that file is text/CSS. That means it's a CSS file. In the hyperlink reference, we are going to give the name of that file. So our name of file is style.css. That's what we are going to give. Save this and let's reload my page. In H2, I am getting that particular CSS here. That means these two files are now linked to each other, and they know that this HTML file actually knows that he is having a CSS which is an external. So this is what we call it as external CSS, because we have written a separate file in which only CSS commands are available. Now you must be thinking why there are three types of CSS. In the previous particular topic, we have seen that why there are inline and internal, because in inline, if you want to specify a minimal amount of property and value, then we write it here itself. And in internal, when you have for one selector, when you have 5 to 6 or 8 to 9 property and value, then you write that particular CSS in internal way. Then why do we use the external? Now understand. Suppose you have so many tags here. You have 5 H1 tags, 5 paragraphs, and then 10 different sections you have. Then you have 10 different, one footer you have, one header you have. You have so much big program here. Okay. Now for all of those things, you need CSS. For all of those CSS, you will write it in an internal way. When you will write in an internal way, then inside head, your style tag will contain all the property and value. And if you have to look upon the HTML, you have to scroll down. You have to keep scrolling down, because in the starting only CSS will be there. And that is what is making my file very big, right? Suppose if you have some error in your code and in the browser, in the web page, something is not coming up. And that error is from HTML side. So you'll go to a subline, you will check the code, but before checking the code, you have to scroll down, because my HTML part is given down below, right? So you have to scroll down too much, because CSS is quite a very long CSS, right? So in those cases, what we can do, we can write the CSS in a separate file, so that it will be easy for a developer or anybody to understand where is the problem and to rectify that problem. Suppose the problem is with the structure or design. That means some paragraph is not actually coming up here. So we know that problem is with HTML. We'll go to HTML file and we will see why that paragraph is not showing. But suppose if the problem is with the color or the alignment or border or padding or margin, then we know that the problem is not in HTML, the problem is in the CSS. So we can directly go to the CSS file and we can rectify here. That is why it's really very good to have different files for HTML and CSS, because both the files will look very compact and it will be structured. So your both the files will not be very long, so that you get bored and you get scrolling to check out the errors in your, or to find out the errors in your code. I hope you understood the different types of CSS. So let's go back to our slide and let's see what is written there. Now, talking about inline CSS, let's have some pointers. So before CSS, this was the only way to apply styles. Now, when CSS did not came into the market, for HTML tags, we used to give the styles in the same line. Now, when people came to know that, if you have larger number of CSS, then your file will become more complex, right? Or more crowded. That is why it was not an efficient way to write, as it has a lot of redundancy. Okay. Then self-contained. So inline CSS is self-contained because in the same H1 tag or a P tag, you are writing the whole CSS. It is uniquely applied on each element. Yes, for H1 it is uniquely applied. For paragraph, again it will be uniquely applied. For all the tags, it is uniquely applied. Idea of separation of concerns was lost. That means there is no separation. If you want to write the CSS, you have to write it inside the tag itself. So there was no separation of HTML or CSS file at that time. The examples are given here. If you can see, the same way H3 style color red and paragraph style color green. So this is your inline CSS. Let's talk about the internal CSS. What we have learned? We have learned with the help of style tag. So we use the style tag. We can apply styles within the HTML file. So this is one thing which we have seen. Redundancy is removed, right? That redundancy means duplication, right? So duplication is removed when you talk about internal CSS. Then, but idea of separation of concerns is still lost. That means is still your CSS and HTML is not separate, right? Your CSS is still inside your HTML, right? So still it is very complex to understand the particular code. Uniquely applied on single document. So in whole HTML document, we apply one section of CSS. That means wherever we start with the style tag, we start with the CSS, right? So in one file, there will be one section where CSS will be written. So every document will have one CSS, correct? Every document will have one CSS. Understand this very clearly. That means each file you make, there will be one CSS. If this is one HTML, there will be one CSS. Again one HTML, there will be one CSS. Why I'm saying this and explaining it again and again, I'll tell you when we will discuss about external. For example, you are writing this style tag and then you are mentioning your selector property and value, and then you are closing your style tag. This is what is your internal CSS. Let's jump to external CSS and let's talk about this. With the help of link tag, we link our CSS style sheets to our HTML, correct? So with the help of link tag in head tag, we can apply styles. Reference is added. Reference means href, hyperlink reference is added. Of which file? Of the CSS file. File saved in .css extension. Obviously the CSS file will be saved in .css extension. Redundancy is removed here also because it's a totally different file. Idea of separation of concerns is maintained. That means now you have a different set of CSS file. That means totally a different document, correct? So this is HTML, which is a separate document, and this is CSS, which is a different document. So separation is there, correct? So I have already told you what is the benefit of writing HTML in a different file and CSS in a different file. Now let me tell you what I was explaining in internal CSS. So I told you in internal what is happening. For each document, for each HTML document, you will have one CSS in internal, right? In each document, you will have one CSS. So like that, you will have so many HTML documents, and every HTML document will have one CSS. But that is not the case when you're working with external CSS. Suppose you have a very big project to work with, okay? And you must have seen navigation bars in your web pages. So navigation bar, something look like this: home, and then about us, then contact, and there are login and many more things written here. For each of these pages, when you click on it, you get a different kind of web page. So for all these pages, we'll have separate HTML document, right? For home, we'll have home.html. Let me write it so that you will understand in a better way. For home, we'll have home.html file. For about, we'll have about.html file. For contact, we'll have contact.html file. Right? Now, when I'm writing these or when I'm creating these HTML files, do we have to create separate CSS file for each one of them? If yes, then understand and think how many different files will be there. 3 HTML files, that means 3 more files of CSS. That means in total you will have 6 files to work with. And again, in Sublime, if you're opening 6 files at once and if you're working with it, it is more complex. So in external, this is not the case. In external, what you have to do? Home.html, about.html, contact.html, and there will be only one file which will be style.css, and all the styles for these 3 files will come in this CSS file. So all the particular CSS depending on home, about, contact, these all will come into this style.css. So now you have only 4 files to work with, right? This is why actually external CSS is more beneficial to work with, because you'll have only one file to write the CSS for all the other HTML files for the same project, right? So this is what I wanted to tell you, that external CSS is always better when you have a bigger project to work with. When you have single page to work with, you go for internal CSS. But when you have a bigger page to work with where you have different HTML files, then please go for external, because there you will be using only one CSS file and that is enough for you. Next point, it is uniquely applied on each document. Okay, and the example is written here. So we are writing link tag, Arial style sheet, then href, you will give the file name. So in our case, it is style.css. You can give any name, but .css is mandatory. And this is what will be written inside style.css, which is an external file. Perfect. So we have understood very clearly that what are the different types of CSS and why do we use it and why they exist in so many different forms. What is the reason behind, coming up with different types of CSS? And this question is really very important in interview perspective, because interviewers do ask that why there are different types of CSS to work with. So I hope you're clear about that. And let's move to our next topic, which is types of selectors. Now, before moving into our next topic, which is types of selectors, I forgot to tell you about one thing, which was nothing but the priority. So what we are going to do here is, we are going to go back to our Sublime and let me tell you what is the priority of our types of CSS when you're working with all the types of CSS or 2 types of CSS. So we have seen the priority is nothing but inline will always be greater than internal or external. So what we are going to do here is, in this particular internal, I'm going to remove these comments, and here in H1 you can see I've given this style color red, right? So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write here H1 itself, and here I'm going to give the color as purple. Okay, so here in inline I have written the color as red for H1, but in internal CSS I have given the H1 as purple. Let's see what happens in my browser. So if you look here, and even if I'm refreshing, my H1 color is still red. It is not getting changed to purple because I've written the color purple in my H1. Right? Now, suppose if I give here any other CSS command, let's say that I'm giving here background color. Background color, let's say I'm giving black. Okay. Now please notice that this background color black is not given in inline part, right? In inline part, this particular background color property is not there. So obviously when you will refresh, it will be followed. Why? Because CSS and browser both understand that to H1 you have given some command which will be followed in a priority basis from inline. So these two are getting followed. But if there is a duplication, that means if the color is already written in internal also, then this will be ignored. This will be ignored. And if there is any CSS which is new, right? So this is a new CSS which we have written here for H1. So this will be followed, right? The same goes with the external also. Suppose here if I'm writing H1 and here I'm going to write, let's say, color blue. Okay. And also I'll give here a background color. So let's say I'm giving a background color green. Now let's save this and let's load my page. You can see still nothing is happening. That means external also, if you are mentioning anything for H1 for which already one inline CSS is given, then also nothing is happening, right? Now talking about the background color we have not given in inline, right? Background color we have only given in internal, but internal is greater than external. That is what is the priority, right? So internal will be followed, then external will be followed, right? So background color black is followed, not green. Okay, if I'll remove this from here or comment it from here, then yes, possibly your browser will become green. I mean your heading will become green background, will have a green background, right? So this is what is your priority. I hope you have understood that what is the priority basis of inline, internal and external. Now let me tell you that what is the correct way of writing a CSS. Again, reiterating, when you are working with minimal property and value of CSS, you go for inline. When you have a larger CSS, go for style. But if you have lots of CSS to give to lots of selectors, then please create a different file of CSS so that your HTML file doesn't get bigger and bigger. The next thing is, whatever CSS you are giving and you know that, suppose for H1, you want it to be red only. It is fixed. You will not change it. Then give it in inline. Because even if you're changing it in your external or internal, it will not get changed because inline will already have that color. And inline priority is more. Okay. So you need to understand and keep these things in mind when you're working with different types of CSS. Now let's jump to the topic of types of selectors. Now, if you remember, selectors meaning we have already seen that in CSS, when we choose some selector, we give the property and value to that particular selector. Now, this selector, there are different types. I mean, how we can have different types of selectors here, right? We have to just write that particular tag here, right? But no, there are so many things when you talk about this selector. Let's see what are those things. So when you talk about selectors are used as target elements. Target elements means that in that particular selector, you are actually giving your CSS, right? Now there are 5 simple selectors: element selector, ID selector, class selector, group and universal. This element selector is also called as type selector. We have ID, we have class, we have group and universal. We will see what are these things, but before going deep dive into this or before understanding what is these selectors, let me tell you one thing, and I want you to keep this in mind. When you're working with ID, remember this hash. When you're working with class, remember this dot. When you're working with group, remember the comma, and when you're working with universal, remember this particular symbol, which is star. So before going into these topics, understand these particular symbols and remember it. Okay, so for ID it is hash, for class it is dot, for group it is comma, and for universal it is star. Priority of selectors are nothing but ID will be given more priority than class, and then it will be given priority to element. So ID will have the most priority, after that class, and after that element. Now let's understand one by one what are these selectors and how we are going to work with it. So starting off with the first selector, which is nothing but our element selector, let's see what is this kind of selector and what it does. We also call it as type selector. Let's understand what is it. It is used to select HTML elements by its name. That means if you have an h1 tag, or if you have an p tag, or if you have an h2 tag, so it selects the HTML elements by its name. What is the name of this tag? h1. So we write h1 curly bracket curly bracket. What is the name of this tag? P. So p curly bracket property value. This we have already seen in internal CSS, right? We have already seen internal CSS how we can write this. That is what is called as element selector. Okay, so normally in our Sublime, whatever code we have written here, this is nothing but your type selector, okay, which is also known as element selector. So this is your element selector. Let me refresh my page. Yeah, this is your element selector. Okay, now let's go back to our slide and let's read that particular sentence. So we select the heading tag and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag content, whatever is written in the h1 tag content will have the text color as red. As simple as it. Okay, this is what is your element selector. It is named as element selector. Why? Because in the selector we write the element name. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is your ID selector, and please understand it in a very good way. So I hope you remember that I wrote that hash will be one symbol which we'll be using here. So we will come back to this hash later on. Let's first understand what is this ID. Okay, now before going and reading these pointers, let me make you understand with an example. Now suppose that in a school there are two people, okay, and both the person name is Rohan. Okay, they have similar names. Now if they have similar names, it will be very hard for their friends or their class teacher to call their names, right? Because if they call Rohan, then both will be able to hands up, right, or stand up. So what they have done, they have given a roll number to each one of them. In our school, you must be remembering we were having some roll numbers, right, in a school time. So why these roll numbers are given? So that all the people or all the students will have a unique identity of their own, right? So this roll numbers will give them a unique specification about themselves, right? Okay, so if suppose the class teacher has to call out their name, they will not call their name. Instead, they will call their roll number. So suppose this roll number is 82 and this roll number is 83. Now we can differ that which Rohan is which one. Correct? The same happens in our ID selector. Okay. Now let me explain you in a very simple way. So let me go back to my Sublime, and here what I'm going to do, let me remove these comments because now we'll be working with different types of selectors. So let me remove these different types of CSS comments so that you will not get confused. And this one also, let's get removed. Okay. So we have these commands. We have one H1, we have one H2, and we have one paragraph. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to write one more paragraph, and let's say that I'm writing here some random paragraph. Okay. Let me close this, and one more paragraph. So let's say I'm writing, I hope you are liking this session, liking and enjoying this session. Okay, so this is one paragraph. Now if you look here, I have an H1 tag, I have an H2 tag, and I have three different paragraph tags. Okay, obviously when I save this file and I reload my page, three different paragraphs will come like this in a normal black color, in a normal font size, right? But now my question is, what if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? What if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? So what you will do? You will basically go for internal CSS and you will write P, and inside P you will write the color whatever you want to write. Let's say I want lime. So done, save this, refresh your page. All the three paragraphs are lime in color. The color lime is really very bad. It's not even okay. Now let's see. Yeah. So all the paragraphs are now in red color. But understand, we don't want all the paragraphs to be in red color. The same thing is happening. See, when I told you that there are two students named Rohan, and when we are calling Rohan, both these students is getting a stand up, right? So we have three paragraphs, and when we are saying in the paragraph put color red, then all the three paragraphs color red is coming. But we don't want that. Correct? So what we did in the Rohan's example, we give a separate roll number to each Rohan. For Rohan, we give ID 82 and roll number 82, and we give the other Rohan the roll number 83. Here also, we'll do the same thing if you want all the paragraphs to be in different colors. So for this paragraph, I'll give the ID. Let's give the ID as demo. And to this paragraph, I'll give the ID as demo1. Now, to which paragraph I want red color? I want in the demo ID, the paragraph red color. So I'm going to write here demo. But this will not work like this, because when you're writing demo here, then it is nothing but element selector. Correct? In element selector, we used to write like this, no? Have a look here. We used to write the H1 tag, correct, without any symbol. So is there any demo tag? No, there is no demo tag. There's a demo ID. To represent an ID, we use hash. Okay, that is why I told you, remember that particular symbol, which is nothing but your ID for hash. Okay, now this is done. Let's save this and let's see what happens in your browser. What will happen? In the demo ID, color red will come. Where is the demo ID? Here. That means this paragraph. My name is Ritik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS will become red. The other will be in black color. If you can see it. Correct? The same way I've given ID to demo 1. That means I can give here also a different color. So I can type here purple, and my demo 1 ID paragraph will become purple in color, which is welcome to great learning. So it is becoming purple. I don't know if you can see it, but it is purple in color. Okay. Let me give some any other kind of CSS. Let's say I am writing here text align center. To which one? To demo 1. To demo 1 ID. let's see if that middle paragraph is coming in the center. It is. I hope you understood what is ID. Now, why there is different types of selectors, right? Why there is this ID? This you must have understood very clearly, that why there is ID selector, because when you have similar tags or when you have similar HTML tags to work with and you want to distinguish between them, you put the ID selector so that all those similar tags will become unique to each other. Simple, easy. Now let me give here also ID so that or otherwise what we can do. One question. Let's see what happens when I'm writing here P and then I'm writing here color green. Let's see what happens now. Because paragraph is this also, and this also, right? The only thing is that this paragraph is having an ID demo. This paragraph is having an ID demo 1, but this paragraph is not having any ID. So let's see whether which particular paragraph will be red, purple or green. Now if you focus here, I don't know if you can see the colors, but only my last paragraph is green in color. Okay. Now why is it so? Because we have already given IDs to my rest two paragraphs. There is only one paragraph in which there is no ID, and that is why this color green is applied to only that paragraph. So it's really very easy for you to actually give separate colors to all the similar tags, right? So there will be no confusion. I hope you have understood what is ID selector. Let's read some pointers from the ID selector slide and then we'll move to the next selector. ID attribute is used to select HTML element, used to target a specific or unique element. This is a very good point. It is used to target a specific or unique element. How we do it? We use we take the h1 tag, we give the ID, any ID, you can write your name also, and then in the CSS we put the hash symbol and then we write that particular ID name and we give the style. We selected ID and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, that means the content, will be red color. Right? Now, I hope you understood what is ID. Keep this ID selector in your mind because I don't want that in later selectors you get confused and did not understand what is the other selectors. Coming to the class selector, I told you that you have to remember about one symbol which is dot. Right? Now let's understand what is class selector. Before reading these pointers, let me explain you with an example. Okay, the similar way how we did it in ID. Now, when you talk about class, okay, let me talk about ID. When you talk about ID, what was happening? We were having similar tags, right? And we were giving different IDs to all of these, right? So this was different ID, let's say 1 and let's say 2. Different IDs to all these paragraphs, right? To make it unique, to make all these tags unique so that we can provide unique styles to all of them. That is what we were doing. Now this was happening in ID. In class, what happens? Understand this. In class, you will be working with different tags, not similar tags. These were similar tags. In class, we work with different tags. So, if you have an H1 and H2 and a paragraph, okay, and what I want to do here is, I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. That means I want all three of them color to be red, all three of them text align to be center, and all three of them padding top to 50 pixel. So what I can do, I can give here a class. What I can write here, I can write whatever class I want, but the same thing will be written here also. The same thing will be written here also. Class equal to demo, class equal to demo. So for all these three different tags, I am giving the same class name. Why? Because I want to give the same CSS to all these three tags. Okay, let me give you a real world example of this. Let's say there are three students, Rohan, Mohan, and Ram. Okay, now these all students are roaming outside the, in the campus, in the school campus. They all three are roaming in the school campus. Okay, now one class teacher came and they told Rohan that what are you doing here? So he said, I'm just roaming in my campus and I am searching for my classroom. Okay, so what the class teacher will do, he will ask him that which is your class, or you are in which standard. So he will say that I am in 7th standard. The class teacher will send him to class 7th. Now behind Rohan, class teacher can see Mohan is also coming, and he will ask Rohan that, Rohan, do you know him? So he will say, yes, he is my friend. That means he is also in the same class. And behind Mohan there is Ram who is coming, and class teacher will ask Mohan, do you know him? Or he will ask both Rohan and Mohan, do you know him? So they will say, yes, we know him. He is our friend also, and he is also in class 7. So then class teacher will send all three of them in class 7. Right? What is happening here? All three are different person, but they are from class 7 itself. So class teacher has sent them back to class 7th only. Same thing is happening here. We have different tags, but we want the same styles to be given to all these three tags. We use class at that time. Easy? Now let's move to our Sublime and let's do some coding and let's see what actually we have learned here. So what we are going to do here is, so we know that we can't work with same tags, right? So these three paragraphs we can't use when we are working with class. What I'm going to do now is, I am going to remove this style from here, which is the inline one, and I'm going to give here the class as, let's say I'm giving here sample. This is my class name. I want h1, h2 and this last paragraph to be having the same kind of CSS, exactly same kind of CSS to all the three tags. So I have to give the same class to all of them. Let me copy this and save this in my paragraph also. Done. So we have written class for all different tags. Now see, it is very clear for you, right? When you have the same tag, which is these two paragraphs, you're using ID. When you have different tags, which is h1, h2 and paragraph, you're using class. Very simple. Now in CSS, how we can mention it? Yes, it is very simple. You must be remembering about that symbol. So it is dot. You use the dot and then you write the class name and then you give whatever CSS you want to give. Now, suppose I want the color should be, okay, let me see what all things we have already. Let me save this. Let me go to my browser. Let's refresh it. Okay, so it's looking something like this. Why? Because in the external CSS also we have given the background color and all. That is why. So what we are going to do here is, let's give the color to be, let's say white. Okay, and the background color, let's say we'll give black, right? From here, I'm going to remove the background color black, or else let's keep it. Let's remove this color purple. Okay, because we have already given this color white to h1, right? This dot sample is also h1, so I did not wanted to give it twice, so I have given something like that. But that's a good thing. Let's see what happens if I'm writing color purple, because both color purple is for h1 is for this also, right? Let's see that. So if I reload my page, you can see my h1, my h2 and my paragraph, all three background colors are black and the text is also in white color. That means your color purple is not getting followed here, right? It is neglected or rejected or removed or ignored. Why? The reason here is that whatever new updates you are giving to the CSS, that will be followed. Okay, so if you are giving color purple and after that you have given color white, so white is the one which is the new updation, right? White is the new color which you are giving, so purple will be ignored. That is why at the beginning I removed this to show you that for one particular tag you have to give only one color. Otherwise what will happen? Your code will become bigger unnecessarily, right? So this is how you use your class. Now you can see for all my three different tags, I have the same kind of CSS. So I hope you're understanding the difference between ID and class, right? And why there are different types of selectors in market, right? So when we talk about ID, we work with same tags. When we want to give different CSS for all the similar tags, we use ID. And when we want to give same kind of CSS to all different tags, we use class, right? We represent ID with hash, we represent class with dot. That's it. Let's go back to our slide and let's see what is that particular statement which is written down. So class attribute is used to select HTML element. It is used to target specific class of element. How we do it? We write the dot command, dot symbol, and then the class name which is written in the HTML tag, and then we specify the style. We selected class and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, I will have the text color as red. I hope there is no confusion in ID and class selector. It is very simple concept, but a very important concept in CSS. The most important and bigger concept in CSS is nothing but this. So I hope you understood this part. Now, let's move to our next selector and understand what is it. Okay. So I told you about something which is group selector. Okay. Now let's see what is this group selector. So what I'm going to do here is, here itself I'm going to write some more h1 and some more h2s. So let's say I'm writing here h1 and let's say, hi there, how are you? I'm just writing a normal any random text, so don't worry about that. And for h2 I'm just writing, okay, this is what I have written. And let's say one more paragraph. Let's say that I hope you are enjoying this session. Okay, now so we have some more h1, some more h2 and one paragraph, right? Now what is this group selector? Let's understand. Grouping means when you want to group all the elements together. Now if I go back, I have told you that in group selector you have to remember about this comma symbol, right? Now what is this comma used for? understand grouping means together, right? So suppose I want to give all this H1, H2 and paragraph similar style. The same thing which we have done in class. So when we try to give similar kind of CSS to different tags, we use class, right? That's what I have taught you. And it's a very simple way to use. You just write the class and you use the dot symbol. But there is one more way to do it. We can write it like this. So what I'm doing, I'm writing H1, comma H2, comma P, and then we can specify our CSS. It's the same thing, right? Because in H1, H2 and paragraph, I want my CSS. So in all these three things, my CSS will come, correct? So let's write color. Let's give here, let's say blue. Okay. So now my all new H1 and H2 and paragraph will become blue in color, right? This H1 is also having a background color because in the starting I have written here H1 background color black. That is why for H1 also this background color is coming. Okay. Now you will ask me that when class selector is already there for this purpose, then why there is a group selector? When class selected is already doing the work of giving the same style to different tags, then why do we need the group selector to give the same style to different tags? The answer is very simple, that in class you specify the class equal to sample, you specify it. Okay. Now wherever the sample class is written, only to those tags the particular CSS will be applied, correct? But is it the case in your group selector? No, we are not specifying any name here, right? We are not specifying any unique name here, right? That means if I have another H1 and H2 and paragraph, right? So this CSS will be applied to those H1, H2 and paragraph also, right? But is it the same case in your classes? No, right? Suppose if I'm writing this again, okay? But this time I'm not mentioning any class. So will it have the same CSS? Will it have the same CSS which is written in sample code? No, right? Because I have not mentioned the sample, the class sample, correct? So if you see, it is not following that. The color is not white here, correct? So that is the reason why there are different selectors. Let me remove this H1 and H2 because it will get you confused, and this H1 and H2 paragraph also. Okay. So I hope you understood what is group selector. We use the comma to do this, correct? Okay. Now the last one, which is the fifth selector, which is nothing but universal selector. What is this universal selector and which symbol do we use it for it? We use star. What is this star and what it does? Let's understand that. So if I go back to my Sublime and I have so many tags here now, right? Okay. Now suppose I want to give all my tags, whatever tags are there, I want to give all my tags a specific CSS to all of them. To all of them. Let's say I don't have this class written here. I don't have this ID written here. There's nothing specified. There's no ID, there's no class. There are just simple tags which is in the body in a normal tag. Okay, in a normal way. Correct? Now there is no ID, there is no classes, so I can remove these all things also. Right? Now what is happening? This is a very normal code of HTML. I'll remove this also. Right? Now suppose I want this all tags should be having only same kind of CSS, a very similar kind of CSS. So what I'm going to do, I can't write here h1, h2, p, whatever other tags are there. If suppose you have so many more tags, a, tr, td, you have so many, then it will go on, right? If you have a very long HTML code and you want to give the same CSS to all those, you won't be writing the group selector, right? Because it will go on, how many commas you will give? What we can give? We can use the star. Once you give a star and once you give the color, let's say red, and once you give text align, let's say center, and once you give the, let's say background color, it will look awkward, but let's see. So this is nothing but a universal selector. Now what is the meaning of universal selector? That to all my commands, to all my HTML tags, the same CSS will be applied. Background color is totally black and my all the h1, h2 and paragraph are red in color. So how much code we have to write? We have to write only this much. Suppose or imagine if we have to write like this, h1 then same CSS, h2 same CSS, paragraph same CSS, it will be much longer. Imagine that you're writing like this, h1, h2, p, that will be also much longer. But this one is looking very precise and structured, right? So when you want to have a web page in which you want to give the similar CSS to all the tags, you use universal selector. Okay, so we have seen 5 selectors, which is nothing but element, ID, class, group and universal. And I hope that you have understood the differences between ID and class, because in interview, this is the most and hot topic when an interviewer takes an interview of a front-end developer. They will ask the difference between ID and class. Okay, I'll tell you what is the reason that they ask about ID and class. Okay, if we go back to our Sublime, see, for ID and class, we have totally understood what is the difference. But if you look here, I told you for all the similar tags, we can give the ID, correct? We can give here ID. Can't we give different tags the ID? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Can't we give different tags different ID? We can. It will work. It should work. Have a look. If I give here hash demo, there's no such thing that will not work. It will work, right? And why am I saying that will work? And why CSS is also allowing that? Let's see. If you see this demo, which was the H1, only that is becoming green, right? So that means, what is that concept which was saying that similar tags we give the ID, different tags we give the class. But here, even we give the ID to different tags, it is working. It will work. But this is wrong. Whatever we have written here, this is not the correct way of using the ID or class. Okay, so interviewer can confuse you. They will write a program and they'll give it like this, and they'll ask whether this is the correct use of ID or whether this is the correct use of class. No, that's not. You have to be very specific about it, because you should remember the correct and specific difference between ID and class. Okay, ID we use it with similar tags because we want to give different IDs to similar tags, because we want different styles to those, right? And in class, what happens? We use class in different tags because we want to give similar styles. It is just vice versa. So this is how the difference between class and ID you need to get on with. The next is group and universal, which is really very easy. What is it? And the element you already know, right? So I hope you understood what is this types of selectors. Now let's jump into the topic of priority of selector and let's understand what is this priority talking about. So priority always says that ID is much bigger than class. That means suppose I'm giving here an ID demo and also I'm giving here a class that is demo1. Okay, and here I've written demo color green and here I will write demo1 color red. Okay, let's see what happens, because in the same h1 tag I've given the ID also and the class also. So let's see what happens. If you can see, it is following the ID, right? Because in the ID I have given color green, hash ID, right? So it is following the ID thing, right? That is why it is written that priority is given first to ID, not to class. Now, if you have a class and then if you have, let's suppose I will remove this and here I am going to write h1. Okay, it's already written there, color red, right? And here I will change it to, let's say, green. So I'm using a class and an element selector, let's say h1. Okay, let's say h1. So I'm using in h1, in the element selector, I'm using color red, and in the class, I'm using color green. Let's see which one will work. So if you look here, what is happening? Now if you look into the code, there are two h1s which is present here. One is down, which is hi there, how are you? And one is above. Okay. The class where we have given demo1, that is becoming green. And the class where it's not given, only the tag is given, which is element selector, is becoming red. Okay. What I'll do, I will remove this particular h1 from here so that I can actually tell you that between class and element selector, what is the priority. So you can see it is still giving me green. Why? Because for the class I have written green. That means class is having more priority than element, right? Class is having more priority than element selector. That is what in the slide we have written. We have written ID is having more priority than class is having more priority than element. So I hope this particular basic topic of CSS is understood by each one of you very clearly, okay, and very easily. I hope you liked the examples. Now let's go to the next topic and let's see what is it. So we are going to now talk about the CSS color. Now when we talk about CSS color, that means how many colors are there in CSS and how we can give it, what are the different ways how we can specify our color. Now you must be thinking that obviously there are 12 main colors, which is red, blue, green, and all the other main colors, right? But that is not enough. In any web page, you can see there are variety of colors which is used in any website, right? From where those colors are coming. Because if you talk about a blue color, then there are shades of it. If you talk about a red color, then there are different shades of it, right? How we can get those different shades of color? We don't remember all the names, right? We don't remember each shade's names, correct? So from where we can get those colors, correct? Let's see. Now in CSS, there are different coloring schemes, okay? Now two widely used techniques are RGB and X. Now let me tell you what is this RGB. RGB means red, green, and blue. Okay, now these are the main colors, main components of creating any color. So if you want to create any black color or white color, blue color, or purple, violet, any such kind of colors, you have to use these three colors. You have to basically take a proportion of red color, take a proportion of green, take a proportion of blue to create whatever other colors you want to create. So these are the main colors which you need in designing any other color or forming any other color, right? This starts with RGB and takes three parameter. Three parameter basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. Value of each parameter may vary from 0 to 255. Now value of each color, that means for red the value will vary from 0 to 255. Same will go for green and same will go for blue. Okay, we will see how we can use that. Let's see one of the example. If you can see, RGB bracket 255 comma 0 comma 0 will give you color red. Why? Because this is R, this is G, and this is B. So R is 255, that means complete red. I don't want any mixture of green, I don't want any mixture of blue. So that is why it is complete red. If you will write 0 to 55 comma 0, which color it will be? It will be green. Because for green, I am giving 255 the whole value. Other than that, red and blue are 0. Okay. Now, not only this, but we can use any kind of mixture, something like 144, 156, comma 8. Something like this also we can use, and it will give me a very different color. Let's see how this works. Now, let's go to our Sublime, and we have this particular code here. So what we are going to do here is we are going to mention some colors here, okay? Now if you see here, for H1 I have written color red, right? What I will do, let me put one H1 here. If you can see, I have one H1 here, okay? And here I'm not going to write red. What I'm going to give here is I'm going to give RGB. Let me first show you a simple one which we have already seen in the slide. So 255 comma 0 comma 0 will give you which kind of color? Will give me red color, and you can see my H1 is coming in a red text color. Correct? Now what I'm going to do, let's see one more simple example. Let's make this middle one as 255 and let's see what happens. Obviously, you will get a bright green color. Okay. Now, let's do one thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 255 for red, 255 for green, and 255 for blue. Let's see what happens. Here, you are getting a totally white color. Why you're getting a white color? Because if you combine a very bright red with very bright blue and very bright green, it will result into a white color. That is why you are getting white. If I give here 0, 0 and 0, I hope you understood what I'm doing. So you will get a black color. And because my text is black, that is why you can see it is totally black coming, because my background color is also black and the text is also black. So it is not visible, but you can check it out when I'm selecting it. You can see the text is there, right? Okay, let's mix some colors. Let's write some random numbers here. Let's write 34, let's write 45, let's write 56. Let's see what happens. Just random things I've written. I don't know if you can see this or not, but there is a slightly gray color which is coming here. Okay, slightly gray. Now if I write any other random numbers, let's say 145, so there's more red here, and let's say 200, now there's more green here, and let's say 176. Okay, let's see what happens now. So if you look here, some different kind of color is coming, some very light green but bluish kind of color is coming, right? Correct. So the question here is that you can't just do some trial and error method and you keep on writing the numbers till you get your desired color. You can't do that, right? It is impossible, because 255, 255, 255. You imagine how much probability it will be. And it is impossible for a human being to check out or get that particular color which you want just writing the numbers. Then what is the easy technique to do this? Well, what you can do, you can go to one of the website which is nothing but your HTML color codes. So you have to just write in your Google HTML color codes. Once you write that, click on the first link. When you click on the first link, it will open HTML color codes website. Now here you can see we have different kind of way to write the CSS: hexadecimal, RGB, HSL. HSL is nothing but hue, saturation, those all things. Okay. Now have a look here what I'm going to do. So you can put up here any color, whatever color you want. Let's say I want to have a kind of a blue fade color. Okay. So I have kept it in the light blue portion. Now I can use this circle to keep it in any of the color position, whatever I want. Let's suppose I want this kind of color. Okay. So I've kept my mouse here. And now I can copy these values of RGB, which is red, green, and blue, and I can put it in my Sublime. Okay. Once you do that, just save this and check your web page. You will get that color. In the text, you are getting that color, right? So you can use these values. You can identify the numbers or the values, what you have to give in red, green, and blue from this particular website. Every developer uses this particular website to get the color whatever they want. Let's say a very unique color I want, which is kind of a purple, and I want a very bright purple here. So I'm going to take this, going to take the values of RGB, and I'm going to put it here in my Sublime. Okay, let's save this and let's go to my web page, reload the page. You are getting your purple color here. Okay, it looks really cool, right? And it is very easy for you now to understand how this particular RGB works, right? Now let's go back to our slide and have a look what is the next one, which is hex. Now what is this hex? Hex means hexadecimal value. Now hex code starts with hash. Okay, don't compare it with ID. ID is a complete different thing. This hex is a complete different thing. It is a color concept. So we use hash and it comprises of 6 numbers, okay, which is further divided into 3 sets. Now what are these 3 sets? I'll tell you. So what is going to happen here is you will write a hash and there will be 3 sets, making it 6 letters. So something like this will be there: FF, FF, and then again FF. So this is one set, this is second set, this is third set. Now what is this FF and all? Let's see. 255 in decimal is 255. In hexadecimal we call it as FF. Okay. So in hexadecimal it is called as capital FF. Okay. Now that means this is for red, this is for green, and this is for blue, right? And this is also 255. This is also 255. The only difference is in RGB we are writing the values, but in hexadecimal we are writing the hexa values of that particular decimal number itself. So its sets basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. A single set value can vary from 00 to FF. 00 is nothing but your 0 in decimal, and FF is nothing but 255 in decimal. Right? Now example: FF 0000. FF is red, so the whole color means red. Let's try to do this and let's see how this hexadecimal values we can write it in our Sublime and we can use it. So I will remove this particular RGB from here. I'll write a hash and I'll write $F0000. Let's save this. Let's go back to my, okay, yeah. 1 second. Yep. Now reload my page. You can see it is in red color. Now the same thing I can do for this also. So I'm mixing red with green. Let's see what comes up. Yellow. Okay. Now let's mix up with green and blue and give the red as 0. So green and blue, let's see what happens. It is kind of a light blue. Okay. Now coming back to my HTML color codes, you can see here the hexa value is given. So for this purple color, my hexa value is D903FA. So I can put it here. Obviously, you can't remember all the hexa values, right? Again, you can't actually do the trial and error methods again and again, correct? So you can take help of this particular HTML color codes and you can see you are getting that purple color here, right? So this is your hexadecimal values. How you can give hex values. Remember that always you have to put a hash symbol in front of your hexadecimal values, okay? Now, next, if you check out this particular website, htmlcolorcodes.com, you can find a lot of things which is given here. So you can see, if you select, you can select from these blocks also which faded color do you want, because these colors are basically used in any web applications. You will never see a very bright color in your web application, right? In your websites, you can only see a kind of a light color or a faded color, these kind of colors, right? So they have given a section where we can actually get all the faded colors, okay, which is very good for your website. Then there's a color chart, okay, there's a names given for all the kind of red colors or all the faded colors of pink and all. So there are names, there are values, and the RGB values are also given, okay. Color names are, if you want to write the names, you can browse the full list. If I click on it, you can see all the names of the colors are coming here, okay. We can write this color, there is no problem. We can write tomato. So if you look here, what I can do here, I can give here tomato, okay. Let me save this and reload my page. So this is coming like a tomato color, right? So these names also you can directly write it down, but obviously you can't remember all the names, and that is why we don't follow that. We basically follow the hex or the RGB, right? Like suppose this one, okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just write it here. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think it's fuchsia, okay. So let's go back to our code and refresh it, so you can see that kind of color is coming here. Perfect. Now let's go back and let's see what else do we have. So that is what they're saying. Can't remember all 140 HTML color names. We have got you covered. Check out our guide for a quick reference of all the HTML color names grouped by color. That is what we have seen. Then there is color library. So you can actually take out any color from here. Okay. There's a CSS color basics given here. So these things are not mandatory for you right now. Let's go ahead and let's see this HSL. HSL is basically the hue, saturation, and light, okay. So what we are going to do here is, you can see here when you will put the mouse here, you will get the full form also of this. Yeah, you can see hue, saturation, and lightness values, correct. The same thing which you do it in your pics. When you click a picture, you try to edit that, right? And you try to add some contrast, some hue, some saturation values. You increase the saturation value, you decrease the saturation value. The same values they are talking about, okay. Let's see what happens here. So for this, how you will write, you will basically write it in the same manner how you wrote the RGB. So we are going to give the HSL value now. So let's go to our browser, and here I'm going to select this particular command. So this is kind of a dark blue, some kind of faded blue kind of color. let's give it here and let's see whether it is giving me the same kind of color or not, right? So hue is 204, saturation is 78%, and 44 is your lightness. So let's reload my page and you are getting that color, that blue color, right? So it's always better to use RGB or hex rather than HSL, because HSL, hue, saturation and lightness, you can't actually identify, you can't actually understand that what are these values, right? So it's always better to use red, green and blue or the hexadecimal value, right? Now, I hope you understood how to mention these colors. And yes, in the starting, I told you that how many colors CSS can use. It's infinity. Okay. There are so many colors. So there is no count that how many colors you can use in any website. Okay. These are any numbers you can use. You can put any value, whatever you want in your RGB, and you can get that color, right? So let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic in our tutorial. We are going to talk about CSS background now. Moving into the topic of CSS background, let's see what we are going to discuss here and what is the meaning of this background. Is it background color or is it background image? Now, when you talk about CSS background basically means that in your website, in the background, you can actually put any image as your background product. Okay, so a whole image can be put down here, and above the image you can write the content whatever you want to write. Now, how to give this background image? That is one question. The next is how the size of that image will fix to my screen width. That is second question. The third question is that can we repeat the images again and again? That means suppose if the content is really big and automatically there's a scroll bar coming in your web page. So you have to scroll down. When you scroll down, whether the same background image will repeat or will not. That is the third question. So let's find out the answer to these three questions and understand how we can use CSS background in any website. The first thing is background image. Now, obviously, first we need the background image, right? So the background image property is used to set an image as a background of an element. By default, the image covers the entire element. So by default, the image will cover the entire element. Okay. Now suppose if your image is of HD quality, that means your image is basically of this size. This is what is HD, right? If this is the size of your image, that means it will cover the whole screen width of your laptop or whatever device you're using. But suppose if your image is a little bit smaller than that, then obviously it is not going to completely cover your screen. It will be slightly in the center. Okay, and the spaces here will be empty. The image will not come in this particular portions, right? So it totally depends on the quality of the image or the size of the image. Which image are you using in your background? Background repeat. The next one is background repeat. Let's see what it is. By default, the background image property repeats the background image horizontally and vertically. Some images are repeated only vertically or only horizontally, right? Now, suppose if your image is really very small, okay? Now, if you want to repeat that image horizontally, so that image will come up like this. So every time that image will keep on repeating. This is vertically. Now when you want to make your image come horizontally, then the image will come like this. Okay. So I will show you this particular thing in the application also, in the practical application also. But right now just understand that you can actually repeat your images horizontally and vertically however you want. Okay. Next, background position. What will be the position of your background image? Is it used to define the initial position of the background image? By default, the background image is placed on the top left of the web page. If you're not specifying any position, it will be on the top left. Top left is what? Is this portion. Right? So this is your top left. Now, this we have understood theoretically, that how we can put the background image, how we can repeat our image vertically or horizontally, and how we can actually position our background image. But now let's write a program and practically let's see that how we can actually work with the background image. Remember, in our folder we have already kept some images, like 2 images, right? We will use those particular images and we will provide the background. Okay. So I have already written one code here, which is a very basic code. I'll just copy this and I will tell you what I have basically written here. Opening my Sublime and creating a new file here, saving it in the same folder and naming it as, let's say, session6.html. And now here I'm going to make my structure. Here I'm going to write the background image thing, and in the body I will paste this. Now obviously this style thing will come inside my head part, so I'm going to remove this, and I think it is done. Only this is repeated, so I'm going to remove that. Perfect. Now if you look here what we have done. So we have given the title background image, and then we have given the style. In the style, we are giving the style to the body. Let's first see what all things we have in the body. We have 5 paragraphs. The same thing is written again and again. So no need to care about this. Just understand that there are 5 paragraphs here. Let's see what property and value we have given in the style. We have put up a background URL. Okay. Let's see what is this background URL. That means in the background you want images/download.jpg. Let's find out in our images folder what is download.jpg. This is this image, right? Now that means in the background that image will come. Other than that, I am not writing anything. So let's do one thing. Let's reload my page. So once I reload my page, okay, 1 second. This is another file, so I have to open it. Yeah. So this is what I'm getting when I'm just putting my image in as a background. Okay. So you can see scrolling is not happening. Why? The reason is the text is not that much. I know you can't see the text, so I'm just selecting it so that you can see the text is written here. Okay, the text is there, but because of the image you are not being able to see it. Okay, the next thing is, because the text is not that much bigger, that is why scrolling thing is not coming. Okay, so only the fixed width screen is coming. If I minimize my screen, you can see there are multiple images which is creating automatically. This is how your background actually works out. Okay. Now, suppose what I'm going to do, I'm going to write this paragraph for like 10 to 15 times. Okay. Let's say I'm writing it like 10 to 15 times or 20 times, 25 times. Now, if I reload, you can see the scrolling bar has come, and the scrolling bar is also giving me my background image again. Right? So I hope you understood how this background image is coming only by writing this much statement. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to my PPT and let's see what is this background repeat, no repeat. Right? Now what is this background repeat, no repeat? Background repeat, no repeat means that you don't want to repeat your images. So if I reload my page, my image is now not getting repeated. Scrolling is happening, everything is working fine, but my image is not getting repeated. The actual size of the image is just coming in my browser. Now, this background repeat is having more properties, like it is having 4 of them. It is having repeat, repeat X, repeat Y, and no repeat. Repeat means that it will get repeated, which is the default one. No repeat means it will not repeat, which we have just seen. Repeat X means horizontal. So, you must have learned Cartesian coordinates in which X direction is nothing but the horizontal thing, right? So now let's reload the page and you can see horizontally my page or my image is getting repeated, right? There's no scroll bar on the horizontal side because the text is not that long. That is why there is no third image coming, okay? But once you write a long paragraph, the third image can also come, okay? Now the next one is repeat Y. Repeat Y means vertically. So if I reload my page, the image will come vertically, right? If you write only repeat, then it will come horizontally, vertically, both the ways. Okay, I hope you understood this. Now what we are going to do? Now we are going to go for the next one, which is background attachment fixed. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to write background attachment is fixed and we are going to reload the page. Now you can see here, basically nothing happened, right? But if you look at the code, it was written here no repeat, right? So we have written here repeat. What we have to do, first of all, we will comment this and we will write here no repeat. Okay, and then we will check our web page. So our image will come with no repeating, right? Now we are going to uncomment this particular section, which is background attachment fixed. And what is the meaning of background attachment fixed is nothing but this image is now fixed here. Okay, so if you now see, when I'm scrolling down, my text is scrolling down, right? And my background image is fixed now. It is not moving. I'm again going to show you. Suppose this I'm commenting. Okay, and right now if I reload my page, if I scroll down, my image is going above. That means my image is not fixed on the top left corner. It is movable. It can move once I scroll, right? But when I make this as uncomment and I save this, I'm actually making my background image fixed in this top left corner. So when I scroll, my text is scrolling, but my image is still there. Cool, right? So this is a very good feature which you can use in your web applications or your websites, right? So you have to just write background attachment fixed. Let's see what is next, and it's written here background position center. Now this is self-explanatory. That means your background image will come in the center, something like this. And because I've written fixed, so it is fixed. It is in the center itself. I can scroll the text, but the image is in the center only. Okay, the next one. The next one is very, very beneficial for you guys, because background size cover, what it will do, it will basically make your image cover the whole screen. So once I reload, the image is covering my whole screen, right? My whole screen is getting covered, and when I'm scrolling, my text is getting scrolled, but my image is still the same, right? So this is what is the use of background properties of CSS. Let's revise once. So we have used our background URL where we can give the image. Background repeat will decide whether your image should get repeated or not. If not, then it will be just placed in one corner. And if yes, then in which direction, X direction, Y direction, or in both. Background attachment will make your image fixed at one particular place. Background position will make it center, left, right, wherever you want to bring it. And background size will actually, using the cover, will actually make your image cover the whole screen width. So these are the properties, or these are the CSS properties which you can use when you are working with your background image. Now let's move to our slide and let's see what do we have in the next topic. Now we are going to talk about the CSS text and the font styles. Understanding CSS text and font styles is really fun. Now let's begin with the first one, which is the text, and let's see in a text what all CSS properties we can use. So beginning with text color. So a text color can be given to a text, which is nothing but we use the command color and then we give red or whatever color you want to give in an RGB format, in a hexadecimal format, or an HSL, whatever you want to use, you can use. This we have done quite a few times, so there should be no difficulty in understanding what is this color property which is used to set the color of the text. Next is the text alignment. That means the text can be aligned in which particular corner of the page. That means whether it can be aligned to the left hand side, to the right hand side, to the center, or it can be justified. Now what is the meaning of justified? Let's understand. Now if you have worked with the Word document or MS Word, then you must be knowing that in that there is an alignment property in which the text can be aligned to the left hand side, the text can be aligned to the right hand side, the text can be aligned to the center, and the text can be aligned as a justified. Justified means that all the lines of the text will be equally proportioned. Okay, so all the lines will be equally proportioned. None of the letters or none of the words will be coming out of the box. Okay, this is what is justified. Okay, it works purely fine with some paragraphs. So if you have a paragraph which you're working with, if you declare a text to be justified, you'll be able to see the difference. Okay, in a single line you won't be able to see the difference of justification. Let's move to the next one, which is text decoration. Now you must be understanding that when you are using a color, you can give n number of colors here, right? When you talk about alignment, you have 4 values: left, right, center, and justify. When you talk about text decoration, we can actually decorate our text. How we can decorate our text? We can decorate by giving 4 things. We can give underline, we can give overline, and we can give line through. So basically 3 things. Okay. Now what is this underline, overline, and line through? We will check it out when we'll go to our Sublime and do a practical code there. Okay. Let's first read what description is it saying. It is saying the text decoration property is used to set or remove decorations from text. The value text decoration none is often used to remove underlines from links. Right? So text decoration, if you are giving none, so I was actually correct. You have 4, which is 1 is none. Okay. So when you are putting none, that means you don't want any text decoration in your text. Okay. When you put underline, 1 underline will come. When you put overline, 1 overline will come. Something like this. And line through means it will just cut your text. We will see these all things in our Sublime, so don't worry about that. Now let's move to the next one, which is text transformation. That means you can transform your text to something else. What is that? Either you can make it uppercase, lowercase, or you can also use capitalize. Okay, so you can make your particular text as capitalized. Now, before moving into the font styles, let's go to Sublime and let's do all these 4 kind of text CSS properties in our coding. So let's not create a new file, but let's work in this particular same file itself. I'm going to remove some of the paragraphs from here because we don't need these many. Okay. And in these particular 4 paragraphs, let's do some text properties. Let's give some CSS text properties here. So we don't want any background image. So basically we will remove this whole thing. And let's first see how my web page is looking. So this is how it is looking. This types of CSS will close it for now. This is how my web page is looking for now. Okay. Now what we want to do, we want to give the CSS here, right? So we'll use the type selector. Because we are writing P, that means we are putting the all CSS whatever we will write in our all the 4 paragraphs, right? Let's start with the color. So a color can be any color. So we are writing red and all the paragraphs will have the red color. Let me maximize this so that you can clearly see what is happening. Okay. The next one is what? The next one is text align. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to give center. Okay. And before loading the page, let me move back to 100% because if I'll be zooming in, then you won't understand where is it getting shifted and all. Once I load my page, my all the things are coming in the center, my all paragraphs. What if I write here right or left? Obviously, it will go to that particular direction. Okay. Now, what we will do, we will see how we can actually use the justify thing. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one particular paragraph and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can see how this can be visible. So I'm writing the same line again and again to make it look like a paragraph. And let's see right now what is happening in my screen. Why is it on everything on the right hand side? Because my everything here is also on the right hand side declared. If you look here, it is set right, correct? Let me make it left, which is the default thing. Okay, so this is the paragraph. Now, if you can observe here, the paragraph which you can see, here some letters are not there. The space is coming here, right? After content also, you can see some space is coming here in the corner, correct? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here justify. When I write justify, let's see what happens. Can you see? Now in the corner, I don't have any spaces left. Now my whole paragraph is looking very concised and very structured, right? There's no extra spaces which is left on the corners. That is what is the meaning of justify. Okay. Now suppose if I write here center, what happens? The whole paragraph will come in the center. You can see the lines are also coming in the center. So I hope you understood what is the meaning or what is the difference between center and justify. Now let's move to the next text property, which is nothing but text decoration. In this we'll be writing underline. Let's make it left because I don't want it to be in the center right now. Otherwise you will get confused. So text decoration is underline, and what I'm going to do, I am going to reload the page. You can see here my paragraphs are now underlined. All my paragraphs are underlined. You will remember that I told you why all my paragraphs are getting underlined, because I've written P here. If you want to only make one of the paragraph underline, you can use the ID, right? So you can use the ID. Let's suppose I'm mentioning here demo. Only for this demo ID, I want my particular these CSS properties to be embedded. So I can go to my browser and only to this paragraph, my paragraph is becoming an underline and it is in the left hand side and it is red in color. Okay, let's write here overline. Let's see what happens. So overline will actually make my line come above the paragraph, right? Next is nothing but line through. So line dash through. Remember this, always that you should use line dash through, not line through. Otherwise it will not work. Line through is nothing but when you want to cut or delete anything from your paragraph. The same thing works with the delete tag, right? DEL. When you use DEL tag, the same thing happens. So this is quite the same thing. So we have seen all these things. Let's also write the fourth one, which is nothing but your none. So once you write none, what happens? You will not get any text decoration. It will be a simple paragraph with a red color. Also on the left hand side, because I've given the alignment. Okay, now next what? Let's write here the next one, which is your text transform. So from here I can select text transform and I can write here uppercase. Once you write uppercase, reload your page and you can see the whole paragraph has been converted into an uppercase. I can also make it lowercase again by writing lowercase. So all your paragraph will become lowercase. Also, you can use one more which I have already told you, which is capitalize. What is the meaning of capitalize? That means every word first letter will be capital. So every word, each word first word is capital, right? So these are the text properties which you can actually use. And also if you want to look for more text properties, you can just write text and you can see you will get a lot of commands here. Text decoration, text align, text overflow, rendering, indent, shadow. If you want to give a text shadow, to the text, you can use this. So these are all the text properties of the CSS which you can use in your web application. Okay. Now let's quickly move into the concept of font styles and let's see what do we have there. Now talking about font styles in CSS, we have so many properties to work with when you talk about the font styling. Okay. Let's see one by one what are these font styles and let's understand how we can actually write these in our HTML code in the CSS part. Okay. So CSS font property is used to control the look of the text. Okay. And font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Now let's do one by one. What are these? CSS font color. This property is used to change the color of the text. This is that normal color command. Okay. So this will also come in the font color kind of thing. And then we have the font family, which is nothing but if you are using MS Word, you must be knowing that in doc files or when you're using Word document files, there are font families given such as Arial, then Verdana, then you have Calibri, right? And then you have Cursive. These are some of the font families which you can use. We have serif also, right? So these are the font families which we can use in our particular HTML document, or we can also put it in our web application. I will show you how to do this, and all of these things one by one we will be seeing in our HTML application. Font size is nothing but how you can increase or decrease your font size. We have used the font size many times in this particular tutorial. So you must be now knowing about what is this font size and what it does. It increase or decrease the size of the font. Font style. Font style is basically making your font bold or italic or oblique. Now you can use the B tag or I tag to make it bold or italic, but yes, those are the tags, HTML tags. When specifically you want to do it within CSS, you have to use font styling. Then font variant. This is also a very good and very effective CSS property, which is for small caps. Now what is this small caps effect? I will show you once in the example itself. Then you will better understand what is this small caps effect. Now, what is CSS font weight? So font weight is mostly to make your font bolder, lighter, and those things. So yes, font style and font weight is kind of a similar thing, but we'll see what is the difference. Okay. Now let's see one by one. Let's do it practically one by one, and let's see how these things can be written in a CSS code. Starting with font family, when you talk about font family, we have two things. One is serif and one is sans serif. Let's read what is written in the serif. Serif fonts include small lines at the end of character. You must have seen when you write an I, this is how the I is written. Okay, there is a line in the end of each character, right? So this is how the I is written, and this is what is called as serif. Okay, the next one is you can see some examples is also given for serif, which is Times New Roman and Georgia. These are the examples of Times of serif. Talking about sans serif, if you see, so sans serif does not include the small lines at the end of characters. That means if we write I, it is normally written. Okay, by default we are using serif. Okay, if you don't want to use those lines at the end of the character, you can use sans serif. Example of such sans serif fonts are Arial and Verdana, etc. So let's go back to our HTML code and let's see how these particular font families we can use in our Sublime. So going back to our Sublime, we were running with this code where we were understanding the text properties, right? So let's write here the id equal to demo 1, because now I want to use the other paragraph. So here I'm going to give hash demo 1. I hope this types of selector concept is very clear with you and you're understanding what I'm doing here. Now here what I'm going to write, here I'm going to write the font family because that is what I want to show you here. Okay, before running this part, let's see what is coming in my web page. You can see here, this is how it is looking. Okay, this is how the paragraph is looking. If you look at this black one, not the red one, because the red one is the demo ID paragraph. This is the demo one which we are working with. So if you see here, all the lines, all the letters is having a line at the end. If you look closely, all the letters is having a line at the end, right? The same way how I have shown you. So which font style it is? It is serif, right? Which I told you that it is by default. Now let me write sans serif. Once I write sans serif, if I reload my page, you can see it is now looking very normal, right? This is what is your Arial text. This is what is how Verdana looks like, correct? So there is no particularly any lines at the end of the characters, right? But look at this one, there's a line, right? So this is serif and this is sans serif. Okay, let me show you some more font family. So if you write C, you can see cursive is coming here. Let's see what this does. So if you can see, this is what cursive looks like. I know what we know, cursive is very different thing, but here for HTML, cursive is a different thing. Okay, so here cursive some looks like this. Okay, let's see what other things we have. So if you write A, if you write B, if you write anything else, you can actually get some or the other font family. Let's see what Fantasy is giving me. Can you see? So the whole font style is changing, right? Not only this, you can actually go to any other website and you can download some font styles and you can use those font styles in your web page. Okay, right now I'm not including those font styles because it is much more tedious task. So what you can do for now is you can research about all the particular font families what CSS has provided. Okay, let's search for more. So you can write like this, just try to find out. You can see unset, right? So let's see what this does, right? This is also a different kind of text. So this is how, okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is how this particular font family works. Now let's move to the next one, which is the font style. Now in font style, we saw that font style can be bold, italic and oblique, right? Let's see. Font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Mostly. If you are using font style, we always mention here italic. If you want to make your sentences italic, we use this. So normally the normal text will be shown, and if you are using the property in font style normal, so it will show you the normal text. Italic will make it italic, and oblique will make it leaning. Oblique is very similar to italic but less supported. That means in all the browsers it will not work. Okay, so oblique is mostly like an italic itself. That is why it is mentioning that font style is used mostly to make your sentences italic. Let's do that. So in this particular thing itself, we will write font style. Let's find out. Yeah. Now here you can see italic is there, initial, inherit is there, and oblique is also there. Let's first try out italic. Let's see what happens when you reload the page. This becomes a normal italic, right? You can see it is becoming an italic. Now let's try out oblique. Let's see if it is working in my browser. So if I write oblique and I refresh my page, this is working, and it is clearly it is looking like an italic, right? Now let's see what else do we have. We have bold. See, now for font style, if we give bold, you can see the bold is not happening here, right? The bold is not coming here. And also, if you have noticed, when I was writing bold, this is not even giving me the option. So it is only having two things. One is italic and one is oblique. That's it. Okay. Let me write here italic for now. And let's move to the next one. Let's see what is it. The next one is font size. I don't think I have to explain anything here. But yes, I need to explain one thing which is very important. You can see here, whatever pixels you give, right? Pixels are always written as a px format, right? We have something else which is em. Okay. Now, when you write em, then what is the difference? If you write one px and if you write one em, what is the difference? So, one em is basically equal to pixel by 16. Okay, that much small, right? Now you can use em also, but I will prefer, and I will tell you that please stick with one of the measurement. Don't use randomly percentage and then em then px. Don't use all of them. Okay, if you are very okay with px, I am very okay with px, so I always use px. So go ahead and use the px thing. Okay, but just for a formula sake, this is how the formula comes. Okay, now let's write this particular code and let's see in a code how it works. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this paragraph from here, and these all paragraphs also I will remove from here. Okay, and I'm going to write a very basic code here. Let's say I'm writing here h1 and I'm writing here this is heading. Okay, this I'm doing it for you because you will be understanding it in a very better way. Now here I'm going to give a class and I'm going to give here normal. Okay, now in this I'm going to give here this is a paragraph in a normal style. The next one, what I'm going to do, the next one I'm going to write it as a italic, and the next one I'm going to write it as an oblique. But those are class, okay? I'm not writing the actual CSS here. These are just the class names. Okay, oblique. This is a paragraph in italic. This is a paragraph in oblique. Right? Now, these all three things are done. The body is also closed. Now, let's go to my CSS, and here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write p.normal. Why I'm writing p.normal? Because my class is there, which is normal. So I'm going to write here font style normal. And then what else? We have p.italic. So let's write that p.italic. And here I'm going to give the font style as, where is my font style? Italic. The next one, we have what? We have p.oblique. So let's write that, and in the font style let's mention oblique. Done. Now let's talk about the font size. Okay, before that let's see the web page. So I'm getting three things. One is one H1, which is this heading. This is a paragraph in normal style, this is a paragraph in italic, and this is a paragraph in oblique style. Now let's do some coding for your font size. So I'm going to write here H1 and I'm going to write here font size. In the font size, I'm going to mention here 32px. Okay, so H1 is already so much bold, and now what I have done, I have given font size 32px. Let's see what happens to it. One second, am I giving it to H1? Right, font size 32px. Okay, I think this is the height. Let's increase that. I think that is the normal height. Let's increase it. And now let's see. Yeah, so this is increasing, right? Let it be 32, it was looking fine. 50 is really very big. 32 is fine. Okay, now what else? So either you write H1 font size equal to 32px, or what was the formula for that EM part? It was nothing but 1 EM equal to pixel by 16. That means in my example, I have given 32 pixel, right? So 32 by 16 will give me how much? 2. Correct? So what I can write here is, I can write here 2 EM. Right? When I write 2 EM, things should not change. And you can see nothing is changing because 2 EM is equal to 32 pixel, right? And that is what we have done here. Now let's move to the next part and let's see what do we have here. So we have CSS font variant, which is nothing but your small caps and all. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's write. So it is only having two values. One is normal, one is small caps. Let's try both of them. One paragraph in small caps and one in normal. Let's do that. Let's see what it does and how this small caps looks like, right? This small caps is something new. So let's see what it does. What we are going to do is, in this particular, which one should we give? In this one, in the normal one. Okay, in the normal paragraph, we are going to give here the font. Okay, I forgot what was it. Font variant. So let's write here font variant, small caps. Let's see what happens to this normal paragraph. Where is my normal paragraph? This one. Let's see what happens. If you can see here, the whole paragraph is now changed to capital letter, but it is not actually the capital letters. It is looking like a small capital letters, right? Right? If you talk about the capital letters look like this when we use decoration, no, transform, right? And we use uppercase. So you can see the difference. The down one is the capital letter and this one is the small caps. How cool is it, right? So this is what is your small caps. And obviously when you are writing font variant normal, so there will be nothing it will be doing. It will be a normal text. Okay. Let me show you that also. If I reload my page, it's a normal one. Only the oblique style is coming. Right. Now let's move to the next and let's see what is there. Font weight. Font weight, we have three things: bold, bolder, and lighter. Let's see what is this bold, bolder, and lighter. And if you read this, it is written, CSS font weight property defines the weight of the font. Specify that how bold a font is. Possible values of font weight may be normal, bold, bolder, lighter, or you can give the number from 100 to 900. This is on px. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's copy this particular code from here itself because it's an inline CSS. So let's not waste time. And here, after this paragraph, let's give a BR tag and paste this. Right? Now let's go to my browser and let's reload the page. Now you can see the font is bold, This is bold, this is bolder, and this is lighter. Now you will say bold and bolder is exactly same. Yes, it is, but the meaning is different. Bold means little bit bold. Bolder means specifically it is very important. This particular line which you are writing, it is very important. It should be notified. That is what where the difference comes. So bold means just a normal bold. Bolder means that you want the user or the client to be more focused in this particular text. Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see what do we have next. So now we are going to discuss about the all pseudo classes which is there in CSS. These pseudo classes are nothing but very fun and interesting thing around navigations. Okay, so let's discuss what is navigation and how we can use these pseudo classes. When you talk about the pseudo classes, let's understand what does it mean by. Now, pseudo classes can be defined as a keyword which is combined to a selector. It is combined to a selector. I hope you remember where do we use the selector. That defines the special state of the selected element. So the pseudo classes actually tells you or defines the special state of the selected elements. Okay, it is added to the selector for adding an effect to the existing elements based on their states. Okay, that means suppose if you have a button, okay, now this button when it is just kept like this, like suppose I've written here click and it is just kept like it, so this is black in color. Okay, once you click on it, this changes to yellow, and once you leave that click, it becomes red. So what is it saying? It is saying that it defines the spatial state of the selected element. The spatial state of this selected element will be what? Will be nothing but when it is normal, when it is clicked, and when we are leaving that click. Right? So these are the three states, and for all these three states we have some or the other color specified. This is what is called pseudo classes, and we will see how this will work. Now there's a syntax which you should follow when you are writing a pseudo class, okay, or when you are creating a pseudo class. So first of all we will write the selector. Let's suppose that I have the selector h1, then we give a colon, and then we give a pseudo class name. One of this pseudo class I'll tell you which is active, and then a curly bracket, and then whatever property and value you want to give. Let's suppose I want to give color black. So this is done. This is how you create your pseudo classes. Okay, we will see some practicals also. Let's move to our next slide and let's see what all other pseudo classes do we have in CSS. So we have basically 5. One is active, hover, link, visited, and first child. There are many more, but I have not written that because this much knowing for a fresher or beginner, it's perfect. Now let's understand what are these things in a theoretical manner, and then after that we'll do a practical coding based on the same. Now active, it is used to add style to an active element. Now let's suppose that somewhere it is written Facebook, right? Now when it is a link, okay, it's a hyperlink. When you click on it, that Facebook login page will open. Now once you click on it, okay, then this page will become active, right? Because that page is open now, correct? So when this particular link is active, that is the state which is written here. Coming to the next, which is hover. Hover means when you hover your mouse into this link. Suppose this is your mouse. Okay. When you hover your mouse into this particular Facebook, just hovering means just keeping your mouse above that. When you keep your mouse above that, then some event should happen. Okay. That is what is this hover pseudo class. It adds special effects to an element when the user moves the mouse pointer over the element. It does not click. It is not written that you have to click. You have to just move your mouse pointer over that element. That's it. Link. Link means when it is a general link. Like suppose if I'm writing YouTube and it's a general YouTube link, that's it. It's nothing else. It's just a link. Now when it is a link, the unvisited link, that means if you have not clicked on it, if you have not clicked on this link and this is the first time that you have created this link, this will be in a link pseudo-class state. Okay, we will see all the differences. You'll be thinking that active and link is same. No, it is not. I will show the difference. Visited. Visited means the particular link which is already visited. That means if you have already clicked on Facebook link, then it becomes visited. If you have already clicked on YouTube link, now it is visited. So for that, different color or different background color you can give. First child. Now let's understand what is first child. Let's suppose this is your div element, div tag. We all know that div is a container, okay? It can contain any tags, whatever you want to write. So I am putting here some of the tags, let's say these 3 tags, and I'm closing the div here. Okay. Now this div tag will be the parent element. So these are nothing but the child. Okay. So h1, h2 and paragraph is nothing but the child. So inside parent div element, we have 3 childs, h1, h2 and paragraph. Which is the first child? h1, right? So specifically to this particular h1, if you want to apply some style or if you want to apply some CSS property, then we will use the first child pseudo class. Okay, I hope theoretically you have understood this. So it adds special effects to an element which is the first child of another element. Another element is div. First child is h1. Okay. Now theoretically you have understood all the pseudo classes. Let's do it practically and understand what code we are going to write for this particular thing. Okay. So let's move to our Sublime and let's do a very basic code for this. So this particular portion or this particular file is already filled up. Let's create a new file and let's name it as session7.html. And here what we are going to do, we are going to make our HTML skeleton, and here we are going to write in the title pseudo classes, and we will give the body here. Okay, let's see what all things we can give here. Let's go back to our slide and let's copy this particular body portion. Okay, we'll not copy this particular style right now, and I'll explain you what I'm copying. So you can see here some commands we have written. We have written the h1 tag, which is hello world. Then we have h2, in which we have written this is an example of hover pseudo class, and we have given the h3, click the following link to see the effect. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's give the style and let's close that. Here in this style, what we are going to do, we are going to give h2 the hover effect. Okay, the hover pseudo class. So what is the syntax of pseudo classes? We write the selector, then we give a colon, and then we write the pseudo class. We give the curly bracket, and then we write the color or whatever you want to change, those all things. Let's save this. What is h2? h2 is, this is an example of hover pseudo class, right? Let's go to our browser and let's reload. Okay, this is a new file, so we have to open in browser. This is how it is looking like. Okay, and now have a look. That hover effect is happening when I'm just hovering my mouse around h2. If you're not being able to see, when I hover my mouse in h2, I'm just hovering, I'm not clicking on it, I'm just hovering, it becomes red. This is what is pseudo class. This is what is hover pseudo class. Okay, now let's do one thing. This particular pseudo classes are mostly using anchor tags. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to write an anchor tag. You can see here it's already written with a www.google.com. Okay, so this is a perfect link here, right? Now if I reload my page, this is how it is looking. Correct? This is how it is looking. What I'm going to do here is I am going to write a colon, and here I am going to mention active. Okay, the active pseudo class. That means once the link is active, the color of the link should change to green. Let's say green. Okay. Now let's see what happens in my browser. Right now, nothing is happening, only this hover thing is working. When I click on this link, just have a look what will happen here. This particular link, when I will click, it will change to yellow. Sorry, green, because I have given green, right? I'll again show you. So if I click on it, you can see it is changing to green. Can you see this? I have already clicked. My particular finger is already in my clicked button. I have not left it. So you can see it's still green. Once I leave it, it will open my Google. Because it is in active state. When I'm clicking it, it is in active state. So now it is in active state. That is why it is giving me a green color. Okay. Let's move to the next one. And here what I'm going to give, here I'm going to give visited. So once your link is already visited, the color will change to blue. Okay. Just for explanation's sake, I am writing this colors only. You can give background color and whatever you want. I'll show you one example also for background color. Let me first show you, if I click on this link and if I visit this link, then what happens? I've already visited this link. You can see this link is now blue in color. Because I clicked on it, I visited the link, so now it is in blue in color. Right? Suppose if I create another link, suppose if I create another link in the same file, I'll just remove this www.google.com and I'll write here YouTube. Right? Now if you see, if I refresh my page, this link is also blue because it is already visited. I have already gone to this youtube.com. That's why it is giving me that blue color. What I'm going to do now, let's write another link. Now this time I'm going to write here Instagram. This link I have never opened in my laptop. Okay. So what I'm going to do, let's check out my web browser. Still this link is coming blue. Why? Because basically what I'm doing is I'm copying this particular link and I'm pasting it, right? I'm just changing my link here. I'm just changing the website name, right? That is why the same thing is happening. Now let's suppose what I'll do. I'm going to write here a href. Let's not write anything. Okay. And here I'm going to write sample. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Still you are getting the same blue color. I have not visited this. Still I'm getting this blue color, right? Because it is counting it as visited. Let's do one thing. Here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write here as link. Okay. And I'm going to give here color as, let's say, yellow. Okay, yellow will not be visible to you guys. So let's give here purple. Okay. Let's see if any changes happens. Let me write this particular code again. If I write a fresh code and if I write Facebook here, if I reload my page, you can see now when I have written link, right? As soon as I write the link pseudo class, this is now looking like a link, right? What is the link color which I gave? Purple. So you can see it is purple. Till the time when I did not give the link, right? My all copied anchor tags was coming as blue in color. That means it was saying that these are visited. But this is a new link and I have not visited this link. So it is right now in purple. Once I click on it and I open Facebook login, once I go back, it becomes blue in color. That means it is now visited. How cool is it, right? So now you can understand, if you click on a button, that whether somebody has clicked on that particular link or not, whether they have already visited that link or not. Correct? I'll also show you one thing which I was talking about, the background color. So let me write it in the over. If you're writing background color here, let's say if I'm giving black. So what's going to happen? When I hover, my text is changing to red and the background color is black. Now you imagine if you're creating a web application and you have a navigation bar in the above at the top, and you must have seen in many web pages this kind of things. When you hover in there, then the color changes, right? Let me show you one example. If it is there. So let's go to Great Learning Academy. If you look here, I have clicked on this link. Now let's see if we have these kind of things or not, pseudo-classes. Okay, this is also one of the thing. If you can see, when we are hovering my mouse here, when I'm hovering my mouse, you can see this card is getting popped up, right? This is also nothing but your pseudo-classes. Okay, let me find out. So I don't think we have such buttons here. Yeah, you can see here. So when I am clicking on this particular data science button, this is becoming blue background, right? Machine learning, blue background. Artificial intelligence, blue background. Because when you're clicking on it, so these are nothing but your pseudo classes. Once you click on that, it becomes your background color blue, right? To indicate that you have clicked on this, right? Same thing happens when you work with pseudo classes. Let me explain once again to you about this particular hover, active, visited, and link. Hover is when you move your mouse to that particular element, things will happen, events will happen. Active means when your link is active, when you have already clicked on it, when you will click on it, like suppose when I'm clicking on this, right? So this particular link will get changed to green. Right now it is not happening because I've already used visited. So remember that you can't use link with visited or visited with active. Okay, remember that. You must have seen that when I was not using link, visited was only one thing which was happening in all the links, right? So it is very important that you should use link. Okay, otherwise your all links will be visited. Okay, so you have to use link, and you can't use active with link because link is a normal link, right? And if you click on any of the active, you can see it is not showing me green color. Active is, you can see active is green, but these are now not showing me any green color, right? If I comment my visited and if I go to my active, let's say here, now you can see this green color is coming here. So you can't use visited with active. Okay, for the first time you can, but after that you will not be able to see the changes. Okay, so be clear with that. There is a little bit confusion between these three, but practice that, you will understand. When you will practice these three things in one particular anchor tag, you will understand how this is working. So whatever tags and CSS properties I am telling you, keep a note of it and try to do it on your own. If you're not doing it on your own, then there is no use. You're just watching the video, right? That's it, right? So please do it on your own and understand what is happening when you're writing only active, what is happening when you're writing only visited, and what is happening when you're writing link. These are all the particular pseudo classes. Now what program I have written in my particular file, let's complete that. Let's see what is happening in this one. So I'm going to open my Sublime. In this style, I'm going to remove these all things because that is my own thing which we wrote together. But now I'm going to follow my program which is given in this slide. So let's remove this part and let's paste it. Done. Let's see what all things we have written here. H1, H2, H3, and then 2 anchor tags. So here also you can see H1 hover color red, same thing. For H1 we have written, let's go to our browser, let's load this. So for H1 it is coming red in color, that is working fine. Well, let's see what is next. For body, text align is center, so everything was in center. For A, visited, active and link is given. Visited is red. Let's see. So both the links are already visited, so that is why it is showing me red. Active is yellow, so active will not, okay, you can see active is working here. So when I'm double clicking on it, it is showing me yellow color. It got opened. What is next? Next is link will be green. So if I write any other new link, that will come in green color. Let's see if it is coming. Suppose if I write here Facebook. Let's see if this is working. Okay, visited is already written, so it is not coming, right? Visited is already written here. Correct? If I'll not write that, I will get the green color. You can practice that. I've already shown you once. You can go back to the video and you can see it once again. Practice this and you'll be very fine with it. You have to just practice all these four things, four pseudo classes. Now, the last one is our first child. Let's see what we have to do in our first child coding. So let me remove this and write here the div element, and let me create two tags here. One is h1 and one more h1 we will create. Here I'll be writing it is the first heading in div. I'm going to close this. Next h1 I'm going to write it is the second heading in div, and I'm going to close this. This is done. Now in the pseudo classes, in the style portion, what we will be doing? We'll be writing some CSS commands here. Let's see what I'm going to write. h1 first child, and here I'm going to give text indent. Now those who don't know what is text indent, it's nothing but if you give a indentation from the side. So also I'm going to write here color blue. h1 first child means h1 is the first child. To this only it should happen. Let's see. You can see this second div. I'll minimize this. So everything is in the center. That is why I have written a body, right? That is why it is happening in the center. And the next thing is the h1 is indenting 200 pixels. There's a space here, right? That is what is text indenting. So this is indenting 200 pixel, and the another second heading is not indenting. Why? Because the h1 is the h1 is the first child. If I'll not write here first child, if I'm not writing here first child, then that particular CSS will be applied to both of them, which I don't want. I want only in the first child it should happen. That is why this is working like this. I hope you understood what is this particular first child and all the pseudo classes. You need to just practice these pseudo classes with navigation links and all, and you'll be fine with it. Now let's move to the next topic and let's see what do we have. Now we will talk about the most important topic in the CSS, which is nothing but border. So we are going to see how we can actually create the border and what is the syntax for writing these borders, how we can actually write the commands for the border in our CSS code. First of all, let me explain you what is this border, right? So it helps in setting up the border for HTML elements. Like suppose if you have a heading, let's say this is my heading. So around this I want a border. This border, if I want to give, I can give it using the CSS border commands. There are four properties that can help in setting up a border. First is width, style, color and radius. Okay, we will see all four of them, how we can use these four things in our border. The next is, okay, let's read the 4 properties description. It sets the width of the border, it sets the style of the border, it sets the color of the border, and it determines the roundness of the border. Okay, very easy thing. We will understand it in a very descriptive way also when we will work it around in the Sublime. You can set the border for specifically top, right, bottom, and left. Specifically means that you can mention border only for top also, only for bottom also, only for right and only for right also, only for right and only for left also. Now let's move to the next sentence, which is we can also club top and bottom together, and same goes for left and right. So we can give the commands for the border with top and bottom together and left and right together. If you can see here, if I'm giving border width 2 pixel and then 5 pixel, what it does, it sets top and bottom as 2 pixel and left and right as 5 pixel. This we will see in our Sublime also. Right now, let's keep it like this. Okay, so don't worry about this particular point. Also, border can also be set in a single line. We will see how we can set the border in a single line also. Now, before understanding these two things, these two lines of particular statement, let's move to our Sublime and let's do some coding around border. Okay, so this particular class we were working with, the pseudo-classes, what we can do, we can remove this whole thing, and it is the first heading in div, it is the second heading in div. This is perfect. So we have 2 headings in our browser. Let's check out our browser. This is how it is looking. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to provide the CSS styles and some borders. Let's see how we can do that. Please focus to this particular topic because here I'll be explaining you so many things. So don't get confused when I'm speaking a lot about border. So please stick to this video and see what all tags or what all commands I'll be using here. Now suppose if I want to give the normal border to my h1 tag, what I'll be doing, I will be first writing border. Once you started writing border, you will find many commands from the CSS, which is border style, border width, border right, border spacing. So many things you will get here. Okay. Very first thing what I'm going to show you is border top. Now in border top, that means the border will be given only to the top part. Okay. First we will give the width. That means the thickness. So what is the thickness of the border I want? I want 2 pixels. Next I am going to write that particular style. So style means the solid. So solid is nothing but the look and feel of the border, that how the border will look. And then I'm going to give the color of the border. Okay. Now I won't write anything else. Let's see what happens in my. So you can see in the browser what is happening. What I have written h1. h1 is this also and this also, right? So in my browser only top border is coming for both the headings. You can see. Now, not to confuse you, what I'll do, I'll make it as h2 so that we will work on only one of the heading, right? Because it is h2, now in h2 the border top is not coming. Border top is coming here. Like that, what I can do, I can do it 4 times. So I can write it for border bottom. Then next I can write it for bottom right, because I want border from all the directions, right? So I have to write it like this, border left. So that means from all the corners of that particular h1 heading, 2 pixel size of border with solid style and with red color, it will be coming. Let's see if it is coming. Yes, let me zoom it. You can see one border is created here, right? Now let's understand what we have done here. That means if I'm working with the bottom, I can change it to 4 pixel. I can change the color also. I can change the right to, let's say, 6 pixels, and I can change the color to yellow. And also to the left, I can change it to 8 pixel, and I can change that particular color to anything else. And still, this border will work fine with all the values which I have given. Okay, so bottom is 4 pixel, and then to the right you have 6 pixel, to the left you have 8 pixel. You can see the height is also, width is also changing, the color is also changing, and we have not covered the style. We have not changed any style. We'll see it later on, but right now you can understand that how you can actually create a border in your HTML document, right? Perfect. So we have understood this much. But don't you think that creating a single border is taking 4 lines of code here? Right? It's a little bit complex, right? That a single border which is around h1 is taking 4 lines of code to write. Correct? What we can do here is, there is another way of writing this particular border. So I'll comment this for now, and let's save this, and let's see, this border will not come now, right? What we can do instead, we can write here, let's say border, and to this border, what I'm going to do, let's say border style. Okay, so I'm giving now only border style, correct? But you can also give border top style, let's say solid, border top color red, border top width, which is 2 pixel. We can do like this, but then it is more bigger, right? Why it is more bigger? You will do this like how many times? 4 times. That means these 3 codes will be written 4 times again. Why? Because we have to do it for bottom, left, right. Now this is much more bigger. So this is also one way, but this is much more bigger, so we are not going to use this. Okay. Now let's see what is else. What else commands do we have? What other commands do we have? We can write it something like this. We can write border, and then we can mention that how much width do you want. Let's say border width. Okay. Border width, we can mention here, let's say 2px. Okay. After this border style, directly, we will not write anything else. Like top, left, bottom, right, we are not going to mention here. We are just going to write border style. We are going to give here solid. Next, the last one is border color. So we are going to write that. We are not mentioning any sides, right? Top, left, bottom, or right. We are not mentioning that. Now let me write here red. Let's see what happens. Let's see. So if I refresh my page, is the border coming? Yes, the border coming in all the directions. Top, left, right, bottom, in all the directions. My border is coming with 2 pixel of width, red in color, and solid. Right? So that means when you are not mentioning any size, any sides, right? Any sides, if you are not mentioning any sides, then it will take to all the 4 corners. Now this is much easier code, right? This is much easier code than this one, because the same thing was taking 4 lines, now it is taking only 3 lines. And it is much more easier to write, correct? Perfect. Let me see if 4 pixel is working. That is also working, right? So this is one way. But suppose I actually don't want that in all the directions this width of the border should be same. I want different width. Then what we have to do? let's see what we can do. So this is the another way. So I've just commented it right now. And now let's see what we can write. What we will do now here is we will be mentioning border width, okay, border width. And now what we can do, we can write the specific values related to all the sides, okay. Now let's suppose I'm writing 4 pixel, okay, and then I'm going to write 6 pixel, then I'm going to write 4 pixel, and then I'm going to write 6 pixel. What I'm doing here, let's understand this. And before that, let's understand, if I write here border style, I'll explain you the earlier code, but let me write the whole code. Suppose if I'm writing the same thing, border color as red, right? Let's see what happens in the browser. Are we getting a different size in our right and left? If you can't observe, let me give a bigger value. Let me give here 6 and let me give here 8 so that you can see it in a better way. Perfect. Now let's move to our browser. Now if you can notice, my top and bottom is having the same width, but my left and right is also having the same width, but bigger than top and bottom. Now why is it looking much more thicker and bigger than top and bottom? Let's understand that. When you're giving a value something like this, basically what you are doing is you are mentioning the directions or the sides in a clockwise direction. Clockwise direction means top, right, bottom, left. So top you have given 6 pixel, right you have given 8 pixel, bottom you have given 6 pixel, left you have given 8 pixel. That is why right and left you are getting thicker than top and bottom. Correct? I am going to comment this from here so that you will not get any doubt when you are working with this kind of code. Okay, perfect. Now if you look here, we have understood that how we can actually give separate width to all my sides. Let's suppose I want in the top to be 10 pixel, in the right I want to be 15 pixels, in the bottom I want it to be 16 pixels. Okay, 16 is really very close. Let's give 20. And in the left I want 25 pixels. I know the border is really thick. Generally in any web page projects we don't give such a big border, but to explain you I'm just giving this. So you can see the top one is little bit smaller, the right one is little bit bigger than the top one, the bottom one is little bit bigger than the right one, and the left one is very much bigger than all of them. I hope you understood what we have done here. Now one question will be coming to your mind, that if we can do this in our width, can we do it in color and style? Yes, of course. And because I've written only one value, solid and red, so all the sides solid and red is coming. But we can actually give other values also. I'll show you. Top I want red, right I want suppose yellow, then I want blue, and then I want, let's say, green. That's a bright color. Now let's reload this. So all my 4 borders are now in a different color. Why? Because I have written it like this. That means top, right, bottom and left. Perfect. We can do it in this style also. But the problem here is that we don't know what are the different styles. Because from half an hour, I'm just telling you about this solid style, right? What are the different styles that we can work with? Correct? Let's observe that one by one and let's see what are these styles. First one is solid, which we have already seen. And next one is dashed. So when you mention dashed, your border will become like a dashed. You can see all the 4 borders are in a dashed format. Let me minimize these ratings, these width, because it is looking really very bad. So let me give something like this, and now reload the page. Now, okay, now this is proper. So this is nothing but your dashed. My all sides borders are in a dashed style. The next one, let me write it as dotted. When you write dotted, this will form a dot border. Okay. The next one is nothing but your groove. Now understand from here in a very serious manner. If you see the groove, have a look very closely what is happening. I'm going to zoom in so that you can see actually what is the difference. You can see in groove what is happening. On the sides, on the left and the right corner, the inside part is a little bit lighter than the outside. And when you talk about the top and bottom, the inside part is a little bit lighter than the outside. Right? This is what is groove. Okay. Now, if I erase this and I write ridge, have a look what is happening. First of all, I'm not going to reload. So just have a look how this groove is looking. Okay. Now when I'm going to reload, just have a look what will happen. It is just opposite, right? That is what is ridge. So it is just opposite. Now all the inner parts are much more darker and brighter, and the outer one is nothing but the faded one. Correct? This is the difference between groove and ridge. Also, we have something called as inset. Inset and outset is a 3D style. So have a look what will happen. This will give you a 3D experience. If you can see here, this is looking like that it is going inside. That is why the name inset. So the border is looking like that it is moving into the inside of the text, right? So this is your inset. But once I write here outset, this will be just the opposite. Have a look. I have not reloaded the page now. Once I reload, observe carefully what is happening, right? So this is looking like it is coming outside, right? That is why this is known as outset. So these are basically the different kind of styles which we have in our border. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write 4 of my favorite border styles here. So let's write solid, which is obviously everybody's favorite. Then dashed, which will be in the right. And then in the bottom, let's say inset. And in the left, let's say outset. Now, if I reload my page, it's working. You can see in the top, you have the solid. On the right, you have the dashed. This one is inset and that one is outset. Okay. So I hope you understood this particular, how to give these width, style and color to all the corners of the border, right? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment this and let me show you how we can actually write the rest of the code. 1 second, there's already a comment. So let me comment is individually. What I'm going to next show you is that writing these kind of border is also very hectic. So there is a more shorter way of writing the border. You have to just write border. That's it. Okay. Now in the border, what you will do, you will give 6 pixel, you will give solid, and you will give the color. That's it. Nothing else. You're not mentioning any top, bottom, left. You're not mentioning any clockwise direction of top, bottom, left. You're not mentioning where is the width, the style and color. Just one line code. And have a look what is happening in my file. It is giving me a proper border. So instead of writing this code or this code, this code or this code, you can actually do everything only with this particular single code. But yes, if you want to mention the different width or different style or different color to all the corners, then this is the best thing you can do. Okay. Now, one more thing which we have seen in our PPT, that was saying that we can write our, or we can club our top and bottom together, and we can also club our left and right together. Let's do that. and let me show you how it will appear. So what I'm going to do, going to the Sublime, and here I'm going to write border width. I'm going to give 2 pixel and 5 pixel. See, when you're giving 4 values, then it will take 4 sides, top, right, bottom, left. But when you're giving only 2 values, then it will take top and bottom as the first value and left and right as the second value. Let's see whether it is working or not. So what I'm going to do, I am going to go to my browser. Okay, we have not given the color, so we have to give the color. Let's give the color, otherwise it will not be visible, right? Here let's give one color itself, and also let's give the border style, which is nothing but the solid one. Let's save this. Let's go to my browser. Let's reload, and you can see top and bottom we are getting 2 pixel, left and right we are getting 5 pixel. Okay, so this is what they were talking about. Let's comment this, and here we will write the last one which I showed you, border 6 pixel, solid and color. See, you can swap these things here and there. There is no problem in that. You can write the color first, you can write the width next, you can write the style first, you can write the color next. That is not a problem. Now, this is how it is looking. So I hope these are the ways which you can understand, and I hope you have understood that how we can write borders in different styles, right? Now let's go back to the PPT, and you can see all the points are now covered, correct? Now what we can do, borders I have already shown you, borders you have understood. Now let's move to the next topic and let's see what is there. Now we are going to discuss about the box model. So let's understand what is this box model. Before that, I want to design something and show it to you. So understand that this is your border. I'm very bad at drawing, so excuse me for that. And here you can see there is a border. Here is some text written. Okay, let's suppose I am writing here, my name is Ritvik. Okay, and suppose this is your screen size. Okay, this is your screen. This is my border and this is my text. Now if you observe here, there are two things which is very important. The two things are the space between the border and the wall of the page. This is the wall of the page and this is the border. Okay, the space between the wall of the page and the border, this is in your hand. You can increase it or you can decrease it. Okay, this is in your hand because the whole web page is yours, right? So it is your responsibility that how much width do you want here. Do you want this particular portion to be filled with another color? Do you want this particular portion to be having a maximum width? Or do you don't want any width here? This is all depending on you. How you can give that? That is what we are going to learn in this box model. Next thing, the distance between the border and the content. This is the content. The space between the border and the content, that means this space. Okay, this space is also in your hand. You can suggest to the application that how much space do you want here. Okay, this is what we are going to learn in this box model, and that is why it is named as box model, because in the box, if you take any box, these two spaces are mandatory. Imagine that you have a container, you have a carton, and you are packing your stuffs. Okay, you're shifting somewhere and you have a carton and you're packing your stuffs. You will put all your kitchen items in one container, right? When you're putting all your kitchen items in one container, there will be some spaces left in your box, right? On the corners, right? In the corners, some spaces will be left, correct? And when you see that, you're actually moving your items and adjusting so that some more spaces can be found out, right? You can find some more spaces so that you can put more kitchen items in that particular carton. So that is why it is called as box model. Those spaces is all depending on you, how you're going to manage and how you're going to actually cover those spaces. These are those spaces which I'm talking about. Okay, let's now go to box model and understand what all things we are going to see here. Every element in CSS can be represented using box model. That's really very true. I'm going to show you how it helps developer to develop and manipulate the elements. It consists of 4 edges. One is content edge. Remember, in this particular thing, this is the content edge. This part, I'll show you. Let me mark it with another marker so that you can see it. You can observe that. See this dotted things. This is your content edge. Okay. Next is padding edge. It lies in between content and border edge. Content is this one. Border is this one. This is your padding. Next is border edge. Border edge is your this edge. Right? The next is margin edge. Margin edge, what is written? It is outside border and controls margin of the element. Outside border, that means this one. Okay. I hope you are understanding. This is the content edge. This is the padding edge. This is the margin edge. Okay. Now, don't worry. I'm going to explain it in the Sublime also. You will understand there in a better way. Okay. Right now, just understand this particular explanation. And let's move to the example. Let me change it back to the red. And now you can see the example what is given. Border, margin, padding, content. Right? Let's understand what is this, what they're writing here. Okay, in a very simple and easy manner. Let's go back to our Sublime. In this Sublime, we have already given the border here, right? Okay, we have given the border. So, around my content, I have the border. Correct? I have told you about 3 edges. Content edge, if you see the I here, that is the content edge. Padding edge. This border red color, that is your padding edge. Margin edge. The wall of the page, that is your margin edge. Now, the second thing which I taught you was, in the beginning, when I was explaining the box model, I told you that the space in between the border and the wall of the page, that is nothing but the space which is dependent on us, right? We can maximize that, we can minimize that. And the space between the border and the content, that space is also managed by us. Okay, let me tell you how. Okay, now in this particular H1, if you see, we have written the border. What I'm going to do here is, I am going to write here padding. Okay, once I write padding top means from the top some spaces will be provided. But I don't know whether the space will be given outside the border or inside the border. Right? Let's understand that. Let's say that I'm giving the padding top as 9 px. Okay, 9 pixel. Let's see what happens. Observe carefully this border. Okay, there is some space provided inside the border, right? That means the space is provided between the border and the text, the content, right? That means the space between the border and the content is called as padding. Again, I'm repeating, the space between the border and the content is called the padding space. Because I have only given padding top, the padding space was only given from the top side. What if I'm giving padding left? Let's say I'm giving here 10 pixel. Now look at the left hand side. When I reload the page, 10 pixel is this much. So it got a little bit side. Why? Because that is my padding left 10 pixel. Now let's give the padding from the bottom. So here I can give padding bottom. I can give here, let's give a little bit more. Let's give sorry, yeah, 14px. Now let's see in the bottom, is it giving you a space? Yes, it is giving the space. And now you are understanding that what is padding? It is a space provided between the border and the content. Okay. You will be thinking why sir has not written about the right, because right already we have so many spaces, right? So is it important to give a space from the right? Even if you give it, it won't reflect because already so many spaces given around the right hand side. So even if you give 14 pixel or anything, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, nothing is happening, right? When this will matter, I'll tell you. It will matter when your text alignment. Why text alignment is not coming? Yeah, text alignment. If and all I have done it on the right hand side. If I have given right hand side and I have given padding right 14, now you can see from the padding right 14 pixel is given. Okay, and from the left it doesn't matter because left we have so many spaces, right? So this is what is your padding. Okay, when you want to give a space around or a space between your border and the content. Now writing this in 4 lines again doesn't make sense, right? So what we can do? We can do the same thing which we did in our border. We have the circular, the clockwise thing. So we can write here, let's say I want to give here 14 pixel. I want to give here 18 pixel. I want to give here 14 pixel. And again I want to give here 18 pixel. This is nothing but your top, right, bottom and left. Let's see if it is working. Yes, from top and bottom, how much I'm getting? Top and bottom, what I've written? I have written 14 pixel. And from left and right, I'm getting 18 pixel. Right, you're not going to observe because we have so many spaces there. Perfect. This is what is your padding. Okay. Now, the next thing. We have understood that what command or which particular CSS property can give the space between the border and the content. But now we need to know that which particular command will give the space between the wall of the page and the border. Okay, so let's do that. Here I'm going to write margin top. Margin top I'm going to give a little bit larger value so that you will be able to see the difference. 25 pixel I've given. Now look at this particular space. Just observe what will happen when I reload the page. See, 25 pixel is also giving me only a very little space, right? What I'm going to give, let me give here 50 pixel so that the movement can be recorded, right? So you can see from the top it moved. So margin is one of the things which gives the space between the wall of the page and the border. Okay, now let's do some experiments with this. So I'm going to give here margin bottom, let's say 50 pixel. Let's give first 50 pixel to all the sides, then margin top 50 pixel, margin left 50 pixel. Done. Now I'm going to save this and let's reload my page. From all the corners 50 pixel will come. Obviously from down, if you notice, this is 50 pixel. Can you see the second heading moved a little bit down because this is 50 pixel. Okay. Why my right is not working? I've given top here. Okay. Now I think from the right also this should work. So now from all the corners we have the margin space given. So margin is the space which is provided between the wall of the page and the border. Okay. Now we have given 50 pixel margin from all the corners, right? So it's not important to write it like this. What we can do, if your size or if your width is similar or same from all the sides, you can give it only once. Don't mention any sides, just write it once, and when I reload the page, nothing will change because I've written the same thing. So nothing is changing. Okay, it's just that I have reduced my code. Now, if I want to give all the different sizes or different widths to all my sides, then I can use this same thing which we have learned in our border and padding. So random size I'm giving for all the sides, top, right, bottom, left. Top and bottom is having 50 and 60, and right and left is having 30 and 80. This is how it is looking. Okay, so I hope you understood what is the difference between padding and margin. Again repeating, padding is nothing but the space between the border and the content. Margin is nothing but the space between the wall of the page and the border. And also we have seen a lot of ways how we can write border and margin and padding. And this is coming in the border box rule. Okay, so this is what is all about your box model. How this particular box model works. Inside the box, we have three things. Obviously the border, padding and margin. So I hope you understood this particular concept, and let's see now what is our next topic. Now that we have understood and seen and talked about so many basic tags around HTML and also so many small topics around CSS, we now have the basic structure and styling of a web page. We know that how we can style our web page and how we can give a structure to our web page. So now let's do a project and let's understand how we can actually create a web page which actually looks like a website. Now, before jumping into the project, I'll tell you that most of the codes which I'll use here, I will be explaining all the codes line by line, and also all of the tags which I'll be writing, that is understood by you in this particular session. So let's start off with the project and let's see what is the project we are going to build. So this is the project which is, we have to create. And if you can see here, this is combination of HTML and CSS both. Now, if you have a look, let's understand what all components do we have in this particular web page and what all things you need to create when you're writing the HTML and CSS of this particular web application. Now, in the starting, you can see there is a small bar, the black color bar, in which you can see some navigation links are written. So if you click on it, then obviously something will happen. But right now I have not given any commands to these links. That means any hrefs I have not given to these links. So it is not taking me anywhere. But this particular web page talks about GL sports. Okay. And then about us, indoor, outdoor, history, GL sports. This is nothing but the particular navigation links around this bar. And then you have the heading, and then you have some small paragraphs, and in the background we have a image. But remember that background is not all over the screen. It's just that in that particular heading. Okay. Now how to do that we will see when we will start the coding. The next part is very interesting, which is the footer. Now understand that in any web application we have two things. One is header and one is footer. The header means where you write all the header materials. That means the navigation links or any such logo, or whether you want to give your company taglines and logos, that you will give it in your header. Right now I have not used any logo of GL, but what I have used is I have used the navigation bar here as an header. Okay. And the next thing is footer. So footer is nothing but the down part. So in the down part, you will be getting all the, extra links which you want to provide to your customer, or the details which you want to provide to your customer in every single page. So this is a kind of footer which I have created here. Okay. And then there is a small bar at the last for the copyright, but that is fine even if you don't give. But most of the companies, recommend that you should give the copyright, standard here. Now, the next portion except header and footer is nothing but the section. Okay, this is our main section and we call it as section. Why do we call it as section? Because like this, the image which you can see, like this section, we can create so many other sections in our web page, right? Like suppose when you click on GL Sports, you can see in the web link that hash showcase is coming, right? Now, why this hash showcase is coming? Because in the href, I have given showcase as an href, hyperlink reference. So when I'm clicking on it, that is what it is opening. That means the same page is opening again and again when I click on GL Sports. But what if I click on About Us? So what I want is when I click on About Us, it should take me to About Us page. But I have not created any About Us page, so that is why I have not linked it. Okay. But in the project, we will create 1 or 2 pages of About Us or indoor or outdoor or history, any of it. And we will see when we click on this link, then what happens. Okay. And then you'll be able to understand that for every single navigation link, you have to create a section. Section means a part of your web page where you'll be presenting something. So this is one part. The another part can be about us, the other part can be indoor, the other part can be outdoor, and the last part can be history. And after that, you have a footer. So all those sections, which is about us, indoor, outdoor, history, those all are nothing but your sections. It is called as sections. The next thing is your aside. What is aside? Now, let me first clear you that in this particular project, I have not given any aside. Okay. Now, let me tell you what is aside. So in many of the web applications, you must have seen that on the side, on the left hand side or on the right hand side, you will see a small bar. Okay. Different section will be provided on the left and the right hand side in which some advertisements will come, or you can say some menu items you have given, or you can say some more links you have added there, right? The best example is Wikipedia. You must have seen on the right, on the left hand side, there will be a bar, right? And in between all the content will be there. So those sidebars are given by the use of aside tag. Okay. So these aside tags will make sure that your all content is on the aside. Now, what I'm talking here is nothing but header, footer, section, and aside are nothing but the preliminary tags used in HTML. That means it doesn't do anything. Header tag, footer tag, aside tag, or section tag, these all tags doesn't do anything. It is just a container to let the user know that this is the header, that this is the section, that those are the asides. Okay. So it is just to let the user know that when he will see the code or when the developer will see the code, they will understand that where the header is written, where the section code is written, where the footer code is written, and where the aside code is written. Okay. And that is what we need to make sure when you're writing a program or when you're writing a project on web development. Okay. Now, without wasting much time, let's start off by creating this particular project and let's see what all things do we need here. Before again going to the Sublime, I must tell you that writing an HTML of any web page is really very easy. Okay, because it does just have to provide the structure. That's it. You have to provide that where this heading should come, where this paragraph should come, where this subheading should come, right? Those all things. Where these navigation bars should come. That's it. But when you talk about CSS, then you have to think a lot that how much padding you should give, how much spaces should be given between these two things, right? And how I can bring these all things in the center. Then how can I arrange these 4 things like this, right? Why it is not overlapping each other? Why is it having a very defined space between each of them? So CSS is the one thing which will make your web page attractive, and yes, it will take time to make you understand, Because if you're not practicing and you just think that, I know all the CSS commands, I know the basic and fundamental concepts of CSS, which we have seen in this tutorial, and you will expect that, now you can work out and you can create a web application. No, it is not possible. If you want to have a hands-on, or if you want to, be very frequent with CSS coding, you have to practice a lot. You have to do trial and error methods a lot. You have to analyze that if I give this much font size, then what's going to happen? If I give this much value, then what's going to happen? You need to do trial and error method in CSS many a times. Then only you will be very frequent with CSS coding. So don't think that if you're creating this project on your own, that means you're very fine with HTML CSS and you can create your own web application. No. So try to create 2 or 3 more projects of your own and put it in your resume or LinkedIn profiles, and try to find a job if you're a fresher on front-end development or as a front-end developer. Then inside the company, you will be getting to know how to use these things and where to use, because there you will be doing it practically and for real, right? And there will be people helping you every time. So that is why it's very important that you practice all the stuffs or the CSS too much. Okay. Now let's move to our Sublime and let's start this particular project. Before opening the Sublime, let me show you how I have managed this particular project folder. So I've created a project folder inside HTML and CSS tutorial folder, and I have kept these all things here. Okay. So HTML is there, CSS is there, and an image is there, which you can see the image also. This is the image which I have kept it there. Okay. Now understand that you will say that in the first topic you have told us that what is file and folder structure, but sir is itself not keeping all the files and folders in the place, right? I mean to say that I have not created any CSS folder and kept the CSS there, or I have not created any images folder and I kept the image there. Why? Because I am using only one CSS file and one image file, right? So I don't think that it's necessary to create another folder and increase your folder structure. Again and again, you have to go inside different folders and you have to open it, right? Why to do so? Because you have only one file. So that's why I did not create any folder, so that it will be easy for me. It will be convenient for me. Now, so obviously we are not going to again create the same thing in the same folder. What we are going to do, we are going to open the Sublime and create a new file. And this I'm going to save. Let's say in HTML CSS tutorial itself, I'll create a new folder and I'll write here sample project. Okay. And in this particular folder, I have to create an HTML file. So I'm going to write here, let's say project1.html, right? So project1.html is done. And also I'll be creating a new file again and save it in the form of CSS, because see, when you're working with HTML, it's not important that you should first work with HTML and completing HTML, after that you're moving into CSS. It all depends on you. What I prefer is nothing but we write the whole HTML at once and then we go to CSS. What you can do is you first create the header of HTML, and once you complete the header of HTML, then you go to the CSS and provide all the styling for that particular header, so that at least header will get completed. There will be nothing left for the header to be done, right? But doing that can affect your other sections of the page, right? So that's why I don't prefer it, but it all depends on you. Now let's write the CSS file name. So I've written style.css, and now we have to start writing our code. Now first of all, what I'm going to do, I have already opened this particular page here, right? What we will do is we will write here a normal structure of our code. Okay, and here I'm going to give the title as GL Sports. Okay, the title. Let's save this, and what we will do is we will open it in the browser. So I think my Microsoft Edge is not opening when I'm clicking open in browser. So let's do one thing. Let's copy the file path from here and let me open it just beside our main project. Okay, so you can see this is our page and the heading is coming here, GL Sports, right? Now we have to start creating our HTML file for these all things. Let's do it one by one and let's see how we will do it. Now, when we talk about the body portion or the main portion of the file, what do we have in the beginning? We have the header in the beginning, right? So what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to provide the link, okay? Because we have to give our CSS file here. So I'm going to name here style.css. Now once this is done, our title link is ready. Now in the body, I'm going to type my div. Why I'm writing the div? Because I want to actually give header a particular container. You can see this particular black color bar is nothing but a container, okay, inside which 5 or 6 things are written, correct? So this is nothing but a container inside which all the necessary things are written. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to give a div, and to this div I'm going to give an ID. Why I'm giving an ID? Because obviously to this particular ID I will be giving some CSS to make the color of that particular div as black, right? That bar color as black, and then whatever text I'll be writing there will be white in color, if you can see, if you remember, right? So those things we need to do here. So I'm going to just close this particular tag here, and now I hope you remember that I told you that header, footer, aside, and section are these all are tags. So I'm using this tag header tag, okay, to make the user understand that from here the header is starting. Okay, once the user knows the header is starting from here, inside the header, what should I have? I should have the nav tag. Nav tag is also a container for all the navigation links. Okay, so the user will get to know that inside the header container, the user is putting the navigation links inside it. Okay, so this navigation links I'll give a class. Okay, let's say a random CF I'm giving. That's a class which I'm giving here. Now inside this I'm giving a unordered list. Why I'm giving an unordered list? Understand, this unordered list will come line by line, right? Like GL Sports, then here about us, then here indoor, then outdoor, then history, then GL Sports. Correct? This is how UL will look like. But in my project, it is not the same. It is in a horizontal way, right? How we can do it in the horizontal way, that we are going to see in the CSS part. But right now, you understand that why I am writing it as a unordered list, because if you're using an unordered list in the CSS, you can give an ample amount of spaces, and all the particular list which you'll create will have a same amount of space when you will give it around the CSS. Okay, so writing it in an unordered list way is perfect. Talking about the footer, the same thing we are going to do. We are going to use the unordered list only because the spacing will be done very definite. Okay, now after the UL, in this particular also I'll be creating a class and I'll be naming it as CF. I will tell you why I'm creating this class as an ID, and now I'm going to do an li. Okay, now in this particular li I am going to give the links. Okay, now let me give a link of showcase here, and I'm going to give the heading of GL Sports. So this is the first link which I have given. going to close the li. This is the first link. Let's see what happens in my browser. 1 second. Yeah. So you can see this is what is expected, right? Because I have what I have written in the HTML. I have just written the UL tag and the li, and this is how it is looking. And the li we have given the a tag. That means whatever content you are writing in your list, that's a anchor tag. That's a link. So it is coming as in the form of a link. Perfect. Now what next? Understand that why I have given here hash showcase when I'm writing href. I hope you remember that when I said when I'm clicking on GL Sports, in this particular, let me just reload the page once. So you can see here when I click on GL Sports, in the link, in the URL, you can see hash showcase is coming, right? Why is it coming, sir? Because in the href I have written hash showcase. Same thing is happening here. In the href I have written hash showcase. Now when I will click on that particular link, hash showcase should come. When I click on this link, hash showcase is coming. What is the meaning of this? That means when I'll create the section for GL Sports, when I'll click on GL Sports, the same page will be reloaded. The same page will be reloaded. Okay? When I'm clicking on GL Sports, the same thing is opening, right? When I'll click on About Us, it should take me to About Us. That we will see later on. You can see here hash About Us is coming, but the page is not changing because I've not created any page. But we will create the page right now and I'll show you how to do it. So this is done. Now like that we have to create so many other links, right? So let's create that. Now what we will do is, so that it will not take much time, I'm going to paste it like, so how many times do we have that? We have it like 5 times, and I'm going to write here About Us. Then for sports we have indoor games and we have outdoor. You can specify anything, but okay. Now last one, let's put it as history. Now for all these links which I have created, there should be some href, like some link which should open that particular page. Now understand, in the href we used to give the HTML links, right? Or any other website links like www.youtube.com or www.facebook.com, correct? But you will say that you're not understanding what is this hash showcase or hash about us means, right? Let me tell you. Now when we'll create this section, in that particular one section we'll be providing an ID with showcase, we'll be providing an ID with About Us, we'll be providing an ID with Endor. Okay, and then what will happen when we will click on these links? When we'll click on these links in the same web page, it will take me to the indoor section. That means About Us, Endor, Outdoor and History will be in the same web page. Okay, it's just that when I'll click on Endor, it will go down and point towards the Endor section of my web page. When I click on Outdoor, it will point towards my Outdoor section of my web page. Okay, so there is no HTML links other than this main HTML file. There's no other HTML file. There's no other file for About Us, Indoor and Outdoor. We are going to provide these sections in this particular HTML web page itself. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that there are different sections provided. One is this one is About Us, one is Endor, one is Outdoor, and it will go on. Okay, so that is why when you want to do this kind of thing, that it will take you, the links will take you to the other section of your same web page. We used to write this particular hash command and then this thing. Why I'm writing hash? Because I'll be providing the ID in the section. I will show you that. For right now, just keep it in mind that this is nothing but an ID. Okay, so my links are ready, and let's now close this UL tag and let's give a last href. So here I will just give hash because I don't want to provide any link, and I'm going to give an ID here which is open up. Okay, I will tell you why this ID is needed, because this I can only explain you when I'll move to the CSS. Okay, now this is done. Let me close the all necessary tags. So nav is closed, header is closed. Now let's refresh our page and let's see whether my all navigation links are coming here or not. Okay, so my all navigation links are coming here, right? And now I have to arrange it. That we will do in the later part on the CSS. But right now we'll concentrate on the next thing, which is this particular div portion, this container. So this container, the black one, is already done. Only the CSS we have to write. We will do it in the, when we'll move to the CSS part. But right now the another div portion is this one, the image one. So let's do that. So after the header, what we have to do? We have to create the another div, and here we'll be again giving the class, because for every div I'm giving a class. For this or an ID. So for this I've given an ID, for this I'm giving a class, and to this class I'll be writing section main. This is one ID. One more ID I'm giving container. Now here, understand what I've done. Basically, I have given two classes to the same tag. One class name is section main and the other class name is container. Okay, so I've given two class names to one particular tag. You can give it like this, just a space is needed. That's it. So in your particular CSS, you can either use .section main or .container. Both will take the commands to this div. Okay, so this is one thing which I wanted to tell you, because in many of the web applications you will see this kind of thing. Okay, so don't get complicated that or confused that this is one particular class name this much big. No, it is not. Okay, what is the use of it? You can use this particular container class or section main class in any of the other divs where you want the same styles. Let's say to this div and to this div, I want the same styles, exact same styles. So you do not have to copy and paste the same CSS again and again, right? You won't do that because it will increase your code. So what you will do, you will name section main class here also and here also. The same will be provided and it will be done. Now there are some other styles which you also want to give to this div. Those other styles you can give to container. So the similar styles you will give to section main, and the other styles which is unique to this div, you will give it in container. So just understand for now that similar styles will be given to your one of the class, and the unique styles which you want to give, you can give it to the container. Okay, now let's move ahead and let's write the heading which you have seen, which is nothing but GL Sports. So let's write that. Done. So H1 is done, and now we have to give the subheading. So in the subheading, we will write the paragraph. So paragraph is random, guys. Whatever you want to write, you can write. I am writing whatever I have written in my particular project. So your best place to visualize and enjoy playing different sports. Okay, so this is my heading. Let's see how it is looking in the web page. As expected, H1 looks like this and H2 looks like this. Now you can see that till now we have only done this much, which is only the HTML, right? Yeah, we are not expecting that it should come like this, correct? But we will do it slowly. We will see how we can do that. After H2 we have the paragraph. Let me do one thing. I will copy this whole paragraph from here so that we can save some time, and we are going to mention it in our paragraph. But to this paragraph I have to give some CSS, because you can see the paragraph which was written there was much more bolder than the normal paragraph. If you can see in the whole tutorial, when we have written the paragraph, it doesn't look like this, right? It is much more smaller. But because I want to make it visible and attractive, I have to give the font size increased in the CSS. So I'm going to give a class because I want to write the CSS for this particular portion. So again, I'm giving two CSS for this. Okay, these are the two CSS which I'm giving here now. You can give any name. I'm also giving just random names. And now I'm going to paste up my paragraph, and I'm going to close my paragraph. I'm going to close my div, and I'm going to close my other div also. Okay. Now you can see the first div I have not closed it here before starting the another div, because I wanted that inside one div you have two things. Inside this is the whole div, okay, the image and the black bar, this is the whole div. Inside the div you have one more div, okay, something like that is happening in our code. So this is done. Now what is next? Next we have the footer. So we have to work with this particular div now. This is also a div. Let's see whether we are going to create the div or not. So after this div, what we have to do is we have to create the footer, and here we need to write the div again, one particular div we have created, and to this div I am going to write the container class. You can see here container class I have also given here, and I have also given here. Why? Because there are some styles which is common to this div and to this div also. That is why I have written it here. Okay, and in the section main there will be unique styles which will be only for this div, and I'll not use this section main anywhere else. Okay, because this section main is unique to only this div. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. Now let's move to creating another div, and here I'll be writing the CSS for footer. So I'll be writing here the CSS name as footer calls. Now you'll be asking that to the same div you are giving two classes. No, I'm not giving classes to the same div. You can understand that inside this div you have another div. Okay, so it is not the same. That is why I'm not writing here footer calls. Okay, I'm writing it in another div. That's another div which is having another class footer calls. Okay, now what next? Now we have to create our all the unordered list. So how we can do that? UL li, and to this li, obviously what is first? Let's see. You can see we have shop and play, right? So we have to write here shop and play, and it is not having any link. If you see here, this is not clickable, but these are clickable. All of these are clickable. So the first list is not an anchor tag. It is not a link. The first list. All the next list are anchor tags. So this one I'm not creating a anchor tag, but the next ones will be a anchor tag. To this, what reference I'll be giving? Right now I'm not giving any reference, so just putting it like a hash. Okay, and now let's write the component names, whatever is there. So we have 3D sports. Rest of the things we will write later on. Let's complete this one first. This is done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. How many times I have to copy it? 4. Done. Now what else we have written in our names in the components? We have written the arcade, sports, I believe so, virtual reality, merchandise, gift card. virtual reality, merchandise, and gift cards. Okay, so all my list is now completed from the footer portion. That means only the first column we have written. Now we have to write the second column. For that, what we can do, obviously saving the time. So copy this, just after this paste it and change the content whatever is written. Okay, so we have GL Sports Store. Let's write here GL Sports Store. The next one, find a store. The next one is today at GL Sports. Next one is sports camp. The next one is entertainment. And the next one is order. Order sports items. So I hope you are understanding what is happening here. We are creating these 4 columns one by one, right? Right now it will not look like a column because it is just a normal list. So this is how it is looking, okay? I'll create the more 2, okay? And then we will move out to our next portion. Let's see what is the next thing. So, okay, this is already copied. So I'm going to just paste once more. And this is done. So we have created our 4 columns. Changing of names will be done. Let's not waste time and let's change the names and let me come back, right? So now we are done with all our list and everything. So you can see here we have all our 4 columns, whatever we wanted to create, and we have changed the names of all of them. So let's go back to our browser and let's see how is it looking. So if you can reload the page, you can find out that all the names are different and all my 4 columns are created. Now have a look that whether we have completed our structure or not. If you can look in this particular web page, our structure is what? Our designing is what? Our designing is nothing but the content whichever you are writing. So the navigation content is nothing but these links. Then we have the heading, subheading, paragraph, and all these footer components, right? Do we have all of it? We have the links, we have the heading, we have the subheading, we have the paragraph, we have all the footer links. Yes, we have it. And the last part is this copyright thing that is only left, which we will write now. And I think then HTML is done, because that is all about the design and structure of a web page. So design and structure of a web page will be completed. Now whatever will be done is nothing but to make our web page attractive. I hope now you will understand and you are understanding that why CSS is very important, right? You can see that this is only giving me the HTML part and it is not at all attractive, not at all self-explanatory, and I can't even recognize what kind of web page is this. Sometimes you must have seen that when you're opening a Facebook login page, it comes like this, right? It doesn't come in a proper way, but it comes like this. It loads like this, right? Because the reason is the CSS of that particular code is not loaded properly in the server. That is why all the styling is not coming in a proper way from the server. Only the HTML part has recovered and only the HTML part is showing. You must have seen sometimes in many web pages it happens that the web page is coming like this, right? So this is what is all about your HTML and CSS and why is it important, okay? Now, let's go back to this and let's see what is here. We have copyright 2021 great learning. But the problem is, what is this particular symbol? This is not @, this is something else. How can we give that? Right? Let's see how can we do that. So we have written all our complete 4 columns. We should close some things. Let's find out what all things we need to close. Just put a slash, okay, div, one more slash, okay, div. So 2 of our divs which was opened here is now closed. Now what we have to do, we have to write that copyright thing. So what we are going to do here is we are going to create a different div, because if you look here, this is having another container which is gray in color, right? This is kind of another container which is gray in color. So don't you think we should create another div? So we are creating another div, and to this we'll give a class. We'll write the class name as footer bottom, because it comes inside footer but it is in the bottom part. I'm just giving a random class name for self-explanation, but you can give any name whatever you want. This is done, and here I'm going to write the statement copyright. After that copyright there was a symbol, but in my keyboard I don't have that symbol. So how can I give that symbol in HTML? You give the and then you write copy, then semicolon. Once it becomes in purple in color, you will understand that this is doing something. What it does, let's see. So I'm writing only this much and showing you in our web page whether that symbol is coming or not. I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom in and you can see that symbol is coming here. Right? So this is how you can give those particular symbols. And not only this, but there are so many other kind of and commands which you can use to give such particular symbols. Okay, check it out in Google and find out that what all other symbols do we have around like this. Okay, right now let's complete our sentence. So we have 2021 and then great learning. Perfect. So I think this is done. Now let's close the div and close the footer. Right? So this all thing is done from the HTML part, and you can see it's not a very big code. It's just necessary things we have written, whatever we require in our web page. So should we go and start our CSS? Yes, surely we will start now. Now, this from now, when we are starting the CSS, it's very important for you guys to understand each one of the codes, whatever we'll be writing one by one. First of all, if you look into your HTML, you have to always compare your HTML with your web page. That which component or which tag have you used? Like suppose I've written this body here, right? So I know that my body contains my whole web page, right? And I want to change the font family of this particular web page. That means how is it written here? It's not very attractive, okay? It is not looking very good to me. So what I can do, we'll give the body and we will write here the font family. For the font family, I'll be giving here PT Sans, which is nothing but a kind of a font family, and comma I'll be giving sans serif. Why am I writing sans serif? Because I want it in the normal way. I don't want that there should be a line at the end of all the characters. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. Let's reload my page. Look at the text if anything is changing. Yes, the text did change, right? It became more bigger, and the font family which I'm using is PT Sans. So it is converted the whole body into PT Sans. If you have not seen, go back to the video and see it. You will observe the change. Now, what next? So here I'm going to give a background color. Okay. Now, there are so many background colors in the HTML, right? So which background color I should choose? What I'll do, I'll go to my HTML color codes the same way how I have told you. I'll go to my HTML color codes, and I know one of the value of my hexadecimal, which is there here 252529, which is giving me a black color if you see, right? Now you can always write black color instead, but I'll be preferring to use this particular hexadecimal value. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that particular value and I'm going to put a hash and put that value here. Done. Let's see what happens. So if I reload my page, everything is black. If you observe, it is not a pure black. It is a kind of a fade black because the text which is written, right, is visible, is slightly visible. If you look here, you can read what is written in GL Sports, your best place to visualize and enjoy playing different sports, right? It is visible. That means the hexadecimal value which I have chosen, it is not purely black, right? Okay. That's okay. That's what I want. It is looking good. Now what I have to do? Background color is done. Now if you observe here, there is a space around all these things, right? These all headings, then list, these all are having some spaces, right? What I'm going to write here is I'm going to give here margin. I hope you remember what is margin. I'm given the margin 0. Why I've given 0? Have a look. Once I reload the page, what is happening? You can see the space which was given above, it's gone now, right? It moved a little bit above, and all the spaces which was there beside the heading, if you can't see it, let me do it again once. So I'm commenting this and I am going to my web page, reloading the page. You can see there is some spaces here, right? There are spaces here. There are lots of spaces in all the portions. So to remove those little spaces, I have given margin 0 so that everything will be close to the wall of the page. You can see it is really close to the wall of the page. There's no extra space provided, correct? I don't know if you can see because the background color is also black, but I have zoomed in, so I hope you can see. Now, what is next? So let's give the color to the text because the text color is really black and you're not being able to see anything. So let's give the color here. Let's go to my color codes again and let's see what color we can give. Obviously, we'll be giving the white color. So for white color, I want to show you what value you will be writing. Let's say I'm writing FFF. You can see which color is coming here. It's totally white, right? So here I'm going to write FFF. Once I save this and reload my page, you're going to observe all the text will become white in color. And now you can clearly observe the margin thing, right? There's no space here in between the wall of the page and the content. That's what I explained to you about margin. The wall of the page and the content or any border, if it is there, there'll be no space. Or how much space we'll give in margin, that much space will be there. Right? So now it is looking something like this, and you can see that it is becoming more attractive, comparing to the previous part where we have not written any CSS. Now, what next? If you look here, all my particular lines, each line is very close to each other. If you look at this one, it's not that close, right? There is a distance between all of them, all the lines, right? There's a distance between each one of them. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give a property which is line height. Okay. Why I'm giving line height? Let's see what changes will come. Observe, guys, that every time whenever I'm writing a new command, I am going to the web page and I'm making you sure that you check out what changes are coming here. So always see that when I'm reloading the page, what change is happening. So I'm reloading now and have a look what is happening. There is a space provided in all of the each lines. Each line is having now some spaces. If you've not observed it, go back to the video and see what changes is done. There's a space provided to all of them. Okay, all the lines, each one of them. So there's a line height. This is called as line height. Okay, I'm controlling. Don't do Control S every time in your web page. Otherwise, it will ask you to save the file. It's a habit now for me, so I'm always clicking on Control S. Okay, now my body CSS is done. It's looking fine. Now let's do one by one the CSS for all my ID and classes. Okay, let's go to my HTML and you can see there's an A tag here, right? Let's give something for A tag. What I'm going to do here is for A tag, I'm going to give something which will remove these lines, the underlines. Okay, which will remove these underlines because in my web page there's no underlines here to all my links, right? So I don't want those underlines. I don't want any decorations in my link. So text decoration, none. Remember text decoration we used to give for underline and all. When we give none, that means every line underline will be gone. Right? All my underlines are now gone. Correct? What next? Here I am going to give a color to all my anchor tags. The color which I am choosing is, I'll show you. Let me open the HTML color codes and let's keep it open only because we need it for some time. So here what I'm going to type is, I'm going to type here C. Now you can see what kind of color is this, right? Okay, this is not the color. This is the color. Okay, a kind of slightly gray color. If you look here, all the links which is written here, okay, if I zoom in, all the links which is written here, it's in something kind of a gray color, right? It's kind of a something in gray color. You can see all the links because above black, if you're putting a gray color or a white color, it's really good. It will look nice, correct? So that's the thing which we are going to do. So triple C will give me the same thing which I want. So here I'm going to write, okay, even if you write like this, that is also fine. Perfect. This is done. Now let's reload my page and let's see whether there's a color coming to my thing or not. Yes, the same color is coming. And now is the time you can see that my web page is looking the same. Okay, only that image and all these things, all these links should come side by side. Only that thing we need to do. Other than that, everything is done. The color and everything. So now you can see how much change is coming when you're writing just a normal CSS. I have not written a very fancy CSS code, correct? Just a normal properties and values I have used here. Now, what next? Let's move to our first ID, which is showcase. That means that particular div, the first div. So I'm going to write here showcase. Please remember to check always what is the name of the ID you are giving. Check out whether you have a capital letter or not. Okay, it is fine for me. Now let's understand what we are going to do here. Now is the time that we will be writing a lot of code. So understand one by one what I'm doing. First of all, I'll be using the margin and I'll be giving 0 so that my all div elements is not having any margin. If I reload my page, you can see I'm making sure that all my things don't having any spaces. Similarly, I'll give padding also because I don't want any space in any corner of my page. So I'm giving here padding also. Let's refresh my page and just making sure that padding and margin is 0 now. Next, what I'm going to do. I hope you remember that I taught you about the CSS background. So for CSS background, we use the background URL to give my image, right? Now, before putting the image here, I need the image in my folder. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this wallpaper.jpg from here to my sample project folder. I'll keep it here. Okay, wallpaper.jpg is my file name. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here wallpaper.jpg. Okay, once you write that, now remember I told you that once you are writing any of the background image or any of the background image you are giving it to the web page, it will repeat, right? Let's see what happens. Is it repeating or not? My image is coming and yes, it is repeating. It has repeated twice, right? I don't want it to repeat. So what I should give? I should give here background repeat, right? I should give here background repeat with, I will write no repeat, correct? But instead of this, to save time and to save the lines of code, what you can do, you can write here itself no repeat. Let's see if it is working. So it is not repeating, right? There's only one image. What next? Also, I want this to be cover. Cover means background size cover. I hope you remember. Background size cover means that the whole page will be taking the image. You can see in our web page, the whole page is taking this particular image as the width, the screen width, right? So I have to give that. Here I'm going to give center cover. Okay, so the web page will be in the center, plus it will cover the whole screen width. I've saved the file and I'll reload the page. So you can see it is basically covering my whole page, and now it is also one. It is not repeating. Okay, so this is done. Always remember to save the file. If you're not saving the file, you will not see the impact in your web page. So this is the most frequent errors you can see. You can say which freshers do. Okay. Now after the background, what we need to do is, you can see the whole idea of putting the image here was to bring it like this. But we can't actually see that that is happening, right? It is more of a very small kind of image, which is just covering the half of the screen width, right? It is not properly coming like this. What we can do here now is we can give the width. The width I'll be giving here is 100%. And let's see what happens. If I go to my page, if I reload, this is now the image is taking the 100%, okay? The whole screen width. The next what I'm going to do, I'm going to write the height. Now understand what I'm going to use here. I'm going to use 100 VH. Now what is this VH? VH means viewport height. Remember that in this particular CSS, whatever codes I'll be writing, I'll not be using one measurement. That means I'll not be using only pixel or only percentage or only EM, right? I'll be using a random kind of different types of measurements, so that I'll be able to tell you that how many types of measurements are there in HTML and CSS. Okay, so don't get confused. I'll be telling you the meaning of each one of them. So viewport height is nothing but one of the measurement, which is actually the height considering the viewport. That means how the user is looking at your web page. Now this is also one kind of measurement. Let me comment it and let's see what happens. So if you look here, now my image is taking the actual height. If you look at your page, the actual web page is this. The height of the image is really proper here, and now here also it is very proper. Because I've used the viewport height, now my image is a little bit, bigger than the previous one, and it is covering the most of the portion of my web page. I hope you're understanding this. Now let's move to the next and let's write about the position. Position, I'll make it relative. Okay. Why I'm making my position relative? Because the image position, whatever you're giving, it should not move from here and there. Okay. So the images, when you're clicking, it should not move. So your web page will make sure that your particular image is relative. And one thing more you observe here, that when you have kept the image viewport height as 100, you can see the list has come down. Okay. And also this is another div, right? You can see this whole image thing. I am putting it where? This image I'm putting it where? In the showcase ID. Showcase ID is where? In the div, the first div. And inside this div, we have the navigation links and also the heading and the paragraph. So in this particular div, I have the navigation links and I have the heading and the paragraph. And because this div is closed here and we have the footer starting, this is separate. So now this is done. Now let's move to our CSS and let's see what next we have to write. Here we'll be writing overflow hidden. Okay. That means if the image is overflowing or if it is looking like that it is, overflowing, that means you can see previously that black background was coming, right? That means my image was bulging out of the background. Okay. But now it is not. I'll show it to you again if you have not seen it. So look here. When I reload my page, you can see this black color thing here, because I have told that there should be some space. The image is coming after that. The background image is visible here, but I don't want it to be visible. It's not looking good, right? It's looking like that your image is bulging out of your background color. I don't want to actually overflow it. So I'll write here overflow hidden. So now what is happening? Now let's have a look. So you can see that particular image is covering my bulging part. That means the background color is now hidden. So now this portion, the screen width, the whole screen width without scrolling down is giving me the proper image. Once I scroll down, I can see the down part. But till the time I am in my screen, at the starting, when I'm not scrolled down, my whole image is coming here. That's what I want. You can see. When you're not scrolling, your whole image should come. Once you scroll, then you will see the down part. Perfect. This is done. Let's go to my Sublime. And now here, what we are going to do, we are going to write the next code. Let's see what is that. One more thing I want to tell you here, that overflow you can write however you want. You will see some options, whether you want to make the overflow in a horizontal direction or in a vertical direction, or you want to wrap it, those things. I want to provide it in a vertical direction. So done. Now let's move to the next one and let's see what do we have. If we go to our HTML, you can see inside the showcase ID, we have one more ID, which is container, right? And this container we have written many times. We have written in the footer div also. We have written in the first div, first sub div, right? And this is all inside this showcase. Inside this showcase, you have this container, right? That is why how we will write here is, we will write showcase and then here we are going to write dot container. Why I am writing like this? Because showcase is an ID and inside this ID showcase, you have the class container. That is why I am writing hash showcase dot container. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do, have a look. I want to give here margin top with 25 viewport height. Okay. Why I'm giving this margin top? Have a look what will happen. So if I reload my page, so when I reload the page, you can see that the heading and the container part, the other div container part. What is this heading and the subheadings? If you look at the HTML, the heading and the subheading is having the container, right? So obviously something should happen to this part. What is happening? It is moving down. Why is it moving down? Because I've given a viewport height to this, which is the margin top. So from margin top, there's a space given. There's a margin given. This is space. Let me show it to you again. So if I go to my CSS, I comment this portion. Okay. And I go to my and reload this. You can see there is no space here, right? But once I give that margin, there's a space coming. That's why we are writing there margin top 25 VH. Okay. Viewport height. This is viewport height. Now, next, So for container also we have given the viewport height. Now let's move to our next code and let's see what is there. Now in our showcase, in the HTML, in our showcase, we have some things which is h1 and h2. And as I have mentioned that h1 and h2 is not looking the same, right? If you look here, h1 is really very big and h2 is also really very big. Paragraph is also really very big. It is not that small. How we can change that? Let's do it. So let's go to our CSS, and here what we are going to write is we are going to mention the hash showcase. Everything is inside showcase, right? This h1 and h2. So hash showcase h1. I'm going to give the font size for sure because I want to increase the font size of my sentences. So font size I'm going to give here for rem. Again, what is this rem, right? Rem is nothing but root elements font size. Remember that these kind of rem measurements are always given to font size. Okay, so when you're working with any font size, please give this kind of measurements for rem. It's not compulsory, but use this kind of rem measurements to give whenever you're working with font sizes. So I'm going to comment this. This is root element font size. Let's have a look what is happening to the h1. Remember that h1 is my GL sports, so it is getting increased, right? Now let me increase the thing for h2 also. So I'm going to paste the same thing and I'm going to change this to h2, and here I'm going to give 2 rem, a little bit smaller than the h1, right? So let's go back to our thing and just have a look at this h2. What will happen? I'm going to reload the page and you can see this is also increased. What next? To the h1, I want to give something else also, which is nothing but margin bottom 0. Why I'm giving this margin bottom 0? Let me show you. Okay, I've given the margin 0. Let me go to my thing. Now have a look. I have given it in h1. So have a look in h1 bottom portion. You can see there's a space provided, right? So how much space is my GL sports taking? There should be no margin bottom. There should be no space provided. So it came a little bit above. Earlier the paragraph was touching this last border. Now it is not. Okay. So those things we have done using margin bottom 0. One second. Let me just close this Sublime because this search button is coming here. And let me open the Sublime again. Okay. So this is done. Now let's see what all things we have already completed and what is left. So I think my web page is coming into a proper position. The background image is there, the heading is there. So we are getting all our components and all our links and all. But now let's work on our navigation bar and let's make it come, one by one in a horizontal way. How we can do that? Let's see. So obviously my navigation bar is having this nav tag, right? So I'm going to obviously start off with nav. To this nav, what I should give? First of all, let's give the height. Height I'm going to give here 40 pixel. Okay. Let's see what happens to this when I'm giving the height to the navigation bar. Once I reload, you can see now the height of this navigation thing is 40 pixel. So you can see the GL sports and your best place to visualize. I don't have to scroll down to see that. Now everything is in my first look. Like whenever I'm reloading the page, the first look of this web page is giving me the navigation bar and also my h1, h2, which was happening here. Okay. Now let's again go back. Height is already given. Now I'm going to give the width. Width I'm going to give 100% because I want to take the whole width of my screen for this particular navigation bar. Right now nothing will happen because it is taking width 100%, then also it can't be able to show you because my links are not in a horizontal state, it is vertical. So you won't be able to see whether the width is 100% or not, but I'll tell you why we have written width 100%, because the next course which we will write will be totally dependent on this width. So next I'm going to give a background color, which is obviously the same color which I've given here, I believe, which is let me check out in our HTML color codes whether it is the same color or not. Okay, 333. Okay, so this is the black color. So here in the navigation bar, the whatever bar we have, we want to give black color. So because this is a navigation bar, let's see what happens. If I reload my page, I am getting that black bar here, right? That is why I wrote width 100%. Now you can see the exact width 100%, right? That's why I told you that when I'm writing width 100%, earlier it was not showing me anything because there was nothing to show them, right? There was nothing with the web page to show that they have taken width 100%. But now as soon as I give background color black color, or it is not properly a black color, it is something kind of a dark gray. So when I'm giving that particular color, now you can see that bar is coming, right? So it is taking the width 100%. That is why we have given width 100%. Now what? Next, we are going to give the color, that means text color. And here I'm going to show you how to give the RGB value. Okay, I'm not giving a hexadecimal or a normal name of the color. I'm going to give a RGB value. To this RGB value, let me show you what value I'm going to give. So go to color codes and here let me write the values. So I'm going to write here the G to be 34 and the B also to be 34. Once you do that, you can see 51, 34, 34 is giving me a black color again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 51, 34, 34. Once I reload my page, you can see the navigation thing is now becoming black, not my text. Understand this. In your HTML, your navigation is containing what? UL and LI, right? The text is inside the A tag, right? The text color when you are giving, it is not provided to the text. Instead, it is provided to the list and the UL. If you have observed, these white dots are now changed to black, right? So that means the navigation link is containing the list tag and it is changing these dots to black color. Okay. Now after this, what we will do? After this, we will give the position to be fixed, because we don't want that these navigation links should move here and there. We are not giving the position relative. Okay, we are giving it as fixed. Once I do that, now my particular navigation bar, which you can see, is now fixed to a position. Okay, little bit above, and now it is fixed. Now you can't move this obviously because it will, it is fixed. It will not move. And to this, it is very similar, right? You can see slowly my web page is coming to the original thing, and now is the time when I'll give the commands for nav ul. So see, this is for the navigation bar, okay, but this is for the navigation items, whatever items you are using. So here, have a look. If you talk about the ul, you can see in the normal web page what is that there's no space given around the around this list, this whatever list you have written, there's no space around it. There's little bit of space, but not this much, right? We have to make sure that this chill sports should come above this bar, this black navigation bar, dark gray navigation bar. It should come above that. How we can do it? We can write here margin 0, padding 0, so that there will be no extra spaces provided. Now have a look. it is going above and there is no space, exactly no other space, extra spaces, right? So the list is also gone. The black dots, those are also gone, correct? Because we have given margin and padding 0. Now, to the list, to the items, okay, to the items we are going to give the CSS. That means to all the li, to all the anchor tags, we are going to give some CSS. Let's see what CSS we are going to give. We are going to give display inline. Now this is the most important one, and have a look what is happening. When you write display inline, all my navigation links are now in one line. So this is one of the CSS which will make your navigation list to be coming in a proper line. Okay, so my all list or the links, navigation links, are basically coming in a horizontal way, right? Next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here float left. Float left is mostly like text align left. Okay, so what happens when you write text align left? Everything will come in the left hand side, the text, right? But when I'm writing float, have a look, everything came to the most left hand side. Okay, so every component or every navigation links is now close to each other on the left hand side. Okay, so there is no spaces, nothing, and but the thing is, my everything is on the left hand side and everything is in a horizontal way and everything is on the dark gray horizontal bar, right? Navigation bar. So that's a good news. Now, next, what are we are going to do? Now, we are going to give commands to this particular anchor tag. That means we have to make sure that these links are now looking something like this. That when I hover into it, slightly light gray color should come. There should be a box around it, and also you can see all the navigation links are different from each other, right? When you are putting your mouse here, hovering your mouse here, hovering your mouse, right? When you are hovering your mouse here, you can see all the things are different. It is not very close to each other like this. So we are now going to code that particular portion. So to this A tag, what things we are going to give? We are going to first give the display as inline block, not inline, but inline block. Why I'm giving inline block? Because it will make sure that all the anchor tags are coming in a horizontal way. Also, it will come as a block. What kind of block? If you see here, this is block, right? This is 1 block, 2 block, 3 block, 4 block, right? Now have a look. When I reload my page, you can see it is now kind of a block, okay? It has become like a block, but you're not being able to see it. It is now a block, but you're not being able to see it because we have not given an other color to it. We are not have given the hover effect to it. So whenever I'm putting the mouse, nothing is happening because we have not given the hover effect. But now this is an inline block, okay? Now, next what we are going to do is we are going to give the width. To the width, I will give here 100 pixel. Let's see what happens. So because now it is a block, you can see every block is now having a width of 100 pixel. Every block, that means block means what? A kind of a container, right? All the containers are having a width of 100 pixel. And that is what is giving me the space. So you can understand the idea that till the time it was not looking like a block, till the time I did not make it as a block, I did not give the width, because then separation will not be equal, right? Separation will not be equal. Let's suppose if I comment this particular section and I've just given width 100 pixel. Let's see what happens. You can see, because it is not a block, the width thing is not coming here. Because there is no separation, there is no such thing which I have given here. Take an example of a train, right? The train is having different bogies. When it is having different bogies, containments, then only you can see separation is there, right? D4, D5, D5, D6, D7. all the different containments are there, correct? And there's a separation. That's what we are doing here. We are creating blocks on all of these navigation links, and then we are providing the width to it. Perfect. So now it is looking like my main web page. But still there are so many things to do, because you can see these all links are not in the center. These all links are not in the center. Why? So let's work on that. Here what we are going to give, we are going to give text align center. Okay. Let's give text align center. Let's save this and let's reload my page. Once I reload my page, you can observe that now it is coming in the center. What next? Let's quickly do some of the things. Let's say text decoration. Text decoration, I don't want to give anything. So let's say none. So all the dots which is there, it will get removed. And now next what we are going to do is we are going to give the padding. And here the padding I'll give 10 px and 0. Now understand, if you remember, for the padding I have told you 10 px and 0. If you are giving only two values, then it is nothing but top bottom 10 px, left and right is 0, right? This is what I have explained you. So when you're writing only two values, it is nothing but top bottom, and then you have the value of left and right, right? That is what we are doing here. Basically we are writing 10 pixel padding from top and bottom so that it will come in the center. Have a look. When I've given that particular thing, now from top and bottom padding is coming. So now all my things are coming in the center. From left and right, I have not given any padding, so nothing is happening. If I would have not given 0 here, then from the left and right also 10 pixel will come and it will look something like this. There's not much difference, but still I want to give here 0 so that it looks something like this. Okay. Now what next? After padding, I'm going to give here one more color, and the color will be the same thing. Okay. Let me save this and let me reload my page. So this color is little bit more gray. If you look, this is little bit more gray, so it is more brighter now. And the next thing which I'm going to give, the last one, which is okay, text decoration I've already given, so this is fine. Till now we have completed, I think, the first part. If you look here, this is how it is looking. Okay, and the only difference is that these headings h1, h2 and paragraph is in the center. That you know how to do. You have to just giving text align center, right? We'll do it later on. But you can see from HTML to CSS what all things we have changed and how, right? That is why I'm repeating that CSS is very important to practice. From once it will not come. Okay, for me also it's very hard to write the CSS. Why I'm showing you this kind of CSS, in a very fast speed, and I know what to write because I'm referring. Okay, so it is very easy for me to make you understand. If I'll start creating my own CSS or writing it my own, I will probably blunder, right? Because you actually don't know that what value you have to give. Okay, this project is already created. That is why it is easy for me. But for you, it will be new. So you have to do trial and error methods, right? Now, after navigation A, let's give that hover effect. The pseudo-classes, I hope you remember. So here I'm going to give the hover effect and I'm going to give the background color to be changed. So when I'm hovering, it is giving me a kind of a light gray color, right? Light gray color can come from 444. Okay, so now I'm not going to HTML color codes, but okay, let me show you. If I give here 444444, this is the color which I want. This is the light gray color which I want. So if I reload my page and I hover to my components or to my navigation links, you can see it is providing a box which is inline block, and that block is nothing but giving me a gray color. Why is it not coming in GL Sports? Because I have not given it to GL Sports. GL Sports is a different thing here. These are the navigation links, and in these I am getting that particular hover effect. Okay, now hover effect is done. After this, what we have to do, we have to write the codes for the container. That means this container, alone container, here the container and this one. So let's write the code for that alone one. We have written the code with showcase, right? But alone to container, whatever unique styles we want to give, that we have not written. So let's write that. Now remember that in the container we have the footer portions and also this GL Sports portion. Right now we are referring to this GL Sports thing. Okay. Now let's see what all things we are going to write in this particular container. First of all, we are going to write the maximum width, and here I am going to give 1180 pixel. Okay. Why am I giving 1180 pixel? Have a look. If I reload my page and if I scroll down, the maximum width which is coming around this particular web page is 1180 pixel. So the whole screen width is 1180 pixel. I'm just fixing that as maximum width. Why I'm doing that? Because when I shift these headings and all in the center, then the computer or the browser, actually not the computer, the browser should know that what is the maximum width given by the user. So I have given this maximum width. Now I can make my H1, H2 and all the paragraphs come in the center. Once I have specified the maximum width, now this whole thing will come in the center. Okay, now it's properly in the center, if you can see, right? And now is the time. What we will do is we will give the margin also, so that there will be a very descriptive space around the H1, H2 and the paragraph. So I'm going to give here the margin as auto. Okay, 0 means 0 pixel and auto means it will automatically do the margin. So you can see this space in this space on the side is quite equal, right? Earlier it was not, but now it is. Okay, now what next? After margin auto, I'm going to give the padding also, so that padding will also do its magic. So here I'm going to give the padding as 0 and 3 rem. What is rem? Root element font size, correct? So let's see what this does. Remember that root element font size, I told you to use it with font. So once I reload the page, you can see padding is done all around, and the same padding and margin is also happening around the container which is in the footer, right? So the padding and margin is also getting provided to our footer which is down. Okay, so this is what is your dot container code for padding and margin and everything. Now is the time when I have to write the codes for the footer, because that's the only thing which is left in our web page, correct? So let's begin with that. Before that, if you see, we have written to this paragraph lead, right? And why we have written here lead? If you look here, if I compare my main web page with this one, you look here, this H1 and H2 is perfectly fine, but the paragraph is a little bit much bigger, right? And I have not written any code for that. So what I'm going to do to this lead, because this lead is a class of paragraph, I'm going to use this lead and give a font size to it. What font size I'm going to give here is, I'm going to give here 1.3 rem, which is root element font size. Let me go back, refresh my page, look at the paragraph, and the size has got increased. The size is now 1.3 rem, and I think this portion is completed. My div id equal to showcase, this is now completed, right? So we have understood how to do this. Now we'll work on the footer and we'll see how we can work on it. Okay, so coming to the footer, it's very important to understand that we will use here the same thing which we have used in our navigation links, right? Because the same thing we want here also. But let's start off with footer and the first ID or the class whatever we have given. So to the footer, the first class which we have given footer calls Container we have already coded, so again we will not use it. Footer calls is the first class. Let's write here that. Let's start giving the things. In the footer call, we have what? We have all the UL, LI and everything, like every column, each column, right? So let's do that. So for the footer columns, what all things we'll get? Now understand, in CSS, we have a concept of grid system, okay? So now grid, what happens? All your footers will be having a row and a column. Like grid is what? Grid is nothing but rows and columns. So you can actually use display to display it as a grid. Okay, that means it will be now in a structure of rows and columns. So you can see some spaces came here, right? When I reloaded the page, some spaces came here. Now you can see it is not converting into a rows and column, what we can observe, but internally it is now forming a grid structure. It has now formed a grid structure. Okay, so it is now counted as a rows and a column. Right now it is one column, but we will slowly divide it into different 4 columns. So now let's write here grid gap. What is grid gap? I'm providing a gap to my grids. How much gaps I want? I want 20 pixel of gap to all my grids. So once I reload my page, there's a lot more space here. So this is one grid, this is second grid, this is third grid, this is fourth grid. Automatically it is giving me the grid portions, and whatever space, whatever gap I have provided between the gaps, that gap is provided. Now here is the new thing which we are going to use. So we are going to use here the grid template column, because I want to divide it into 4 columns. So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write repeat 4, 1 FR. Now, what is the meaning of repeat? Repeat means that same thing will be repeated how many times? 4 times, and FR is nothing but fractional unit. So the difference of those 4 columns will be 1 fractional unit. Have a look here. Right? So what is happening? All my 4 grids are now divided into 4 parts with the difference of 1 fractional unit. Right? So now it is looking something like my main web page, right? Only that some more styles we want to make it look more attractive, right? That we will do, not a problem. But yes, I think now it is in a proper format, right? Now what? So this grid is very important concept. We have not covered in this tutorial, but grid is not a very big topic to be covered. These are the main things which you can actually learn for about grid. So this much if you know, then it is perfectly fine. Because grid, we mostly use it in all the footers. Because in footers, we have to provide the grid sections, right? Because there are so many links. So this is better. Now, we will give a padding, and to the padding, I'll give here 2 rem. Why I'm giving the padding? If you look here, in this main web page, there's a space here, right? And the space is properly defined. So I'm giving that space. This space has come. Okay. So that's our padding. You all know that what is padding, doing here. Now let's move and let's write text align. To the text align, what we are going to do, we are going to write here left, because all my links, whatever I've given in the footer, is to be left aligned. So you can see the distance between the bullet and the text is now gone. So now all the text is aligned to the left hand side. But do we need the bullet? We don't need the bullet. We will do it in the later part of code. Right now here I will increase the font size. I'll make it around 14 pixel so that the font size will change here. If you can see, the font size of these are different. So this is done. But there's still one thing, if you can see, shop and play, GL sports store, education and business, about GL. These are looking very different from the rest of the links, right? So how to do that? Right now it is looking same, but I want to give it a different kind of look. A font size will be greater than it. So how we can do that? Let's have a look. Now next what we are going to do here is, after this we are going to take the footer calls, but now I'll be referring to UL portion. That means inside footer calls, you have this UL tag. So we are going to style this UL tag now. To this UL tag, what all things we are going to give? Let's see. Here, there's only one thing which I want to give is nothing but list style none. Let's see what happens when you're giving list style none. When you're giving list style none, your bullets are gone. There's no style I want in my list. So my all bullets are now gone. Okay. So you can see. Now next what I'm going to do, I'm going to give the commands to my footer calls UL li. Inside UL we have the li. Now the thing is, these LIs are fine. 3D sports, arcade sports, these are fine. These are looking perfectly fine, right? These I don't want to change anything. I want to give changes on the first element of my list, which is shop and play, GL sports store, education and business, about GL. To these I want to change something. So to refer to that, we have to use what? You must have understood, we have to use first child, because after UL, the first LI is called as the first child. 3D sports will be the second child, right? So like that, this is my first child and I want my CSS to be provided in this first child. So I'm writing here first child, and now I'll be writing here the font size, because that font size I want a little bit bigger, right? So I will give here 1.2 rem. Now all my first list of all the columns will be much bigger. Okay. So we have an underline in each of the first child, right? How to give this underline? Yes, you are right. We have to use the border. Now what we are going to do here is, before first giving the border, we are going to give the padding bottom and we are going to give here 0.5 rem. Okay. Now let's see what happens. So it will provide a space, nothing else. Some space is now provided here. And now we have the space for the border. So we can write here border bottom. Right? After giving the space, now we will give the border bottom. Border bottom, the color which we are choosing is slight gray, and then solid, and the next thing is the width. So I'm giving here 1 pixel because I don't want much thick border. So when I load my page, I am getting this border here, bottom border, right? Next, what I'm going to give here is margin bottom, because if you look here, the particular border which is coming here, right, it is very stick to 3D sports, find a store. It's very close to each other. So what I'm going to give you, let me give here 2 pixels so that you can actually see the border. Yes, I'm doing it for you so that you can see the border. I hope you can see the border. Now for margin bottom, I'm going to give here the value of 1 rem. There'll be a space provided in my, you can see, after the border there's a space, and now it is looking perfectly the same way how it is looking here. There's only one difference which I have made is I have made this border a little bit much bigger. I've given 2 rem because it was not visible. It is not visible here also. So I've given that kind of border here so that it will be visible. Perfect. This is done. Let me remove this. Let me close my Sublime and open it again. Now this is done. Next what? Next is my footer bottom, which is nothing but my copyright statement. If you look here, the copyright statement, I've given a class footer bottom. We have to work on this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste this and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to write here footer bottom. Okay. To this, what I want this to have it in the center. First of all, you can see it is in the center. The second thing is that this is another div. If you notice, it's another div here, right? So to this div, what I want that it should basically give a gray color in the background. If you look here, there's a light gray color in the background. So that also we have to do. So what we will do now here is, we will be giving first of all the background color, the gray thing. And then the padding we are going to take here is 1 rem, so that there will be a space around that particular thing. If you see, the gray thing is coming and the padding is giving me a space from this side. Okay, from all the sides basically, so it is not in the center. From all the sides it is giving me a padding, left, right, top, bottom, so it is in the center. Now after this, obviously I have to make it in text align center because I want it in the center of my div element. So now if I reload my page, it is in the center. So I hope you have understood how I have created this particular whole section, right? And how you can actually replicate whatever is done here. Slowly we have seen all the CSS commands and you have understood that how we can create this kind of applications. Next thing. Now we have to create a section of about us after this div. That means before the footer, right? We have to create a section here. Now, providing this section, we will provide a section of about us. Okay. So I'm going to write the section tag. I'm going to give some ID because, I want to give the CSS separately for it. And then I'm going to give here the class, which I'll give here a section. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to give the div class container. These are the normal things. Then I'm going to give the h2. I'm just creating these div elements for the another section. And to this class, let's not give any class. I'm not willing to give any CSS right now. How much ever CSS we have, we will work with that only. And here I'm going to give the I tag. Okay, let's write directly about us. Done. So h2 is done. Now the next I'm going to write heading kind of thing. So h3, let's write here. Let's write 20,000 100 sports 10,000 arcade. Okay, this much I have given in the h3. There will be a paragraph and all. You can write whatever you want, but right now I'm closing this div. Okay, and I'm closing this section. So this is one very small section I have created, okay, to just show you what I'm doing here. Have a look what will happen in the web page. When I reload, I'm getting a section before my footer and after my first image, first div section. I am getting the about us, right? Now what I'm going to show you is, if you look here, I have given the ID about us here, right? Why I have given this ID? I have not given this ID to write it in the CSS. No, I am giving this ID because in my anchor tag, I have written about us, and to this I have given the href as about us. It should match. This ID and that ID should match. What will happen? Basically, when you will go to your web page and you click on this about us, it will take you to the about us. Cool, right? When you click on this about us, it is taking me to the portion of my web page where about us ID is given. Right? Again doing this. So imagine that if about us, when I'm clicking it, it's taking me to about us, and paragraphs and all will be written here. I have not written. You can add. Then imagine that if you're clicking on indoor, it will take you to indoor, which is there in the same web page. When I click on outdoor, it will take me to the outdoor section, which is there in the same web page. So then it is very cool, right? When you click on history, it will take you to the same section of the same web page. So basically you are not creating any other HTML page. In the same HTML page, you are clicking and referring to that particular section of the same web page. This is your homework. What you have to do is, you have to basically design the indoor, outdoor and history portion of this particular web page. and try to see whether you are going to use what paragraph, what images you will give, where you will give, and create your whole web page.
Imagine having a chat with an AI that feels like talking to a real person. That's what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer, developed by OpenAI. It is an artificial intelligence model based on the technology called Transformer, which is particularly good at processing and generating human-like text. It's a version of what's known as language model because it can predict and generate sequences of words based on the input it receives. Now let's dive into some of the buzzwords you have likely heard about. Generative AI, large language model, that is LLMs, and GPT. These terms might sound complex, but they form the foundation of how ChatGPT works. In the next few segments, we will break down these concepts in an easy to understand way so you can grasp the magic of the technology behind ChatGPT. Let's get started. So, let's start with quickly understanding the evolution of computers. When the computers were created, they were created as calculating machines for mathematicians and bookkeepers. Then it evolved to understanding programming languages so that it can understand instructions, human instructions. But now it has evolved to incorporating human-like intelligence as well as creativity. Mimicking human-like intelligence is nothing but artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence combined with creativity is nothing but generative AI. So, let me make you understand with a very simple example what is generative AI. Transport yourself back to your childhood. You had a lot of toys to play with. You would keep that toys in one box. Now, also imagine that if you wanted some toy which is different, you would not get in the market. But what if I tell you that this box is a magical box? And if you input your understanding of what you want in your new toy with instructions, it can create a new toy for you, which is not available in the market. Now, this toy can be a bear with unicorn features and wings. What if it generates for you? This magical box generates a toy which is very unique for you. This magical box is nothing but generative AI. Generative AI actually is not a magic. It's a fast and rapidly evolving artificial intelligence system which creates, generates, transforms content that can be text, video, audio, image, etc. based on your input. So, if we want to understand it technically, generative AI or Gen AI functions by employing a neural network to analyze data patterns and generates new content based on those patterns. Neural networks are nothing but a mimicry or a replication of your biological neuron based on how it gets from brain, the activity from brain, and you do your work. It's nothing but a mimicry of that. Based on that mimicry, it analyzes data patterns and generates new content for you. Let's now quickly see what is the difference between discriminative and generative AI. Suppose you have a data set of different images of dogs, cats. You provide this as an input to your discriminative AI, which acts like a judge, and it classifies all this into set of images between cats and dogs. This is discriminative AI. It classifies. Now let's understand what is generative AI. You have the similar set of cats and dogs, but now your generative AI is acting like an artist. It creates a new species of dogs for you. That's why generative AI is nothing but AI system that transforms, creates, generates your own content based on your instructions like an artist. Now that you have understood what is discriminative AI and what is generative AI and what is the difference between the two, let's understand why is generative AI or Gen AI trending. Gen AI has impacted various fields, be it text, audio, video, any input, and those inputs in various domains like data, management, tech, healthcare, and entertainment. It has creative applications such as DALL-E, ChatGPT, where you can input what you want and get output from it. For example, if you want to create an image, what you think or perceive as a concept and you want it, you give a prompt for your generative AI model and it will create that image for you. So your input is a text, but your output is an image. That's why it's trending. It does not depend how traditional AI is dependent on what form of input you give. The same form would be your output. However, Gen AI works on your inputs, on your instructions. That's why it's trending. It is impacting a lot of fields, be it creative field, be it research field, be it business. Professionals are using tools like ChatGPT to create or generate code so that they can create something new. The researchers are actually developing new and new large language models based on which we can create new generative models and can do new and new tasks each and every day. That's why generative AI is evolving rapidly. And that's why is close to magic for everyone.
ChatGPT 4.0 is not just an upgrade, it's a transformation. So without any further ado, let's get started. Let's first address the glaring question you might have. What does O stands for on 4.0? Well, it stands for Omni and it signifies the next level of intelligence and versatility in AI. So now let's dive in and explore what makes ChatGPT 4.0 so special. First and foremost, please note ChatGPT 3.5 is under free tier and ChatGPT 4 and 4.0 are under ChatGPT Plus version, which is subscription model and is not free. Now let's compare ChatGPT versions. ChatGPT 3.5 has enhanced reasoning abilities but is unimodal. ChatGPT 4 mastered multimodal tasks such as understanding and generating text from images, describe visual content, and integrating text and images for comprehensive responses. And ChatGPT 4.0 optimizes these features for faster and more accurate responses. Now let's dive into the features introduced in the 4.0 version for ChatGPT, which is what today's video is all about. ChatGPT 4.0 builds on the robust foundation of ChatGPT 4, but introduces several enhancements such as faster processing, improved understanding of complex queries, etc. ChatGPT 4.0 is designed to be more efficient, more responsive, and most importantly, more human-like in its interactions. But what makes ChatGPT 4.0 truly stand out? Let's explore some of its impressive features. First, ChatGPT 4.0 can detect and respond to emotions, making conversation feel more natural and empathetic. Now let me show you an example of ChatGPT 4.0 in action. Imagine you are working on a research project about climate change impacts and you need detailed information. Let's see how ChatGPT 3.5, 4 and 4.0 handle this request. First, we begin with question for 3.5. Can you provide information on the impact of climate change? Here we see that ChatGPT 3.5 gives a brief overview, though not in a detailed manner. Now let's present the same prompt to ChatGPT 4. And what we see is that it gives a general overview, but not really an optimized version of the prompt asked, which means a response that is more precise, accurate, and tailored to the specific details and context of the prompt, providing better clarity and relevance.
But let's see how ChatGPT 4o handles the same request. This updated response provides a more structured and detailed overview of the impact of climate change, organized into clear categories. It offers a comprehensive yet concise snapshot of the key areas affected by climate change, highlighting both immediate and long-term consequences. Second, ChatGPT 4o is optimized to understand and respond to a wider range of queries more accurately. Let's look at an example. As a data enthusiast who loves to dive into the statistics, let's analyze data without writing any code. How can we explore and interpret data effectively using version 4o? So let's give a prompt. Provide me this statistical chart using the data set, which will give me a clear picture of the data set. Do you see the difference in output with ChatGPT 4o? At first glance, ChatGPT 4 does not show charts and provides information based on the text shared, which may need further refinement. However, in ChatGPT 4o, it not only displays visualization immediately, but the charts also feature better styling, color schemes, and readability. The analysis is more sophisticated, better identifying trends and patterns. It can also provide medians, quartiles, and standard deviation when required. Additionally, this version offers more comprehensive explanation and interpretations of the visualization, which deliver clear and more actionable insights. It also employs more advanced techniques for handling missing values, outliers, and data inconsistencies. Third, with support for various plugins such as browser integration, Python for data analysis, and DALL-E for image generation, we can extend its capabilities to meet our specific needs. It creates stunning images from text prompts directly within your chat interface. Let's talk about plugins and DALL-E. With the advanced plugins, you can extend ChatGPT 4o's functionality to do things like schedule appointments, manage tasks, and even control smart home devices. And with DALL-E integration, you can generate beautiful images from simple text prompts. Let's see how this differentiates ChatGPT 4o from ChatGPT 3.5 and 4. So let's explore the creative side with DALL-E integrations. And here is a prompt that tells us what we are talking about. So here a prompt is that generate an image of a peaceful countryside scene in the evening. The scene should include a small cottage with smoke coming from the chimney surrounded by tall trees and river flowing nearby. The sky should be painted in shades of orange and pink indicating sunset. Include a wooden bridge over the river and a few birds flying in the sky. Size should be 1024 into 1024. Let's see when we use this prompt using 3.5. ChatGPT 3.5 gives us beautiful description, but it stops there. Now let's jump into ChatGPT 4 and 4o using the same prompt. Here is your image. Isn't that amazing? This feature opens up endless possibilities for creative projects. With ChatGPT 4o, you get a visually stunning representation created instantly. Demonstrating its advanced capabilities, you will see not only detail and descriptiveness in an image, but the optimized performance of GPT-4o ensures a more natural and fluid description, capturing the scene's essence more effectively. And also, ChatGPT-4o's improved capabilities would result in more accurate and contextually relevant responses, making the scene more lifelike and engaging. Now let's play around with another example that will give you more clarity on how ChatGPT-4o works better than version 4. If we give a prompt that read the note and give me the context of this note, as I am unable to understand the image shared. ChatGPT-4's transcription is not completely accurate, but when you provide the same prompt to version 4o, it captures the words correctly and accurately, and it can adapt to your style and preferences over time, providing a more tailored experience. Isn't that amazing?
We'll be using HTML, CSS and JavaScript as our basic programming languages. The coding playground of choice will be an online editor, one compiler. With ChatGPT 4o by our side, creating our dream website is as simple as describing what we envision. Whether it's a portfolio, a blog, or an interactive application, GPT-4o will guide us through the process, ensuring we achieve our goals efficiently and creatively. Let's roll. First, let's open our ChatGPT playground and let me select 4o. Now, let's see what will be our prompts. I want to build a portfolio website. Let our front end be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely one compiler. This goes our instruction constraint to the GPT. I want this for the target audience who have zero coding knowledge or at their learning phase like college students and early professionals. So, let it be simple and easy to execute and understand by them. This sets target audience to the GPT. Let the creation of this be very responsive, creative and with simple explanation and step-by-step process which helps them to understand and create these easily. This sets context to our ChatGPT. Please explain everything from scratch. We are instructing ChatGPT how it has to give us the steps. Great. Now that we understand our prompt, let's execute this on ChatGPT 4o and see the results. Wow, we got the results so fast and in a well-structured manner. For more information on ChatGPT 4o, check out our video on ChatGPT 4o versus 4 versus 3.5. Great, let's quickly execute this to see our results, how our website looks like. We just copy-pasted 3 different codes. Executing this codes is very easy on the online one compiler platform. We just have to copy-paste the relevant codes in the sections. First goes HTML, then comes CSS, that is style. As a third part, we just copy-paste the JavaScript code to the JavaScript container. You can see towards your extreme right, you have a preview window. Once you click on the run button, it will execute the complete code which you have provided and show your website how it will look like. This is the basic structure of your portfolio website. You can enhance the design, color, pattern, responsiveness and add few of the actions as per the requirement as well.
Here's a quick summary of what we covered. We began with an introduction to HTML, discussing its features, editors, document structure, comments, elements, file organization, tags, and attributes. We also explored list, table, and form tags before moving into CSS basics, including its history, structure, types, selectors, colors, backgrounds, fonts, pseudo-classes, borders, and the box model, finishing with an hands-on project. Then we introduced generative AI with ChatGPT 4o, comparing it with ChatGPT 3.5 and 4, and discussed new features like enhanced conversation, plugins, and DALL-E image to text. We wrapped up with a portfolio website demo and key takeaways. Thanks for watching. If you find this video helpful, don't forget to subscribe for more on web development and AI.